Recording in progress.
You're on the right side there.
Board members are all on this side of the table in a normal way. You guys are. Oh, okay. That way you can see the monitors.
I don't think so, no. Yeah. All right.
This is all, well, we'll figure it out. Get some nourishment. They can think about it. How you doing today?
Where am I? So I think it's takes a while. Just tell me. Yeah.
Was wrong. But, yeah, well, I don't know. Started. Good morning, everyone. Oh, there we go. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors special meeting for Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. We'll start this morning with a flag salute led by Supervisor Gore. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, with that, we will go to our consent calendar agenda items. These are recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. And I'm just looking to see if there's any members of the board who wish to pull an item off our consent agenda. Nope. Not seeing any. Are there any members of the public?
I see none.
Okay, with that, I'd accept a motion.
Move approval.
Second?
Supervisor Holmes made the motion. Supervisor Gore seconded. All those in favor?
Roll
Aye.
call.
Oh, it's a roll call. We'll see, I don't have my cheat sheet here today. Okay, go ahead, Megan.
Gore? Aye. Weigand?
Yes.
Holmes?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye. So with that, we'll go to our county executive, Todd Leopold, to introduce our fiscal year 2022-23 departmental budget items.
Yeah, it's amazing we're already talking about this next fiscal year. One, thank you all for being here. I know it's going to be a long day, but I think it'll be really informative. Daniel and his team, I just want to say thank you to them, all the department heads and the staff who put these their initial submittals together. This is just to give you some context. This is really a good starting point. I think, as budgets go along, sometimes you don't do it in one day. This is going to be probably a multi-tiered approach. Today's really the opportunity for you to hear from each department head as well as their individual staff about what the requests are that they're asking for this upcoming fiscal year, and some of the rationale and reasoning behind that, whether it's staffing or funding for their operations. So it'll be a good conversation. Please feel free to ask as many individual questions. If there's things that we need follow-up on, our staff are going to be able to provide that to you either today or they'll do it at a later date. So this is one of a number of conversations we're going to be having, but I'm going to turn it over to Daniel. He's got a little starting point, I think, giving a baseline foundational piece for the budget as a whole. I think it's a good start, and then we'll turn over to the sheriff's office, who's the first one up.
Okay. Thank you, Todd. Good morning, Chair Gustafson, members of the board. I'm Daniel Chatney with the County Executive Office. And today we're presenting to you the fiscal year 22-23 department budget presentations. So we just have a few opening overview slides to kind of set the table for today's discussion. Maybe. No? I guess. Okay, so the budget development schedule really is a year-long process. So starting in November every year, we meet with the Board of Supervisors at the annual budget workshop, kind of talk about the high-level budget overview and some planning techniques for the upcoming budget cycle. In November is also the month that our internal service fund departments create their budgets, and these are internal charges to all the other county departments. So it's kind of our first starting point for actual budgeting. In January, we've incorporated all of those internal service fund budgets as well as normal escalations and cost increases to all the department budgets, and we release those out in January to all the departments to begin their budgeting process. They usually get about a month or so to do that. And then at the beginning of March, they submit their department submissions to the CEO's office. Today, we're here to do the department budget presentations. And as Todd mentioned, this is the opportunity for the departments, the department head to kind of go through their budget submission, their supplemental requests and the like, and have a conversation with the board about what brought them to this point. After today, in the months of April and May, the CEO's office and the budget team and the CEO analysts will be working with the departments to kind of condense everything and consolidate it down into the recommended budget. And this will be presented to the board on June 14th, and that's when we'll have our public hearing. And then we come back 2 weeks later on June 28th with the budget adoption. In between May and June, we'll be meeting with the board individually to kind of go through the outstanding supplemental requests and different items there, and just preview a lot of the budget impacts and questions, answers, and the like, and have a conversation there. So that's our budget development schedule. Like I said, it is a year-round process, and it takes a lot of effort from the departments as well as the CEO's office to put this together for you. So today is really all about the departments and their presentations. But I really wanted to start with kind of an overview of where our 22-23 budget is overall. So with the base operating budget that we released in January, our budget totaled $1,019,124,097. The biggest thing in there is it doesn't really include a lot of capital expenditures at that point in time. So when the departments submit their budget at the beginning of March, you see the new total is $1,089,926.60, an increase of $70.8 million. So 45.6 of that is capital. So the facilities department and other departments that are doing capital budgets will input their budgets. It's part of their department submitted. And then that's kind of what raises that threshold up. The general fund also saw a $21 million increase in that same time period. And part of that is just all the departments that are within the general fund and costs escalating in there, as well as contributions out of the general fund to other departments and capital contributions as well. So right now, though, the general fund exceeds the budgeted revenue by $1.4 million in this current status. So I want to enforce the idea that this deficit is not a cause for concern. There are a multitude of reasons why this could happen, some of it being lowered revenues, increased expenses that don't have a revenue offset. But this is where the real work begins for the CEO's office and the budget team. So we'll be pouring through the budgets over the next couple weeks and matching the revenues to expenditures and really right-sizing that number. And in June, we will be presenting a balanced budget to you. Yep. So I'm sorry. So increases to property and sales tax revenues are included in this budget. You know, we continuously refine our budget numbers and our projections to reflect actuals. And then we are continuing to analyze the preliminary budget submissions that we'll see today. So the county staffing model right now, and this is the trend of county-wide funded positions over the last 3 years and then upcoming years. So you can see a market increase between 2020, 2021 and 22-23 budget of 2,776 positions. So a lot of these were approved over the last couple of years to deal with different programs like body-worn cameras in the sheriff's department and district attorney's department. Some of this is for CEDRA to respond to the increased activity in permitting and construction. And a lot of this is also due to the increase in health and human services to respond to COVID, additional mandated programs from the state, et cetera. So, but that is the increase over the last couple of years. I just want to point out, as of March 25th, there were 301 vacancies countywide. So that's a 10.7% vacancy rate. That number is significant because in our department budgets, we budget a 4% vacancy rate for all county budgets. And some budgets have a low vacancy rate number, some have a generally higher number. But we budget that vacancy savings to kind of offset that known expenditure that won't actually happen during the fiscal year. But a 10.7% vacancy rate is significantly higher than our 4%.
You said 7.7.
10.7.
10.7.
The vacancy rate is 10%. Thank you.
Yeah. Wow. So some of the things that are included in the 22-23 budget as it stands is property tax revenues are projected to grow at 5.8%. That is on par with the last couple fiscal years is what we're seeing for real property tax increase. Sales tax revenue, related revenue budgeted at the fiscal year 21-22 projected amount. So if you remember from some of the previous budget presentations we had, public safety sales tax has been increasing exponentially. And the general fund sales tax has been pretty stagnant or pretty moderate growth there. So we have elected to budget not less than we're receiving this year, but the same amount to give us some room for the unknowns, the things like the change in our allocation for public safety sales tax may decrease as other jurisdictions open up for business more. And as well as the change in the online retailer businesses that are now reporting their sales tax differently. So we've accommodated for that in this budget. We have included debt service for the new Health and Human Services Center at $3.2 million for fiscal year 22-23. That number is not solid at this point in time, depending on interest rates and the like. And we plan to come to the board on April 19th with the next steps for that debt financing. We'll have probably more solid numbers there and closer to July 1st.
What term is the debt, Daniel? How many years?
It's 30
30 years.
30 years.
30.
And then any personnel allocations that were approved during fiscal year 21-22 are also included in this department submitted budgets today.
One quick thing, just for clarity on this debt issuance, but part of it is the transition that will end up occurring from an expense standpoint once those individuals move into that building. This is for 22-23. This is a construction time period, so we'll issue the debt here in June. We'll make our first payment at the end of the year, but we're not going to see the offset of the expense savings for that first year while these individuals are waiting to move into the building. Once that occurs, the savings from lease payments, utility costs we're paying right now in these multiple buildings that these individuals are in right now will help to offset this cost in the next fiscal year and going forward. So just to give some context to this dollar amount.
Thank you. So some of the things not included in the current budgets is the American Rescue Plan stimulus revenue and expenses. So as projects come forward to the board for approval, there are several that have been tentatively identified as ARPA eligible. Those will come with budget amendments, both for the expenditures and the movement of revenue out of the ARPA fund and into those budgets. So those are more of a one-for-one kind of a relationship. Revenues will offset expenses. And so there's no real budget impact to the general fund, but we'll address those budgetary needs when we get there. Department supplemental requests are currently not included in the budget. They will be previewed for you by the departments today for your consideration. The actual property tax roll revenue, if it's different than our projection of 5.8% increase, we'll reconcile that in Q1. And then continued negotiations on salary and benefit costs for labor groups and unrepresented management is also not included in the budget at this point. Just a preview on the supplemental requests, countywide, total $10.7 million. They were submitted with offsetting revenue of about almost 2.2 million for a general fund request of 8.6, rounded up, and includes 38 FTE. One of the things that we are working on closely with our departments this year is our equipment replacement programs. Some of the departments that we're focusing on at this point in time and trying to work through this before budget, recommended budget in June is Public Works Department, Fleet, Facilities, and Sheriff. So I just want to note here that some departments already have replacement costs built into their budgets. And then some are being submitted as supplemental requests to you as well for equipment replacement. But the one we've been focusing on most closely recently is Public Works and a lot of their maintenance equipment. So this is kind of a sample of a much larger spreadsheet of all of their equipment, which totals hundreds of pieces of equipment. But this is kind of what we're looking for as far as a equipment replacement program. Identifying the piece of equipment, the model year, its useful life, whether it's being replaced, it's pending replacement, et cetera, when that replacement should take place, and the total expected cost to replace that piece of equipment. From there, we break that out a couple different ways. One is we divide essentially the total equipment replacement cost by the number of useful life years for an annual amount that should be saved in order to accumulate enough funds to make that replacement when the time comes. Another way to look at this is if you total up any one fiscal year, you can see a total impact if we were going to replace all the equipment due at that time. So in this case, to purchase all equipment past due in Public Works would cost nearly or just over $12 million to bring everything up to its new standard for useful life. So this is kind of what we're looking for equipment replacement programs. This is the one that we've gotten furthest with. The fleet department has replacement costs built into their charge table for internal departments already, but we'll be working with the sheriff department and others to kind of do this countywide and really ensure that our long-term asset needs are budgeted and replaceable.
Projected. Daniel, do you have a guidance for the departments on the dollar level? Because I see one as low as 15,000 for replacement cost, and obviously there's much larger pieces of equipment serving our communities.
Yeah, so for now, what we're targeting is anything that qualifies as a capital asset. And so, and I believe that number is $5,000 for an asset. So anything over that is what we would ask to be included in the plan.
Great, thank you.
And then a couple slides here to talk about kind of what you're going to see today. This first slide is the sample budget structure. And I just wanted to note here that this chart is not the department. This chart is the department's budget hierarchy. This is not their personnel organizational chart, and this is not their operational organizational chart either. This is really how the department is budgeted. And you can see it usually starts with a fund. It's either in the general fund or the public safety fund. And then following cost centers and programs. So when you get to some departments, like the library, it's its own fund, it's its own cost center, and its own department. So there won't be much to look at here as far as boxes go, but a lot of different programs underneath that. The sample department budget slide is bar chart shows the total department revenue and expenses. We're going to show the 2019-20 actuals, 2021 actuals, 21-22 budget amount, and the 22-23 department submitted budget. The gold line that runs through there is the net county cost, which is either the use of reserves or its impact on the general fund balance. I do want to point out here, and this is a sample, this isn't anybody's budget in particular. I do want to point out here that we selected the department submitted budget for a couple reasons. One, it's the most recent but most consistent point in time budget for all departments. And so to be consistent with that, we wanted to just choose one point in time that's equal for all departments. So as the departments submit their budgets, our analysts jump on those immediately due to the short time frame that we have and start reviewing those and start making adjustments to their budgets. Be kind of fair to consider somebody's budget that's been reviewed and worked through versus somebody else's that hadn't had that opportunity yet at the CEO's office. So I just wanted to make that point there. We have this chart this year, this table, which will list out all of the total department expenses by their cost centers. So any department, or the first department up today will be the sheriff's department. They have multiple cost centers. And so each cost center will be listed here, and it'll show you the budgeted expenditures. So 19-20 actuals, 20-21 actuals, the 21-22 budget, and again, the 22-23 department submitted budget. And finally, the departments will have the opportunity to talk to you about a few of their major accomplishments from the last year, talk about their emerging issues and department priorities, their supplemental requests, and some of the important capital asset purchases that they have planned for their 22-23 budget. And with that, that concludes my part of the presentation today. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Otherwise, we'll turn this over to Under Sheriff Wu and Jerry from the Sheriff's Department for their presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us. On behalf of Devin Bell, it's a pleasure to be here and present. Oh. Is that better? It's a pleasure to be here and discuss our budget. We appreciate the collaborative work that we've done with Todd and his office. I want to thank Amanda and Jerry and all of our teams for working hard and preparing this budget this year. And it's actually been one of the more pleasant processes in my career as far as going through the budget, and I think you'll see why. So I appreciate the board's support for public safety historically, and moving forward this year. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Amanda, and then as we go through the program, I'll be back.
Okay, good morning. Amanda Flo. Let's see if this comes up. Amanda Flo, Management Analyst in the County Executive Office. So first up, we have the budget structure as Daniel described. So the Sheriff's Office, well, the chart at the top for the Sheriff's Office is within the Public Safety Fund. And mainly when we talk about the Sheriff's Office budget, that's what we think of as what is included within the Public Safety Fund. And so within that fund, we have grants, the different cost centers up top, and then below that are the programs. So the cost centers we have are grants, Tahoe operations, protection and prevention, administration, support services, Auburn Jail, and South Placer Jail. This department's budget within the Public Safety Fund is comprised mainly of public safety sales tax, which you have heard has increased this year and we anticipate increasing next year. AB 109 realignment and general fund contribution, which of the entire Public Safety Fund has been for the last few years, the 51% of the discretionary revenue. So the Sheriff's Office receives a portion of that, as does the Probation Department and the DA's office. And then I want to make note of the DMV Special Collections Fund noted at the bottom. And I'll tell you why it's important to point that out in the next few slides. Okay, so here we have the entire Sheriff's Office budget. And so in that is included the DMV Special Collections Fund. So when we think about the Sheriff's Office cost centers, the ones that I listed, the Sheriff's day-to-day operations, these slides also include the DMV Special Collections Funds, which historically we don't budget balanced. And so I'll point that out in a minute why that matters. So Daniel said that the first two are actual. So looking over there, we're trending up. And then current fiscal year 21-22, that's where we are right now. Beginning this year, the Sheriff's Office started with a balanced budget. But since you'll note the net county cost at the bottom is roughly $6 million. This includes the special DMV Special Collections Funds that is not balanced. So that's not a representation of the net county cost for the Sheriff's Office operating budget. It's roughly $4 million, and a majority of that is rebudgets from the prior year, so it's either being funded by reserves or fund balance. So there is no net county cost as it stands, no general fund needed. They are whole as it stands. So I wanted to make that note. And then, as Daniel mentioned, the next column is the department submitted budget. So again, a point in time. And you'll see that falling to the bottom line is a surplus of revenue. Here it's listed roughly $400,000. The sheriff, if you take out the DMV Special Collections Fund, the sheriff submitted roughly a surplus of $2 point something, but then we've worked through the last few weeks, and currently as it stands, they have a surplus of $2.8 million. Part of which you'll hear later in the presentation is hopefully going to be used to fund the positions at their supplemental requested positions. And then the rest they'd like to put in reserve for capital replacement. And then from here, I'll turn it over to Jerry.
Good morning, board. Jerry Rogers, Administrative Services Manager, at the Sheriff's Office. So here we have the cost centers broken down, and if you look at the very top here, we have Auburn Jail, and if you look over in fiscal year 21-22, and then also compare that with the submitted budget for 22-23, there is a $1.7 million decrease, and that is actually attributed to some major of the cost drivers that we have that are kind of out of our control, which is the salaries and benefits, A87, and ISF charges. So you'll kind of hear me say that through this presentation here. But the $1.7 million decrease is in A87 redistribution throughout the other cost centers. And the next one is the automated mobile and fixed fingerprinting. There really is no change there. The bottom one for grants is a little difference, but there's just been some shuffling around in between cost centers. And then we have the Placer Regional Auto Theft Task Force. Also, there's really no change there. The bigger change from protection and prevention There is about a $2.8 million increase in that one, and that primarily contributes to retirements, salaries and wages, and workers' comp expenses there. And then we have the Sheriff Administration Cost Center, and it shows that there is no change there. As Amanda mentioned, we did have some obligations. So when it was adopted in 21-22, we were actually right around roughly 23 million. And so because of some obligations that carried over, it was at 26. And so currently now for the submitted budget, there's really no significant changes there. South Placer Substation or the South Placer Jail, there is about a $1 million increase, and that is attributed to also A87 costs and ISF charges. And then we have support services, and there that is actually about a $1.5 million increase in changes, and that is actually attributed to wages, also retirement and insurance. And a little bit of that is reflected in the retired annuitant replacement program that we have for the new allocations that are in there for 21-22. And then in Tahoe operations, really no significant changes there.
Could I ask, on the Auburn Jail versus the South Placer Jail, there difference in the trending? Is there some kind of fundamental difference in the two places that?
Yes, and so if you see from 1920 to 2021, there were some programs that were redistributed through the different cost centers. And so that's why you kind of see the significant changes. I believe there was a court security, I believe it was originally in Auburn Jail, and then they got moved over to South Placer.
Okay, thanks.
And with that, I'll pass it over to Under Sheriff Booth.
Me again already.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. This slide, I think, just shows kind of some trending of our FTEs. I'll just provide a little bit of context behind some of these numbers. The 1920 to 2021, if you remember, that was when we lost our contract for morgue technicians in the coroner's office, and we decided to create a coroner's technician position within the county and actually staff that with full-time county employees. We couldn't find a vendor that was reliable and that could provide those services for us. And then you see the jump from 21-22. That has to do with the jail-based competency treatment program, the returning inmates to competency right there within our jail, which has been a very successful program, not just for our facility and amongst other programs in the state, but has also helped speed up the criminal justice system, and could also be why you see a little bit of increase down at the South Placer Jail trending as far as budget-wise. And those 4 positions that we added with those are all funded by the state of California. There was no net county cost to adding those positions. The other increase that you see really was this last year to try, my hands were off it. One was the body worn camera program, increased our FTEs by 3 positions. We've been working hard to get that across the line. There have been some whole process, get some contracts negotiated through county council and attorneys, and then we face the supply chain issues, I think, that every industry is facing. We hope to roll that program out in the fall and get the body worn cameras deployed. Jump in FTEs had to do with trying to replace retired annuitants within the sheriff's office. And I'm happy to say that 40% of those allocations have been hired, and 50% of the extra help retired annuitants that were working within the main portions of the sheriff's office, except for court security, have been since released and off the county's payroll. So we've made some progress there. And to provide some context, I know Daniel talked about the county's vacancy rate. As of our last snapshot in time, we're at just over 4% as far as our hard vacancy rate in the sheriff's office overall.
And is that, Wayne, is that fairly normal, about 4%?
No, it's usually
Okay.
a percent or 2 higher, actually.
Okay.
So it's generally, it's almost usually somewhere bounces around 6, 7, 8% historically. And then our operational vacancy kind of traditionally is almost 10% above that. So like right now, I think we're at 4.8, 4.9% hard vacancy rate, but our operational vacancy rate is 15%. So that accounts for people that are out on workman's comp, FMLA, all the other things where we don't have positions filled and then we're forced to backfill on overtime. That generally seems to be always about 10% higher than our hard vacancy rate historically. I mean, give or take a percent or two.
That's helpful. Thank you.
So I'm going to go right into, some of our accomplishments. And, a lot of times I don't tout crime rates very often. They're so subjective and there's so much more that goes into it. But when you look at what we've gone through over the last couple of years and you look at what's going on around the state of California and the concerns that our constituents have, I really thought it was important to bring it up this year in particular. I think it's a testament to not only the support for criminal justice from the Board of Supervisors, but just the collaboration between the Sheriff's Office, the police departments, and everybody impacts these crime rates, the entire criminal justice system. Jail bed space, the District Attorney's Office, the Probation Office, everybody working collaboratively through the CJPC meetings and everything else, I think has helped impact these rates. So I thought I would bring them up this year just because you're seeing crime rates rise statewide. And if you look at them, our 2021 violent crime rate is down 11% from last year. And then I also included kind of a 5-year range and went back to 2017. So down 11% from last year, 26% from 5 years ago. The 5-year change in crime types, if you go to property crimes, we're down 30% in the county. Crimes against persons are down overall 10%. And these are all from 2017, as you can see. Other crimes are down 23%. All crime is down 25%. Domestic violence is down 6%. I throw that up there because I just think it's a testament to the criminal justice system in Placer County and how it is working well, and we're all working together collaboratively.
Wayne, I had a quick question on that. I know this morning we were at another meeting and somebody asked you about individual pockets.
Yes.
Where these trends may not appear to be the same. And I'm just wondering if there's any trends in particular areas that are different than the overall trend for the county.
Yeah, so I would say the trends generally seem to be closer to the Sacramento County line. It's no secret, and same thing I said to the group this morning, that through my career at any given time, you can take a snapshot of the data and roughly 50% of all of our inmates in custody at the Placer County Jail will be from Sacramento County. If you count all inmates that are from Matta County, that number might be a little higher. But so yes, generally down on the lower near the county line, we seem to see some more increases and the more incorporated metropolitan areas of the county.
Great. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Another accomplishment I'd like to highlight over this last year, even through COVID, was some of our inmate programming that we've instituted just over this last fiscal year. I listed Culinary and Servsafe programs. Those are two programs that are unique statewide. We were the pioneers in developing with our vendor both of those programs and launching them. They're kind of combined. It's a two-part program. The Servsafe program is really the state mandated food handler certification program over the last year. That if anybody was to get a job in food service, as you know, there is a job demand right now coming out of COVID in food service. We provided that certification to 178 inmates over this last fiscal year. And then they move on to the Culinary program, which is really more that gets into trying to get a job actually as a chef and cooking and far more in depth. Landscape and maintenance design. We stood up that program this last year in partnership with the Placer School for Adults. The name of the program is called Super Crew, and it's a certified program actually through the University of Georgia. And it really gets into landscape design, irrigation, site preparation, and even things like setting pavers and doing decorative walkways and things like that. So we're excited about that. We have an embroidery and graphic design program that we're in the final stages of, and that'll include vinyl printing, direct-to-garment printing, commercial embroidery, and graphic computer design. And then we have our GED preparation class. Now, some of these programs suffered during COVID when we couldn't have in-person learning, but I think as we're trying to come out of COVID, we're ramping a lot of these programs back up. The one thing I would like to highlight is there was a regulation. There's been some regulations try to be passed at the state legislatures to impact inmate welfare funds, and they did impact the Inmate Welfare Fund by capping through an FPPC regulation the inmate calling rates, which is the revenue that we utilize to provide these programs to these inmates that we believe impacts recidivism rates. And with that calling cap rate on inmate phone calls, we do anticipate moving forward about a $250,000 to $300,000 decline in revenue that we will be able to utilize or previously utilizes to provide these programs to our inmate population. The last thing I highlighted there was just, that we are working hard, trying to make progress in replacing the retired annuitants with the allocations we've been given. Obviously, recruitment and retention is difficult in law enforcement today's day and age. I think it's difficult in any industry. Every industry faced the great resignation. I like to say law enforcement faced the great retirement. Early retirements were up 45% nationwide of people that were age eligible, but maybe didn't have the years of service and traditionally would have never left the profession. And I think that's just coming out of the George Floyd incident and COVID combined, made a lot of people leave the profession. The next slide I'll talk about is just kind of some of the emerging issues that we see impacting the sheriff's office. I've touched on a little bit of this in the past, but this last year was pretty significant. Well, the last 6 years have been very significant with criminal justice and police reform coming out of the state legislature. But here's just some highlights of some things that we're dealing with coming out of this last legislative year that's impacted us. I'll highlight a couple of them. AB 48 limits the use of less lethal projectiles and chemical agents during protests and assemblies and demonstrations. AB 481, I know some of our staff is individually meeting with members of the board to brief you guys on this bill. And we will be coming to the board. It's called the Military Use Equipment Bill. I believe it's all safety equipment for the deputy sheriffs, the men and women on the street, and it's safety equipment for the public. Some of the things that have qualified under military use is our mobile command vehicle. If you remember back just maybe 4 or 5 years ago, there was a demand that law enforcement needed more or less lethal equipment, so they didn't have to use lethal force as often. And we outfitted all of our personnel with what are called 40 millimeter launchers. It's kind of like a rubber baton round that, we at a distance and try to take them into custody without having to resort to lethal force. And here a few years later, after all these law enforcement agencies implement all those pieces of equipment, now it's considered military use equipment. And you have to go in front of every city council, every board of supervisors chambers, and report yearly and gain permission to utilize that equipment, and then track all the data, which is very labor intensive every time any of this piece of equipment is deployed and reported out publicly and back at public meetings. So that will have some significant staff impacts and staff time. AB 89 decreases the minimum age that somebody can be a peace officer. I think I spoke at my meeting earlier today. This would have exempted me. I wouldn't have been able to join law enforcement if this were in place when I started in the profession. And then it will have additional education requirements for peace officer and peace officer candidates, which again are going to continue to be a burden on the agency, is providing ongoing continued training and professional certification. The last one I'll highlight is probably the biggest one, and that's SB 2, and that's the decertification bill. To actually remove a peace officer's certification. Unfortunately, the devil's in the details. This gives the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission, POST, the authority to remove a peace officer's credentials. And some of the things we're trying to work, issues some of the legislature pushed this bill through and maybe didn't take a closer look at all the fine details. There's things like serious misconduct, what defines that? Repeated criminal behavior, what defines that? Is that 5 speeding tickets in a year? Because technically that could be considered repeated criminal misconduct. So everybody's at the table right now working through what this bill means, but it will have a significant impact on our administrators at the sheriff's office and moving forward as far as POST has a 3-year window to go back as well on any alleged misconduct and try to decertify and look into these complaints that have come from the public. So that highlights some of the major legislative challenges that we're going to face moving forward this year. And I'd also like to highlight, I highlighted the crime rates, which are a success. I'd like to highlight just the increased hazards that have emerged in law enforcement, I think, between COVID, George Floyd, and just a loss of confidence nationwide in the profession. In 2021, 84 officers died by being feloniously assaulted, meaning murdered. And that's an increase of 55% from the previous year. And law enforcement deaths are up nationwide. And these stats, I took out COVID and all those other things. This is just felonious murders of peace officers are up 55%. Traffic-related accidents were up 38%. Firearm-related fatalities as the type of instrument used to murder these officers is up 38%. And then I wanted to drill down a little lower. There should probably be a break right there. Those are some of the statistics that just we've seen locally at the sheriff's office. We had 93 firearm arrests. These are criminals carrying illegally carrying firearms out in the field just this last year. That's a 24% increase from 2020 and an 82% increase in what we saw in that 5-year trend. I tried to take the same snapshot as I did on the crime rates. We had 178 firearms that were booked in for evidence. Those were just illegal seizures. That's up 11% from 2020, and again, a 45% increase from 2019. And the other thing I think that highlights, kind of where the criminal mentality is right now, our pursuits have gone up quite a bit. We averaged 34 pursuits a year between 2017 and 2020, and last year we had 52. And I think if I would have pulled the, which I didn't, the foot pursuit data, that's dramatically gone up as well. And the number of people that resist arrest and fight our deputies in the field.
Chair,
Yes.
I have a question about
Yes, sir.
AB 89, the legislation that peace officers, specific peace officer have to be 21 before they can be hired.
Yes.
Can you explain what the reasoning is for that? I mean, these young men and women can join the military
Yes, they
at
can.
that age. So I don't know what the,
So without boring you all the details of how the sausage gets made, that is not how that bill started. It was actually far worse. I think it was closer to 25, 26. You had to have a bachelor's degree, and service in our military did not count. So even if somebody were to get out of the military at 22 years old doing a 4-year stint, they would still have to wait a couple years and have a bachelor's degree to apply and be a member of law enforcement. And the argument was, we're having a hard enough time recruiting.
Yeah.
And most people in that 2-year time frame will end up finding a career path and not revert back once they get old enough.
Yeah.
The thought process obviously is it was an attempt to address law enforcement use of force or perceived excessive use of force and unlawful killings of suspects and that perception. And it was based around somebody 18 to 21, while they have the emotional maturity to serve and defend our country, don't have the emotional maturity to be a peace officer. And so they needed to get older and get a 4-year bachelor's degree in order to serve and wear the badge. And that was the origination of that bill.
so a deputy new hired doesn't need a bachelor's degree
Correct.
to just go through peace officers training.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Actually, that's all I had. So with that, I will open it up for any other questions. Oh, did I have none? Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. No, I did. Oh, I have a couple more. I lied.
No supplemental?
Yeah. Well, there's a reason why I forgot about them. So I'll briefly go through these because this is the same group, and I think we've had this conversation before, maybe last fiscal year over in Train Village. But our supplemental requests for personnel are the sheriff sergeant, 1 deputy sheriff, 1 correctional officer, and that stems from the 2017 jail use of force incident and the reallocation of personnel to beef up our training division and stand up a professional standards unit as we went through that litigation. And we're asking for backfill for those positions that was discussed at the time when we made those moves. The assistant sheriff position, again, this one was originally created in 2006 to address the increased growth that was going on in West Placer and just the complexity of our agency. Since then, when it was justified last time, our agencies increased by 128 full-time allocations, and our budget has gone up by $89 million. And I would argue that the legislative side of our job, the litigation side of our job, and the complexity of the sheriff's office has dramatically gotten higher since 2006. And then we have an administrative services division account senior. We do have a gap in our office, and if you look at it compared to many other large departments around the county, our ratio-wise, we're probably a little short on the accounting side, and we really don't have that middle manager. We have the entry-level accountants, and then we have the high-level person doing the budget. We have nobody in the middle, and so that's why we're asking for that spot. What I would like to say is, if approved, our submitted budget actually supports funding these positions without asking for any additional funding. And in looking at the 5-year public safety budget modeling for the sheriff's office, it could also, those costs would be contained long-term and be supported moving forward. Any questions about those positions before I move to the next slide?
I do have one question
Yes.
about the positions. Thank you. I appreciate it. So as far as the assistant position, assistant sheriff
Yep.
position, do you have comparables of other counties who have about the same size with a comparable structure? Because I think that that would be helpful to
Yes.
be aware of.
Yes. Sonoma County is one we can look at that has an assistant sheriff model with undersheriff, assistant sheriffs, yes. And I think it would provide some continuity of leadership in the corrections division, especially with having 2 jails in separate locations, to have an assistant sheriff help with the oversight over the corrections division. Moving forward, it makes sense. But yes, I can look. I know of a few counties just off the top of my head that I can get the data for you and provide that.
Thank you.
Any other questions about that slide? So these are some of the projected capital expenditures that we wrapped into this budget year. Like I said, this has been one of the nicest budget years I think I've experienced in my career, in that we list them here as capital expenditures, and they're also all captured in our proposed budget without asking for any additional revenue. The top one, and I'll just highlight a few of them, is the Andy DNA, rapid DNA system. That'll reside primarily in our morgue, in the new morgue for the coroner's unit. It's been utilized statewide, and whether it was the Paradise Fire vote, and can rapidly identify human remains. And also it does provide an investigative. So we've asked for that this year and included that in our budget. A lot of the rest of the stuff really has to do with a lot of pent up demand. You know, we've deferred a lot of equipment replacement and purchases over the last 10 years. And now with having a little excess revenue, we'd like to catch up and replace a lot of outdated equipment and capital expenditures. The one thing I'd like to highlight, that's the second one though, is our annual vehicle replacement program. It usually averages about 1.2, 1.3 million a year. We submitted in our base budget as our replacement costs, and average based off of the DSA MOU with the cap on 110,000 miles. And we make it work with that number every year, and that's just kind of what's factored into our budget. We bumped it up this year to 2 million. It has to do with supply chain issues. We are expecting production slowdowns and being told that vehicles are going to take 3 times longer to get to us. And we're hoping that by bumping up our order, we won't have to run into the point where we're actually getting some mild out patrol cars and we're saving them right now, because we might have to go back to the table with the Deputy Sheriff's Association and see if we can get a temporary exception to go above that 110,000 mile limit, because we just won't be able to buy vehicles. We just can't get them delivered. So that's why you'll see it's a little higher this year, to try to really address the supply chain issues when it comes to vehicles. The Garmin flight controller system, I guess navigation system, mapping system to help in our helicopter. We've got a generator for our boat patrol unit to operate our ROV, a tractor to replace a 90s backhoe, a Bearcat to replace an old 2006 Bearcat. We're trying to bump up our take-home patrol vehicles by 10 more. Again, gives us the freedom to respond to critical incidents. I think I've said it before. We usually don't run out of deputy sheriffs. We run out of vehicles to put them in when there's major wildland fires, evacuations, or other critical incidents. And then add 10 handheld radios to our inventory. When I said that, all of this could be included in our base budget, with all of our submitted budget, I think 2.8 million. If you include all the supplemental positions plus all these capital expenditures that we would like to do to catch up on that pent-up demand that's been sitting for the last decade, we will still have approximately, estimates are right now, $1.7 million left over that we've been working closely with CEO's office and their team to really focus in on getting that capital replacement plan and fund started, and then have further detailed conversations on then what does our vehicle replacement plan look like, and let's start using some of the excess revenue to build those programs in place, for when we move forward and maybe the revenues don't look as good as they do this year. So with that, I think that's officially my last slide this time.
Okay,
And I can open it up
questions?
for any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The take-home vehicles, how many current take-home vehicles are now?
I think we're up around 42.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you need 10 more for?
10 more would help, and it also offsets the vehicle replacement plan, because when a deputy sheriff, some of these vehicles run 24 hours a day. They never really get turned off. They get passed from deputy to deputy, the ones in the pool, and it's seniority based. So those other ones, when they're issued to somebody, not only are they more visible in the community, they have to live in the community in Placer County to get one. So they're more visible in their neighborhoods, they're visible in the community, and it slows down the wear and tear. They take better care of them, and they last a lot longer. They don't mile out near as fast.
Yeah, it's also a sense of comfort if there's a deputy sheriff's car in the neighborhood.
Yes. No, we get a lot of positive feedback in neighborhoods that have them.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you. A couple of comments, and you got to my question about capital expenses over time. So I appreciate you working with the CEO's office and getting that plan into place for the future. Thank you so much for sharing the crime rates and also the hazards to law enforcement. I think that's really important for us to know. And I think it would be helpful to have that information annually, so our residents really know what our crime rates are, but also, sharing the hazards is really sobering. And I think folks need to be aware of what it is that our deputies are experiencing. So I think having a snapshot of that regularly would really be helpful. And then, legislation support where it's helpful for our board to write letters of support. And, I've shared, I know you guys have a statewide sheriff's group, and that's important, but there might be opportunities where letters from local county supervisors could be helpful. And I think we can talk further about adding a plank into our county legislative efforts to be supportive where we need to be for the efforts for law enforcement.
I appreciate that. I think sometimes down at the Capitol, we can use all the help we can get.
Yeah, thank you.
We all could. Other questions?
Just after 28th year, I've done this, Wayne, and I'll echo Bonnie's comments and not be redundant, but tell you that that was an excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you also for me. And anytime we can help with legislation, we certainly will.
I appreciate that.
Thanks. Wayne, I just wanted to go back to a couple comments on your accomplishments. You mentioned a statistic that I think you said 45% increase in early retirements nationwide.
Yes.
Nationwide.
Yes.
Do you know then within our department what it looks like?
I don't know. I haven't pulled those numbers, but I know, and I can get them to you, but it did impact our operations. I mean, we had to double our recruitment efforts on the sworn side of the house. And what helped with this also is actually this backfill retired annuitant position that was kind of a roadblock in the hiring process that took some time. And now, we're getting full-time detectives that are assigned to professional standards unit that are also full-time background investigators versus part-time employees. And so they're turning those around faster and getting new employees in the door. We saw a significant exodus, not as much this calendar year, but last year. A lot of people leaving the profession, and we had to work really hard to get to where we are at that just over 4% number. A lot of people put in a lot of extra hours, and we actually doubled our recruitment efforts, working with county HR and the number of times that we host test dates just to try to get more people in the door. The applications are way down. We used to cap out at close to 400 people sometimes applying for a deputy sheriff trainee spot within a half a day. I know there was recently we had to leave a recruitment open 6 weeks, and we still maybe only had 150 or so people. But to try to look at the silver lining in that, I like to think of it as usually with those tests, we would only hire maybe a dozen or so people to send them through the academy, and almost it's natural selection. A lot of times those other 300 people that applied were never going to make it in the first place. And those 150 that we have applying truly have a calling to serve. They're wonderful young men and women, and they're stepping up at a time when it's turbulent because they really do want to make a difference. So I'm very motivated and optimistic about the quality, the type, and the motivation of the new hires that are coming into the sheriff's office right now during this turbulent time.
Appreciate that. I know there's been huge challenges, and especially when we look at the increased hazard for our officers out there. We hear those reports from you and Sheriff Bell, and the number of firearms and illegal firearms being confiscated is just really devastating to our community, and I'm certainly frightening to all of you as well. And really appreciate all the efforts. Great presentation today. I really appreciate the vehicle replacement plan and trying to budget in advance for those big pieces of equipment like boats and
Yes.
helicopters
Yes.
and other major
Airplane
equipment that we
engines,
have.
and you name it.
It just helps us plan better and not be surprised and not have those budgetary swings that can create issues. So really appreciate that and
100%.
your efforts. Any other comments or questions? Okay.
Well, thank you all for your time today and your historical support. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to shift the tables, and we are trying to make this a little less formal today. So board members, please jump in with questions and don't feel you have to wait. I don't have lights and gadgets to see you, so just jump in with your questions, and we'll have more of a conversation as we go through the day.
You might be sorry that you offered.
I know. I'll cut you off.
Okay, good.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Hello?
Okay.
Morning again, Amanda Flo, Management Analyst, County Executive. Next up to the District Attorney's budget presentation. Here with me is your District Attorney, Morgan Geyer.
Good morning. I'll just say that real quick and then turn it back over to you.
Good morning.
That's a smart man.
All right, so first up, we have the District Attorney's Office budget structure. The District Attorney's Office also falls within the Public Safety Fund. They have one cost center and 5 programs. They have general case determination, administration and fiscal management, investigations, the multidisciplinary interview center, also known as, and victim services. They also saw increases in general fund and public safety sales tax this year. And we'll talk about that a little bit as we continue. Okay, so on this slide, you'll see the year over year, a little bit of cost increases, no major variances in the District Attorney's Office. You'll notice in fiscal year 21-22, which again is our current year budget, a small $13,000 net county cost. They again started off with the balanced budget on July 1st. And so this is just changes or amendments that have happened in their budget. And it's not true net county costs that will fall to fund balance or reserves. And then next you'll see for their submitted budget, the district attorney's office has submitted a budget with a surplus as well. And with that, similar to the sheriff's office, they would like to use use this funding to pay for their requested supplemental requests, which are positions as well. And Morgan will get into that again in future slides. This is the expenses by cost center. Again, we only have one cost center here, so it's there's not much on this slide. It's very similar to the slide before, given that there is only one cost center. Again, increases over time, but nothing major to note on this one. And then from there, I'll turn it over to Morgan.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, fellow board members. It's wonderful to be here. Nice to see you all. Todd, Megan, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present on the district attorney's budget. I would like to thank Daniel and Amanda for their help working through this, and as always to Becky Riggin too for collaboration on all of our district attorney issues. I'm going to give a little context to the funded position slide. I'm going to note this is not quite to scale. That's an increase of 4 full-time employee positions from 119.
I already noted that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I gotcha.
No offense to Daniel. It goes up a little steep for 4 people. Those 4 people from last year, if you recall, was a public information assistant, as well as 3 people related to the body cams. That was 1 investigator and 2 investigative assistants. As you will see for our supplemental requests, the body cam issue will be prominent in one of our requests. But what you will see throughout my requests and sort of our accomplishments today is what we are doing despite some critical shortages in our staffing on the attorney side. That has not increased, and I will highlight that in just a moment. But we did not add any attorney staff last year. We had asked for one for the post-conviction. We have a supervisor filling that position currently, as I'll describe through similar to Under Sheriff Wu. Some of the changes in legislation are going to mandate more efforts on the post-conviction side, but generally on all things legal in our shop, the demands are just increasing given the bills that are being handed to us by the legislature. But let's talk about the good news first, because no one likes it when we talk about legislative matters in California as it relates to criminal justice. Some of our accomplishments, as you know, this week will mark my 2-year anniversary at the district attorney's office since my appointment from this board. And one of the things I had committed to was expanding our role in the community. The district attorney's office being part of conversations that we were not part of before, being present at events, hosting events, and the community really understanding who we are, what we do, and why we make the decisions that we make as it affect our residents in Placer County in the criminal justice system. Obviously, these are critically important issues that affect all of us, and our community needs to know what we do and why we do it. I had the opportunity to talk to Supervisor Gore in her newsletter about some of the non-traditional things we do in the district attorney's office, and I received a lot of feedback, mostly along the lines of, wow, I didn't know the DA's office did so much. And as you see in this first section here, we created, almost 2 years ago, we created a community outreach unit. It is staffed by a supervisor, Lisa Botwinick, who is here today. And other than my face at events, Lisa's is probably the second most associated face with the DA's office, as she is the point person to spearhead a lot of our new programs and ideas. As you will see in the list here, I won't go through all of them, but we have fully committed to being engaged. Our Citizens Academies, we are in our 3rd, despite the COVID difficulties. We were able to host in-person events. We are in our 3rd, and it has been met with tremendous success. And some folks have even asked to attend it twice, gluttons for punishment, to listen to lawyers over and over again. But they really get an eye-opening experience about what role the district attorney's office plays. They get to hear from judges, they hear from the defense bar, they hear from our law enforcement partner, and it's just been an absolutely wonderful opportunity. In addition, we are everywhere. We are at Sun City talking about elder abuse. We are at the Chambers and Rotaries talking about retail theft. We have created a speakers panel, so a high school or any organization can call the DA's office and say, I need somebody who's an expert in this particular area in criminal justice, and they will have a speaker at that event. We have expanded our victim services. As the board recalls, I was present in front of the board about a month and a half ago, I believe, talking about some grants that we obtained to create a victim services service that we are operating out of the district attorney's office, as well as expanding some domestic violence services that we will provide to our victims and survivors of domestic violence. So we are doing a lot more with our current staffing levels. I'm segueing into that need for more lawyers, because we are asking them to do more and more in addition to their day jobs. And it is critically important and fulfills our mission, our commitment to our residents in Placer County. One of the things we are most proud of is our reorganization and expansion and making more efficient our administrative and fiscal unit. As all of you are probably aware, and as Todd and Becky and Amanda are acutely aware, we had some struggles on our administrative and fiscal side. And it took quite a while to identify what we were doing and how we could do it better. And with the help of Andy Sisk and Nicole Howard from the auditor's office, as well as Amanda and Becky and Todd, we were able to sort of redesign it. We now have an administrative and fiscal operations manager, Kimi Yamanishi, who is here today. And we had the help of Barbara Basana, a longtime county employee who has worked with the sheriff's office, who has graciously been at our side to help us sort of right-size our budget, identify things we needed to do better, and positions we needed to create to make our operations and our administrative and fiscal operations unit top-notch. We added an accountant. We have an administrative technician. We have our administrative fiscal operations manager, and that, along with our staff services manager, we will have a full shop to divert the lawyer's attention away, because we had lawyers in charge of the numbers, and anyone who knows a lawyer knows that's not a good thing to have lawyers in charge of numbers. So we are getting those lawyers back to the operations side. We had our chief investigator, Mary Green, assisting in the administrative side in the short term as well. And we would like to devote all of that time and energy back to the things that those folks do best. And we are so very proud of how we have accomplished this, and are very optimistic looking forward. We've created a machine that will remain in perpetuity, and we are thankful and very proud of that effort. And most importantly, what we are proud of, one of our accomplishments is our continued successful prosecution, doing our traditional work very well. That is one thing that Placer County should be very proud of. We always will maintain violent crime as our priority. We stand ready to prosecute and hold people who hurt other people accountable. And we do that sometimes very quietly, sometimes it's in the news, but day in and day out, our lawyers are in court making sure that our victims and survivors of crime are represented, are heard, are given power and voice, and we keep our residents safe. And I think the crime rates, I won't go into them any more than Sheriff Wu did, but I'm glad he highlighted them, because Placer County is a very special place. We do have our issues. We tackle them gracefully and effectively, but we are lower than some of the other areas in the state. And I think anyone can turn on the news of the events over the last couple of weeks and seen what some other communities are struggling with. And we have a united front on our justice partners to stand ready every day to make sure that justice is done fairly, balanced, and effectively in Placer County. I put a couple of case examples. We have, as Under Sheriff Wu mentioned, the majority of our violent crime comes from our neighboring counties. Other than interfamily violence, which sadly our county has been affected by within the last couple of weeks, if people have seen in the news. But the majority of the violent crime that we see tend to be people from outside of our county. And we stand ready to prosecute those efficiently and effectively. But as I said to this board when I was appointed, the criminal justice system operates with balance, and that's what we have to do. We have to operate fairly. We have to operate with accountability, but with notions of mercy and compassion as well. For those that are struggling with issues of addiction and mental health that intersect with the criminal justice system, we have to provide programs and treatment options with accountability as a backstop. So in order to do that, we have to get creative. We can't just react traditionally the way we always have to cases. In response to that, we created our community prosecution unit. Most of that right now has been dedicated to our working group with our homelessness issues that we have participated in. We have been part of the ad hoc working group. We've been part of just about every strategic group in the county that is working on that issue, has either myself, our Chief Assistant Dave Tellman or Lisa Botwinick sitting at the table talking about ways that we can help and ways that we can help improve and provide services and accountability on the back end. In order to do that, we've had to divert attorney staff. Our community prosecution unit is something I'm very proud of. I want to expand it. We're just don't have enough bodies to do it right now. We have one supervisor. We have 2 lawyers working in that unit. They also staff our collaborative courts, which we have sort of re-energized. Our community outreach unit and our community prosecution unit has helped redefine and reorganize what was once called our homeless court that is now called our community court. And rather than it being sort of an opportunity for those that we don't really have time for in the criminal justice system to try and get them out as quickly as possible, an effort to really infuse services and identify those needs. And we have a prosecutor that attends those homelessness court, the community court, every time it is on, and works closely with our probation and our courts to identify what are those things that people need to do to find redemption and overcome their barriers. And the DA's office has been front and center in that role. The statewide challenges and impacts, the legislation has made every court appearance longer and more complicated. The case numbers aren't necessarily higher, but every court appearance requires more and more time and effort. The opportunity for relief at every stage of the criminal process has expanded, and that requires pretty thorough investigation into the case. It requires research, oftentimes written product in the form of a motion when the court wants our opinion, and then ultimately we have to litigate those issues. So an average court case back when I first started that would take a couple of hours now takes 3 times as many court appearances and a lot more written documentation and argument than it would before. So that will continue to be a challenge, which segues into our issues that we are facing. The cases get more complex. We have the obligation to inform and encourage our victims to participate in the process. And when there are more court hearings and more opportunities for defendants to be either diverted or obtain relief to get out of the system sooner, we have to engage our victims so that they have an opportunity to be heard as well. Not to mention, we just have more work to do on the front end of cases. An average case that used to take a couple of, maybe an hour to review, now takes several hours. We have lots of body camera footage. We have lots of digital footage. We have cell phone evidence. We have all of the hallmarks of our new digital age present in our criminal cases that require us to evaluate a lot more information than we ever have been before. That takes more time. It takes more resources. And then as that case navigates through the criminal justice system, it has more complexities than it ever has before. Just by way of example, there were 2 statutes that were passed last year that went into effect this year that require us anytime we want to seek any sort of additional punishment on the part for a defendant, we have to allege certain things in advance that have to be found true by the jury. Before, it would be left to the judge at the sentencing hearing, and now those issues now need to be litigated in front of the jury and found true beyond a reasonable doubt. Things like aggravating circumstances, whether or not a victim was particularly vulnerable or someone was armed with a weapon. Any of those additional things that we used to just sort of prove through the matter of course of our trial, and the judge would then take into consideration in sentencing, are now part of the fact-finding process for the jury. That has exponentially increased the duration of our trials and the complexity and the amount of litigation that is required to be done. We do it, we adapt to those changes, and we do it well. But as you see, we've done it with the same amount of lawyers since, at least as far as we could tell, 2007. We have not added attorney staff since before then. We added 1 management position, I believe in 2018, but that was taking a line level prosecutor and turning it into an upper level management position. So from 2007 to present, we went from 36 line level attorneys to 35 line level attorneys. So we're actually operating with fewer line level lawyers now than we were in 2007. And if you think of what the population and development this county has experienced, you can sort of interpret the amount of workload for each of our lawyers. Our supervisors currently are not only supervising, but they're carrying caseloads as well. They are handling cases. They are sitting on calendars when what they ought to be doing is monitoring lawyers and actually providing that guidance. They're still doing it. It just takes longer. We're doing more things with less bodies, and we are poised to be
I firmly believe, the best DA's office in the state. We just need a few more people to accomplish that. As we speak, our Chief Assistant, Dave Tellman, is down in Southern California training statewide all of the new lawyers, all of the new prosecutors in our state, how to be better trial lawyers. Placer County is literally teaching the rest of the state how to be better trial lawyers as we speak. We have investigators and lawyers constantly training others, training our justice partners, receiving training. Training is a huge aspect of our life at the Placer County DA's office, something that we have grown exponentially over the last several years and something that we are very proud of. But it's hard to do, to ask our lawyers to go to other offices and train when they have busy caseloads as well. They do it, but they need some relief. Supervisor Gore mentioned earlier to Under Sheriff Wu about some of the comparables, and I just wanted to kind of point out just a couple of those because I ran some numbers across the state. Just by way of comparison, we are roughly between 10 and 12 lawyers short of counties in our similar size. Santa Barbara County has a very similar population. They have 60 attorneys. We have 44. Tulare County, with a similar population, has 68 lawyers. Monterey County, similar population, has 60. San Luis Obispo, which has almost half of our population, has 40. They only have 4 fewer lawyers than we do in Placer County. And Solano County, with a population just a little bit over ours, has 55 lawyers to our 44. And when you run the case numbers, we run about between 10,000 and 10,500 cases a year. The rest of those counties run maximum of about 9,800 a year, most in the 7,000 to 8,000 a year. Those include cases that we are filing, that we are diverting, that we are sending to treatment, that we are sending to jail and prison, kind of runs the gamut, but our numbers are a little bit higher. As you've seen in other areas, sometimes when budgets hit, there are quality of life crimes that some agencies choose not to prosecute or enforce as vigorously. We still maintain accountability for those quality of life crimes in Placer County. That doesn't mean we just send everybody to jail. It means we hold people accountable. And that means we get creative. We are working with the probation department right now to try and develop a pre-filing diversion program, which means a way to get those who are deserving of it to have those conditions and and things that they need to do to get out of this, to not even get in the system in the first place, as opposed to being a case being filed. Here's how you get out of it. We would divert them from even being filed on in the first place. So we are trying to be creative, but that requires an attorney to staff that project, and it's difficult to do with that. So I think I've made my point that we need a few more lawyers. I won't harp on that anymore. And I will move to the second one briefly, the insufficient data storage and functionality. As we talked about with the body-worn camera, we service every body-worn camera in the county from every agency. Roseville is online. Some of our smaller departments are online. And what we've realized is we needed the investigator and the investigative assistants, but we didn't have the sufficient tools to process that data and to really analyze it and implement it. There were a few fits and starts along the way prior to this current administration, but when we identified that we were sort of paying for both systems, we said, all right, we need to transition. It's a paperless system. We were hopeful that we could manage our body-worn camera footage and a lot of our digital evidence in that case management system, but it's just not designed for that. It's designed to keep our case management system and our cases organized. It's not designed to house and organize and be able to process all of that data. So we need a way to be able to do that, and that is ultimately one of our requests is to obtain a system that will allow us to do all of that. Finally, number 3 down there, we're running out of room. Our office, we are jam-packed, especially if we have more lawyers. We need spaces for them. With additional attorneys, we may have younger or newer attorneys double up in offices, but we need some space. We have talked about the assessor space below us. That shares sort of a wall with probation down there, which would provide most likely an opportunity for our multidisciplinary interview center to be able to move down there to free up some office space up above and allow our child victims that are there for forensic interviews to be able to come in and out of the building without having to come into the sort of inner workings of the DA's office. It works now, we make it work, but space shortages is something that is affecting us. So we are hopeful to be able to, short of a brand new building, we're hopeful to at least take over some space there in the assessor's spot.
I'm all about a not a brand new building, but I want to make sure you have your space.
Well, I appreciate it. It is on good information that the current DA's office was labeled as a temporary building. I haven't seen that in writing. Someone said it was supposed to be temporary, and we're 10 years and going, and we have tried to, with our case management system going paperless, we have areas in our office, and we'll talk about that briefly. We have areas in our office that are file storage that we don't need anymore, and we're trying to get that to be training space. One of the things that we do all the time, and you will see at least once a week in our office, you will see veteran lawyers talking to younger lawyers or investigators in our office, training. There is a emphasis and a priority on training in our office, and we just don't have the space to do it. We borrow sometimes the training room from probation, we jam people in, or we try and do it virtually, but it's just not the same. So we need a good big space for training because that is a priority for our office. All right, the supplemental requests. No surprise here. We are down 10 to 12 lawyers from similar sized counties. So I am trying to appreciate fully what I am asking here. 6 full-time lawyer positions is a big ask, but it is incredibly needed. It's really our only ask other than for our use of public safety funds to fund our digital case management system. We are asking for 6 full-time deputy district attorneys. Our caseloads are high. It would be nice. We are innovating, but it's hard to innovate when you're in triage mode. It's hard to innovate when you are constantly so busy with your caseloads and your obligations to court. It's hard to pull people off and try new things. And I think one of the things that I had promised and one of the things the board, I think, had hoped is that we would do things more efficiently. We would do things that requires partnership and collaboration with our justice partners. And we have done that. And we are so excited to be able to do those things. And there's so much more we want to do. We just need to be able to do it with resources. We have the best criminal justice system in the state of California, and we can make it even better. And we can make this DA's office the flagship of the state, which I think we are on the precipice of doing. We just need to be able to do it innovatively, and that means we just need more folks to do it. And then our digital evidence system, we are in discussions with a couple of different vendors that have some pretty sophisticated systems to handle all of it that'll assist us with receiving this information from our justice partners and being able to get it ready for court. It's a lot of work to take all of that body camera footage. There are redactions that need to be made. There are things that can't be disseminated to either the general public or the defense that needs to be redacted at the outset. And we need a system that is designed to do that. So we are hopeful to be able to put that into play here in the near future. Oops, went too far. And then at the very bottom, our vehicle replacement. One of the things that we had noted when this administration first took over is we were reliant on sort of alternative restricted funds to fund a lot of our basic things that should be in the budget, like vehicles. And one of the things our administrative and fiscal team has done is to build things into the budget, to be more transparent, to be more sort of intellectually honest with how we spend the people's money. And so we built in sort of our vehicle replacement program to a year. Our investigators are incredibly busy. And much like the sheriff's office on a much smaller scale, we run through our vehicles pretty steadfastly. So that is built into the budget as opposed to relying on other sources. We have built that in. So that'll be our additional request as well. So I've done a lot of talking. I'm happy to answer questions on specific legislation or any of the issues affecting criminal justice and specifically the DA's office, but I very appreciate the support of this board and all of the various county departments. We have very good relationships. That's one of the things I'm most proud of is our ability to work with all of the departments within our county. When we need help, they give it, and hopefully they know if they need help, we offer it as well. So I will end with that and happy to answer any questions or take any comments.
I know Supervisor Holmes has a question, but I just have to make a quick comment. I don't think anybody gets more in making a budget presentation, but leave it to the attorneys. So I just say that.
The court reporters do not like that when I am in court. I have often been told to slow down, but since no one's taking down every word I say, sorry, Megan, I know you're trying. But we learn to be efficient with our words to get it in there. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I take it as a compliment.
Yes, it was.
Thank you, Morgan, for the presentation. I didn't get, how many attorneys did you say?
I can put it on the screen again.
No, that's
let me back up.
No, I just have to thank you for the amazing accomplishments over the last 2 years. It really made a difference in our criminal justice system. I've talked to police chiefs and others around the county. I really appreciate your leadership in making a more efficient district attorney's office. I have to say, I ran into a fellow over the weekend that had been to your Citizens Academy, and he asked me what your agenda was. I almost backed him. But it's just the outreach. It's really, really amazing, the amount of outreach you're doing to let people know what the district attorney's office is all about. And it's really, really comforting for me to be a supervisor and go out and explain to the community what a great job you're doing. I did have a question, and you may not be able to answer it, although there may be a connection. Is there any trouble filling juries? Is there an issue with that? Do you notice anything in that regard as far as holding up your process?
Sure. During COVID, it was obviously incredibly difficult. There were periods of time where we were shut down, but Placer County was perhaps one of the most creative counties. We picked juries in high school auditoriums. We picked juries in the Sierra College Theater so that we could spread people out. I mean, the justice system was affected during COVID. It was probably affected the least in Placer County. We still did jury trials when we could, because victims, survivors, defendants all have a right to access to justice, and their cases, when they stop, justice gets delayed and denied. So it's a little more challenging. There's a little more weariness of folks, and I think those that have, might have otherwise said, well, I have a reason to get out of it, but I'll just go anyway. Much like those, like Under Sheriff Wu talked about, those who could retire would retire a little later. Those who could get out of jury duty might try a little harder. But by and large, I think most of the folks that end up arriving for jury duty are engaged and interested in how the system works. Most people find jury service to be very interesting and a rewarding experience, even though sometimes the issues are very intense. And we just concluded a very long, intense, victim-sensitive trial, and the jurors were very engaged. Even the alternates came to the verdict, even though they weren't responsible for delivering the verdict. They were engaged. So I think, yes, logistically, there have been some challenges. I think Placer has overcome them as best they could, and we still suffer a few of those effects. But by and large, I think we're weathering the storm quite well, and we're back to basically full steam ahead in the courts. I will respond to your comment about my agenda, because that's an easy one to answer. My agenda is to educate our community about these issues, because there's a lot of decisions that get made at the state level in Sacramento that affect how decisions get made in the criminal justice system. And the only way to change those, if they're not good, or to affect them, to make them good, is to know how it works and to know who's making the decisions at the local level and what we should expect from our legislators at the state level. And unless people understand how the system works and how they can change it, then we're stuck with what we get. And we are a loud enough and vocal enough and engaged enough county that we shouldn't be stuck with what comes out of Sacramento. We should be helping to guide it. So the more people come in and will listen to me talk about these issues, that's my agenda, is to inform our public so they can help improve our criminal justice system.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was a little much of a soapbox. I'll get back off of
that. Thank you so much. No more questions.
Other questions, board members, comments? Well, the statistics you provided, the comparisons with the other counties are quite helpful, I think, as we determine supplemental requests. I mean, I think it goes across all departments. It's always great to look at those comparisons. And so I'd love to get those.
Absolutely.
And really appreciate that you're 10 or 12 short, but you're asking for only 6.
I try and be reasonable.
That's a cup half full, right?
Absolutely. See? Well, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak and discuss these issues with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Great job for you and your team. Can we take a quick 5-minute break while we reset? So, okay. That's all right. That's my mother's Girl Scout leader in me. Yes.
Tell troops what to do.
Yes, well, thank you. Okay, thanks for the quick break. We thank Morgan for talking so fast so we could get a break in here. And Marshall, I guess we're turning it over to you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I think our timing is perfect because after our sheriff's department goes out and arrests individuals and keeps our community safe, our DA prosecutes them, and then they give them to us to fix. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So probation falls right in line with that. Again, thank you, board, for your support over the last year and all of the great projects that we've brought forward and been able to accomplish. And I'll turn it over to Amanda to jump in, and we'll move down to Chris, and I'll finish up. Thank you.
Great, good morning.
Good morning.
So we are now on probation, Marshall said. So for the first slide, this is the budget structure of the probation department. They also fall within the public safety fund. So again, they receive a portion of the 51% general fund, discretionary general fund. They also get public safety sales tax and AB 109. Probation also received additional public safety sales tax this year, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. Some of the programs in here are administrative leadership, adult alternative sentencing, just kind of highlight some adult pretrial services, adult reentry prep. The other ones are up there listed for you. Moving into this slide, this is the revenue expense comparison for the last few years for the probation department. Again, just trending up, which is expected. Nothing major to note here. Similar to the last two departments' presentations, there is a net county cost shown in this current fiscal year. Again, it's likely rebudgets or adjustments that have been made, but there is no net county cost. It will be funded with either reserves or with available fund balance. And Daniel mentioned earlier that this is a point-in-time budget, and so as it shows, the fiscal year 22-23 department submitted budget is balanced, and in fact, that the department submitted a budget with a surplus of revenue. It was just the way that we were showing that what was submitted, that it was showing as an expense and a revenue coming in, but there is actually a surplus of roughly $500,000 in the probation department as submitted, and they too would like to set that money aside for capital replacement. This is the expense by cost center. So again, similar to the DA's office, there is one cost center in the probation department. So very similar to the last slide. Nothing really to note here. This is the funded allocations for probation. You can see it has remained flat since fiscal year 2019-20. That's not to say that there have not been changes within the probation department's classifications. They have done a lot of work to reclassify some of their positions to set themselves up for succession planning in the future. And I'm happy to note there are no supplemental requests for probation, and I think this is where, yep, I'll turn it over to Chris.
Good morning. Just to cover the capital expenditures, I guess off the top, it's important to point out that all of them are accounted for within the submitted budget. So there are no supplemental requests in this. We can do it with the revenues that were allocated for us to work with coming out the gate. And a lot of it is just catch up, as talked about with some of the other public safety departments earlier this morning. We've got JDF cameras, storage, and software replacement. The last time we touched the equipment in the juvenile detention facility was in 2014, and we added a few cameras and we added the storage system, and it's time that that equipment gets replaced. We've worked with county IT in concert with them, and so now we're working with Sonatrol to look at one of a couple of different improved solutions to implement there. We're also looking to purchase a training simulator software package for the department, and if approved, it would be a virtual reality-based training simulator, and it ensures the officers are trained to current standards and are proficient in de-escalation techniques. So we're researching several vendors. But we're hoping for a system that allows our instructors maximum input throughout the process of the trainings to make sure that any critical incident that our staff faces, that they're acting consciously as they're going through the situation rather than reacting based on a script. So, and then, as I said, some catch-up projects. The interior of the juvenile detention facility has not been painted in its entirety since it was built out in the year 2000. And so we feel that needs to get accomplished, as well as the lobby and interview rooms, which get a lot of use at both the Auburn Justice Center and the Santucci Justice Center. We are hoping to acquire 2 new vehicles. One of those would be for our work with the PCSO Spec Ops Group. And part that's coordinated focus on addressing the availability of fentanyl in our community. Pickup truck for expansion of the adult work release program. So, and then finally, the 5 two-way radios. 4 of them actually just complement the 2 vehicles. Each vehicle needs a built-in radio as well as a handheld radio for the officers to take into the field. And then we need a additional handheld radio in the juvenile detention facility for the staff there. So be happy to answer any questions about any of these proposed expenditures.
Great.
No?
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to the chief.
Great, thank you. Looking at the first and second bullet points there. Throughout the last year, our probation officers have worked diligently maintaining our risk-based supervision approach, which is how we address and deal with individuals on probation, classifying them by risk to the community and identifying different ways to meet their needs as far as rehabilitation and changing and making change. And we did that throughout the pandemic, all in person. We were equipped out in the field, doing the job, getting things done, because to do these, you need to be out there and seeing these individuals. So, from our perspective, our office, working from home or remote was not an option. So I'd like to commend our staff for coming in every day and doing a great job. I think throughout that year, some of those risk-based community supervision approaches and the things that we did, we've tried to capture some of those in a brochure that's sitting here. I think I passed it out to everybody for the board to take a look at when you have time. That brochure is also in the back of the room and was also posted last night on our webpage as well for the public. But a few of those highlights over the last year with our department, we completed over 6,300 probation sentencing reports. Those are risk-based reports provided to potentially provide guidance to the court on recommendations for sentencing. We also at any time during the last year have had over 400 people on our pretrial programs. Those people on the pretrial programs could potentially impact our jail system, meaning they could be in custody. So we utilize that program on a risk-based approach with correspondence from the court and DA's office, public defender's office, to keep the right people out of jail on programs so we can keep the right people in jail that need to be there. We've also expanded the CHIPPR program, which we're very excited about, and we continue to work in our communities. We're catching up from the snow, and we're hopefully going to be up soon, but it's a great partnership that we have for that program, and we are going to be working hard this summer. Also, during the last year, we completed over 29,000 personal contacts with individuals on probation. Those are office visits, those are field visits, those are any kind of person visits that we, and these are just the adults. We went out in the community. They need to be seen. They need direct communication for accountability purposes, and to give them a little nudge to get into programs and services to help them change their lives. In doing that, we completed 2,800 assessments, assessing them for their what they need to be successful. Programs, services, AA, NA, batters programs, you name it. We utilize our assessments to help get them in the right programs. Also very excited about, which I know you've heard about, our outreach vehicle. Coincidentally, just about 5 minutes ago, I got a text from our probation officer, and they are right now in the Roseville community, looking and bringing services to the homeless camps throughout Roseville this morning. And they're also riding through a couple of homeless camps on our new mountain bikes that we have. So we now have 2 probation officers riding mountain bikes and the HHS practitioner together, going through the community getting services to that population. As always, we're always very proud of our reentry program. Everything comes and goes through there. And that program has been in place for some time, and we continue that throughout the last year, along with our construction training program as well. In the juvenile arena, we continue to operate a safe and secure juvenile detention facility. We've had over 3,700 contacts with kids in our communities and families, and we average contacts with early diversion type programs of over 200 kids per quarter. And that's pretty substantial with our relationships with CSOC and the concepts of keeping kids out of the system. I mentioned a few minutes ago about the homeless population. Like I said, we continue to work with that, and also work with our Sheriff's Department and our practitioners together. They're out there again. Speaking of partnerships, I think that it's important to note that we have been working with the DA's office on a pre-file diversion. Now, I will note that pre-file sounds like pre-trial, so I need to get used to this a little bit, but it is a program where we can divert appropriate approved adults through that potential new deputy attorney and really divert the right cases. And the reason that I think that's important, kind of to elaborate a little bit more on that, is over the years, I mentioned when I started this project, you know, everything comes from the sheriff, the DA, and it comes to us. But oftentimes we see cases that come to us that are low risk, and they were low risk to begin with. Somehow somebody had a crime, a charge happened, it was a misdemeanor crime, it was a low-level type offense, and then there was a warrant. And then that person got picked up, and then they had a PTA, and then now they got another crime. And all of a sudden, that single low-level misdemeanor crime, whatever that was, becomes a multiple count petition. And frankly, sometimes the system gets mad. At some point, you've had numerous violations, you're still doing it, and now we have that low-level case that maybe we could have diverted at the very beginning, now going to our jail, becoming friends with the other population that are there, and it's not really a good outcome. So I'm very excited about it, so I'll have to say it. I'm going to make a pitch for our DA's office for that position, because I think it's critical for our justice system as well. And if you think about it, going back to the Placer County Master Plan, that was a key component in that master plan back then, was to create an early diversion program to help balance the system so we can keep the right people in jail, the right people in court, prosecute the right people, and divert the people that need to be diverted. So we're very excited about that, and we look forward to that opportunity as well. I do think that when you look at that, I know Morgan mentioned some of the diversion programs, and a few years ago, I never thought that I would be able to have a partnership with our DA's office and have them working in our reentry program and have them thinking outside the box. So that is a direct result of Morgan and his professionalism and the fact that he gets criminal justice. So we're very excited about that. I'll note on our middle bullet point, going back one, Amanda mentioned a little bit ago, but we have restructured the supervisor position at our juvenile facility and in the field. Traditionally, it was two separate career paths. But we changed that recently because we wanted to have the ability to, the flexibility with that position to really have fully trained individuals and people running our facility, as well as working out in the field. And what that does is that means that we have a supervisor working in our department 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That means when law enforcement calls in the middle of the night and they want to ask a question and they get the person working juvenile hall, that person now can answer any question about our department and get them in the right direction. More importantly, that has now allowed us to expand office hours. We're open until 7 p.m. And we have staff working in the field, in the office until 7 p.m. now, so we can engage with those offenders that are having jobs, hopefully on a right track, and provide evening type operations, as well as accountability and field contacts. We've also increased hours, so we have staff now working on the weekends. We have staff working in both jails on the weekends. Our pretrial programs, getting people out of jail, getting them onto electronic monitoring or the scram alcohol monitoring devices and so forth. And we also include our mobile crews working in the community, doing cleanup and stuff like that. So That is a direct result of that reclassification. And the best part about it, we did it with no additional resources and no additional allocations. It was just simply a reclassification and a better use of our staff. So, for the next one. I think emerging issues in department priorities, we can talk about legislation, we can talk about different things, but I put one up there because I think it's the most important. Everybody's having a difficult time keeping staff, retaining staff. You heard our undersheriff talk about retirements. A few years ago, about 3 years ago, we were fully staffed. All of our positions were full. Today we have 12 vacancies. And we are continuously struggling to fill those positions. Historically, our recruitments for our juvenile facility, we would open up a recruitment and we would have 100 applicants, maybe more. I think the last time we had it opened up a few weeks ago, we had roughly 15 to 12. So again, the pools are limited for lots of different reasons. And I think that that's going to be a difficult thing for us in the future. Because over the years, we've done some great programs and services, and we need to be able to keep the positions full and keep the ability moving forward with those positions. Another comment we have is the background process. You know, we need to make sure that our individuals that are that want to work are appropriate and appropriate to be a peace officer in the state of California. We have certain rules and guidelines that we have to follow, and we need to make sure that we can find those people. So I think that's going to be our biggest challenge here in the future. Just for example, we had the staff hired, went through the background process, which takes weeks. We ended up working 2 months, I think. This person's old boss called back and said, hey, I'll pay you some more money. She gave a notice the same day. And that's a struggle because we are continuously chasing the staff to do the job. So again, I know this is a problem everywhere, so it's not the first time we've heard about it, but it is something that I think is a serious issue. And hopefully we can move forward and get some good staff hired. But on that note, I do really respect the decisions you have to make. And I think that I have a board that's very supportive, so thank you for that. We have some great programs, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Marshall. Board members?
Yeah, thank you, Marshall, for your presentation, and thank you for the leadership that you've done in the criminal justice system. I know it's, I'm really proud of the prep program, as you know, and all the things that your staff does. I'm a little bit interested in the early diversion program. Do you need a manager or supervisor for that position? Is it in progress now?
It's in progress now, and I'll just be straight up. What we need for that program is we need our DA to have support with an attorney to review all those cases. I'm not an attorney, so I don't want to speak on it.
Yeah.
But that's the type of program, and the best way to describe it is citations and arrests come in, that attorney is going to review them. There's going to be a pile to file, and then a pile to divert. And they need the ability to help us with that. And not to mention participate in prep activities, graduations from our Prop 47 program. I think it's truly beneficial if the person who is graduating from a program, they went through the justice system, to sit down next to them and see that there's a DA right there supporting them, telling them a good job, and that's an incredible experience.
So are you encouraging us to hire more district?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to be clear.
Morgan, you can pay me later.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks. Fun.
Chief, I want to say thank you, and thank you for the hard work you and your team have done, especially during COVID. I know I saw your folks out there in Roseville, sitting outside at the train station every week. So continuing to do a good job. And I appreciate the creativity, right? That how do we get to the homeless that are living in our trails and our creek beds? We use a mountain bike, right? So I just really appreciate the creativity and the willingness to work together with the district attorney's office to make sure we really focus on the worst level offenders and give them what they deserve, and then address opportunities for people to get job education and really get them out of the system and into a place of doing so much better. So I just want to say thank you.
And I'll just add, Marshall, that I think our criminal justice system is really pointed in the right direction now. Your department, even before you were in your current position, was a leader in initiating that, but you've taken it to a really high level, and it's really exciting to see it roll out, and the hope for the future is grand. So thanks.
And I also want to say that I really appreciate your program for trying to get those minimal offenders on track before they get so deeply involved in the criminal justice system. And I highly support that kind of program, although I think it's going to take a lot of manpower and a lot of work, but great job.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Really appreciate the report and the innovation you've brought. And the one comment I'd have, similar to others, is if you can provide us comparisons with other counties of our size with the caseloads and the types of programs you're providing. I always think our constituents want to know what we're doing differently here in Placer County to achieve in our whole criminal justice system the success we've had. So any numbers like that or any information, I know you know these more than I, it's really quite helpful, and really appreciate the innovation and the service you're providing at our county. So thank you, Marshall.
Great, well, thank you.
And thank you, Marshall, for this.
Yeah, and thanks for the report. That probably covers some of what I just asked. Yeah, yeah.
Thanks, Marshall.
So starting my career here in Placer as a deputy DA, can I just also chime in that I think that the DA supplemental request should be granted.
Boy, he paid everybody off, didn't
No, I just want to say thank you very much, Madam Chair and board members and staff, and to offer by way of explanation why Laura is not present today with her blessing. She did have a death in the family. So there's a second in command. And with that, I will turn it over to Amanda.
Okay, we are now on Child Support Services budget presentation. Again, Amanda Flo, Management Analyst, County Office. We'll start off here with the budget structure for the Child Support Services budget. They are within their own fund. This is not a county general fund budget. So there is a small amount of general fund within the budget, and I'll explain that in a little bit. For they're fully funded with state and federal funds. And within their structure, they have 5 programs. So you'll see here it's collections, court orders, customer assistance, partnerships and outreach, and paternity establishment. And then we'll move on to the Child Support Services revenue and expense comparison. So I did mention that Child Support Services is 100% federally and state funded. Again, a non-general fund department. 5 years ago, the County Executive Office creatively added a $50,000 general fund contribution in the budget. Typically, this is not spent, but this allows the department to be able to pull down and maximize the funding without exceeding their expenditure authority. So it provides sort of a cushion because they can bill back to the state over and above their allocations based on their expenditure. So this just provides them a little bit more flexibility to draw down to the dollar without going over their expenditure authority. You'll notice a slight increase from fiscal year 21-22 to the next year. And then in fiscal year 22-23, there's a decrease. And this just is due to the part of the creative budgeting that we have within this department to try and maximize revenues and funding. So I did mention that the initial federal state allocation can be increased. The Child Support Services Department submits a budget to the state, and with that they can go back and get the additional allocations if there is money left over in the state. Again, here you'll see the expense by cost center. Child Support Services has a single cost center. So not much here to note. Funded positions within Child Support Services also remained flat over the last few years. To note at this point, while they do have 47 total funded FTEs, 35 are currently filled within this department.
So if I could hop in with that, just a note, to steal from something that Morgan said, it's incredibly difficult to innovate when you are operating with triage. And I think what we have seen is in the last year, some were not, some have left the state. So kind of of 4 recruitments, and we plan in the probably next 3 or 4 months. We do have open recruitments right now for a child support attorney position, an admin clerk, an executive secretary, and then child support specialists. With regard to the child support specialists, we are hoping to be able to fill 5 of those positions. Again, this will depend upon, the governor's budget as well, the ability for our State Department to do mid-year reallocations, and just basically the budget projections. But this is our lowest staffing level in the last 7 years, and it's been fairly difficult to navigate. So,
And with that, I'll turn it over to Tammy. I'm going to give you a little bit more microphone.
so I did want to briefly talk about the child support services, the very first graph, if you will, that talked about, I would like to highlight our partnerships within the county. We're really proud of that, and I'll get to that in the next slide as well. But, we do work with other county departments, and I think a lot of people don't understand the necessity of doing that, and to be a good neighbor. So I know you've heard about the DA Citizens Academy, and we've been privileged to host that for them in our department because we have the space to do so, and we're excited to do that again. We also have an MOU with the DA's office, which we have for over a decade now, and they provide a DA investigator to handle our service of process needs. That is something that we are negotiating the possibility of increasing. We currently use a retired annuitant for that. When AB 5 was enacted a few years ago, our costs for using a private firm went up by about 17%. So we had actually sat down with the DA's office at the time and said we may need another half FTE for this. Again, these types of things that we've heard before, legislative enactments that impact your department in a way that is really, I think, largely unforeseen by the legislature, that we've had to navigate. We've also worked with the library with regard to our backpack giveaways for our kids, and veterans for their stand down. We are excited to participate in that whenever we're given the opportunity. So I just wanted to highlight some of that. Also with regard to the state budget, as some of you know, there has been, for child support, they are anticipating an increase of a little bit over $20 million for the local assistance. With the federal match, that would take it a little bit over $60 million. The local assistance is also encompasses the State Department of Child Support Services. So it's not as if all of that money would go to local child support agencies. It would be also divided within the state at their discretion. I think the next slide, accomplishments. This is my favorite slide. I just have to say, I know I've talked to some of you in the past few weeks, so this may not be the first time that you have heard this, but for the 3rd year in a row, your Placer County Department of Child Support Services is #1 in the state in our federal performance measure performance. The exciting thing about that also is that we are increasing the distance between us and #2. And at a time when we are so low staffed, it's just extraordinary. And I just have to give a huge shout out to our staff. They are rock stars. They work so hard. We have done this through telework as well, and maintain our customer service throughout the pandemic. That's been a challenge, but if you had asked any of us in management 3 years ago if we could have provided the services that we provide remotely, we would have laughed at you. I think the thing that made it feasible this year is, not this year, but in light of the pandemic, is We were not the only ones that were forced to change. The court was forced to change. The State Department was forced to change the recognition of electronic signatures, the court rules, all sorts of things it was again, another perfect storm that allowed us to do our job remotely and not just do our job really well. We also lead the state in not just performance, but the way we export our expertise. We have worked with several other local child support agencies in the last year. They look to us for guidance in all sorts of areas, which is great. We work with San Joaquin, San Luis Obispo, San Francisco, Shasta, Yolo, Madero. We also have an MOU with Eastern Sierra to provide them attorney services. They've been struggling also with recruitment in a vast land area to find an attorney who can appear. But when their court said we will accept remote appearances, they reached out to us and said, you guys have great attorney staff. Can you handle this? We drafted an MOU and we provide remote attorney appearances and handle their caseload, which is also one of the benefits of having a statewide child support system. I can sit in my office in Placer County and I can look at a case in Madera or Los Angeles and see what is going on with it. So that's a wonderful opportunity. We also are exploring the possibility of partnering with Placer IT. Many of you know that our computer system is, we kind of operate on a hybrid because we have to use the statewide child support database. But we are and have been working with Placer IT to explore the possibility of capturing some efficiencies there, security needs and that type of thing, so we don't duplicate expenses and needs. Some of the other things that we are excited about embracing the future of the program. We have been tapped by the State Department of Child Support Services to assist them in several of their pilot attempts to determine, the best practices for various things, including some of our locate tools to locate people who owe support and that type of thing. We also have been asked to handle what is being called flexible case management. That is kind of the State Department of Child Support's pivot to answering customer service with a concierge type of mentality that would allow our customers to pick and choose the types of services that they wanted to avail themselves of, which is really revolutionary. And it's exciting that California is going to be leading the way in that, and we're going to be one of the counties leading the way as well. For our department specifically, I think a lot of it, for the state, a lot of it has to do with the California now has in the trailer bill language some legislative fixes that adopt the Flexibility, Efficiency, and Modernization Final Rule Act that was passed at the federal level in 2016. California is finally getting around to adding some of those legislative fixes. Our department, though, has been working along those lines, and that's the way we've done business for a number of years already, or why a case could be closed and the federal regulation, we closed it. And so now finally the rest on board. So we're excited about that. We also have just recently begun department-wide domestic violence training, which, especially when you're looking at the possibility of employing flexible case management, having staff who understand trauma-based delivery of services, trauma-informed delivery of services. Proud to be leading the state in this. I think we're one of the first who have asked the state to come in and give it to our staff as a whole, instead of the state offering, the classes, and any child support specialist throughout the state could. We said, we need it for the whole department. Please come in and provide it. The same way we did a few years ago with the ALICE training that's offered by the county, because it's important and our staff needs to know it, and that's the way we believe we're the best at what we do. So let's go to the next slide. Is that, oh, that's me. Sorry, this changed again yesterday. I was supposed to have my finance officer, who now has to isolate. Yes, it's been a comedy of errors. So our department allocation, as Amanda was saying, it's 34% state funded, 66% federal. With regard to the budget advocacy, most of you know we are a member of the California Child Support Directors Association, CSDA. They have partnered with an advocacy firm, and they have been making the asks around the Capitol. What they were actually asking for was a little bit more, $49 million in state general fund revenue, which would be 147 with the drawdown. But as I mentioned previously in the governor's budget, there's an allocation of about a little bit over $20 million that we're anticipating. So I imagine that advocacy at the state level will still continue. Most of you guys know that in 2019, we had some major hiccups with regard to our budget. There was supposed to be, after some budget hearings, a 3-year glide path to increasing the funding by about $50 million. So that was going to be increased a third a year for 3 years. Well, then the pandemic hit. And not only did they say, well, you're not getting what you got last year, which was that initial increase. We're taking you down below that even. And so we had some days, and I believe that Laura had this conversation with you all last year. There were some days that we got numbers from the state twice in a day that our allocation was going to be changing with different numbers. So it's kind of like throwing jello on the wall. It's been fairly challenging, but I think at this point we are fairly confident that we will not have any problems. As you'll see, there's no other additional supplemental requests for us. The staffing situation, always an issue. As I mentioned, it's been a perfect storm, which is why we ended up right now down 25% with some unexpected retirements and people just actually leaving the state who were not of retirement age, but just felt the need to extricate themselves. We've also had some opportunities missed because we could not meet salary and benefits requirements of people that we thought would be a great fit for our department. With regard to our public profile, you may or may not be aware that the caseload for Placer County has been declining. We're down about 2% year over year for the past 4 or 5 years, which interestingly, it mirrors the state of California. Some of that is legislative related, the referrals that we used to get as a department that are no longer happening. It also mirrors the federal numbers as well. So the federal numbers across the country for child support matters have been declining as well. We also have a change in allowable costs, which have loosened up some of the outreach expenses that we're able to do, which in the past have come out of pocket from your staff members because they were not considered allowable expenses because we are 100% grant funded. That definition has changed a little bit, so we hope to have the ability to do a lot more outreach. We do partner with agencies like Kids First and their Fathers First program. So we are out in the community. We do take opportunities like that and avail ourselves of those opportunities. But as Morgan said earlier, it's hard to innovate when you're in triage mode. So eventually when we get fully staffed, we anticipate that we will have much more opportunity to get the word out about what we do as a department and why we're so thrilled to be here and to do what we do and to do it in Placer and to have these relationships with other departments and county staff and this board who has always been just so willing to embrace what we do and thankful for what we do. So I think that's
Great.
Yeah, there are no supplemental requests or capital expenditures for child support services.
Well, thanks for pitching in, Tammy, and our condolences to Laura. Please pass that on. Are there comments or questions from the board? It's pretty straightforward.
I would say congratulations on your 3rd year in a row. That's
Thank you.
outstanding.
Thanks very much.
To the whole team. That's really outstanding results.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, got the whole team. I saw the others.
Well, good morning, everybody. Must be an important day because I'm wearing a suit. Ryan Ronco, your clerk, recorder, registrar of voters. And with me is Steve and I, your assistant recorder, registrar of voters. Lisa Kramer, who apparently bailed out and sat in the audience, your assistant clerk. And Leslie, our administrative and fiscal officer, who has, how many days now are you with our department, Melissa? 7 days. And part of her initiation is, she doesn't know this, she's giving the presentation. So,
Baptism by fire.
no. We are your county clerk recorder elections office. With me for his first and only presentation in the morning is Greg Bills, who will go over all the important numbers that we have. So, Greg.
Thank you. Thanks, Ryan. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Greg Bills, Management Analyst with your CEO office. This first slide represents the core functions and programs for the department, the clerk services, elections, and recording. In fiscal year 21-22, the clerk, recorder, and elections adopted budget had a net county cost of $3.1 million and a requested net county cost of $3.6 million for fiscal year 22-23. The requested budget includes $1.1 million in rebudgeted funds and $1 million in supplemental requests. Included in fiscal year 22-23, the submitted budget were rebudgets that were not expended in this fiscal year, and all the supplemental requests. If we extract those numbers, the expenses are $11,674,760, which are closely in line with last year's numbers. The funded positions were held flat at 52 from the prior year. And later on in the presentation, there's a supplemental request for 3 personnel positions that we'll be talking about later on. With that, I will now turn the presentation back over to Mr. Ryan Russell. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate that. Excellent. So let's see if I do this right. Hey, look at that. So we had many accomplishments this past year. We're going to highlight 3 of them for you. First off, our office was able to stay open during the pandemic, and that's important. Being able to continue to offer wedding ceremonies, being able to have an office where people could come to be able to get their vital records, get their documents recorded. And that is obviously in huge part to the wonderful staff that we have in the clerk recorder elections office, who found creative ways to be able to continue to offer those services, who were there day in, day out, to be able to still offer services to the public. So huge kudos to them for that. We also were able to conduct the 2021 gubernatorial recall election during the pandemic as well. And the state still frowns on my office handing out ballots to our staff and having them count them at home. I don't know why, but they don't want us to count ballots at home. So we had to be in the office. But even more importantly than that, we found ways to be able to allow the public to still come in and view the elections process. While many county departments were closing up shops to the public because of the concerns around the pandemic, our office found ways to be able to allow the public to still view the election. I'll highlight one of those for you. During an election, people are always very curious about how we verify signatures on the outside of vote-by-mail ballot envelopes. And a lot of public like to come and watch that process. Unfortunately, the process is such that in order to watch it, you have to get really close to the technician that is doing the signature verification. And oftentimes that person might be right over the shoulder of the technician. But because of our creative IT team and our staffers, we found a way to be able to mirror the monitor that our technician uses to be able to view signatures, be able to put that at a distance of 6 feet away from that technician, where a person could be able to see the keystrokes, see the actual operation as that technician was working. So not separated in a room where they're just looking at a monitor, but being able to see the technician working, but also be able to see up close and personal their own monitor that was far away from the technician, so that we could be able to maintain that 6 feet of distance that was required. So we found ways to be able to offer services and viewing the election so that people felt comfortable that their election was secure and accurate. And then we also, as we see in the slide, partnered with the Election Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center, which is known as EISAC, to be able to provide even stronger cybersecurity and election protections that we had over and above what we've always had in Placer County. We have many emerging issues and departmental priorities. Number one we highlight for you is keeping up with Public Records Act requests. I don't think we're very unique in that in the county. I think there are many departments that are seeing an uptick in this. However, we have not seen any slowdown really in our office since the November 2020 general election for the public asking for Public Records Act requests. I have a lot of respect for the person who did this, and I'm not going to name the person who did this, but one of the requests was a handwritten request, Public Information Act request, for every receipt for every purchase we had made in the Clerk Recorder Elections Department for the last 10 years. As a highlight for, that takes a lot of time to be able to put together. And we're happy to honor them. That is part of the law. We want to be transparent, but there are a lot of them that come through. Communicating election law changes to the voters has also been a challenge for us, especially in this era where changes are happening rapidly. We have seen monumental changes in the way that we offer services in the elections office. And change can also happen not just legislatively anymore, but now through executive order. And so to be able to respond to those and communicate those changes out quickly is very important. In fact, we had a change. We had a bill, SB 504, which was passed this year, signed into law last Thursday, which changes the way we have to construct our voter information guides for voters this coming election, this June. So to be able to stay on top of those things takes a talented staff and obviously some dedication. And then the final highlight, redistricting. You're all intimately aware with the redistricting process, so I won't belabor this point, but I will highlight that redistricting might be done for the state and done for the county, but it's not done for the cities. It's not done for the special districts or school districts. So we are working with those jurisdictions right now to be able to get their changes for their boundary lines. That's going to affect at least 20, maybe as many as 30 districts, school districts, special district cities in Placer County. And we're going to have to implement those once we finish counting ballots for the June election, but before candidates file in mid-July for the upcoming election cycle in November. So our work still continues for redistricting in the Clerk Recorder Elections Office. I'm going to highlight some supplemental requests for you now. We have many. This first slide shows all the human requests that we have, including a public information assistant. Wendy and her communications team does an outstanding job for us. And I don't mean to even imply that she's not doing the work for us. She's doing a great job, and we're going to continue to partner with her quite a bit because there's a lot of information we have to get out of our office, especially at election time. But to be able to manage those Public Information Act requests and to be able to manage a social media account really would help to have somebody that's embedded in our office that really understands everything that we do. So we're looking to try to augment our staff with somebody that fits that bill. We also need a training and outreach coordinator. Quite frankly, it's something that we've needed for a while. Somebody that has those talents to be able to train and perform outreach, which are different than a regular technician's capabilities, generally speaking. And so we would love to be able to find that right person that can be able to train our poll workers, to be able to do the high school voter outreach programs, all that stuff that we currently like to do and we need to do well. We would like to get somebody that fits that bill. And then finally, another technician in our vote by mail unit. Placer County, seems like ages ago, but it was only just a couple of elections ago when we had people that would sign up as permanent vote by mail voters. Imagine that concept. And they would request a ballot be mailed to them before every election. 80% of our voters were signed up for that. Now we live in a world where you don't request a vote by mail ballot anymore. You get a vote by mail ballot sent to you. And in the last two elections where that has been an emergency regulation and not the law, we've seen 95% of our voters vote by mail ballot, and only 5% of our voters coming into polls to vote. So now that is law, and going forward, we are always going to have to mail ballots to people, whether they request them or not. We don't see that that's going to reduce. We think that that will probably continue to increase. So as that section of our office increases, and we have all the regulations that we still need to perform for all other people that are doing duties, we'd like to augment that staff with one more person, reflecting the fact that we have more that we have to do there. Not just counting ballots, but also providing vote by mail drop-off locations by law and all of that. So those are the human supplemental requests. We have quite a few non-human supplemental requests too. Our slide points out a few of them. We have a sinking fund that we ask your board every year to throw $500,000 into, so that we can have some money set aside for the day that we will replace our voting system that we currently use. As we've discussed, your board has discussed many times today, it's better to have money set aside for these purchases rather than me coming to you in a couple of years and saying, we need now about $5 million to be able to purchase a new voting system. We're currently in the second, well, let's see, we signed a contract with our current voting system vendor in 2019. That contract is a 7-year contract. So $500,000 a year would be perfect for us to be able to then eventually come to you and look about replacing a system. So if you see fit, we would ask for another $500,000 in that sinking fund. We have an ask for a redundant server that manages our data management ballot sorting system. As all of you have seen, that's a very important part of our process. We used to do that by hand. Thank goodness we don't do it by hand anymore, but our current system is at end of life, and so we'd like to replace that. And we actually have $169,000, almost $170,000 in a fund that was approved by voters back in 2002, which is referred to as the Voting Modernization Act. And there's a board that we go to get that money. And we're asking for approval of about $170,000 to defer some of the costs of that new replacement system. We also need another invoice as well for those days when we can have 2 of them operating. So we have a need for $36,000 for that, and $27,000 of it can be offset by the Modernization Board. And then finally, a redundant server for the vote counting side of our house at a cost of $10,000 with hopefully $8,000 subvented by this Voting Modernization Board. Our projected capital expenditures, the first 5 bullet points that we have here for you are actually just the things that I just talked about. So we can run through those fairly quickly, but the 6th bullet is new. We're asking for $67,000 for Kodak Archive Writer. That would be subvented 100% by our Micrographics Trust Fund, so no additional cost to the county. And did I click it forward? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, and then modular map storage bins, $327,000 at our new Atherton office to be able to replace the map storage bins that we currently use. This would again be fully funded 100% by the Micrographics Trust Fund. $16,000 for a viewer, printer, microphone, viewer graphics trust funds. And for those of you that pay attention to my budget deeply, once again, we're asking for $700,000 to replace the clerk recorder data management system, the software system that we use over there. You guys always approve it every year because it's 100% paid for by our trust funds. But we are so busy, we never get around to being able to make that purchase. So we asked for it so that we can do it if things slow down. You guys always say, yes, that's great. You can pay for it with your trust funds if you get around to it. So we're asking once again for that. I believe that is everything for us, unless you have questions.
Great, thank you, Ryan. Questions?
No, you're busy,
Yeah,
busy,
your
busy.
accomplishments are outstanding. And again, what was our ranking as far as voter participation in the state?
So for the, yeah, for the gubernatorial recall, we were actually, we had the 6th highest turnout in the state of California. And the 5 counties ahead of us, when you add their voter registration numbers all together, don't even equal Placer County. So we're talking about 5 very small counties. I mean, Marin's not a small county, but smaller than Placer County and all the rest of the counties. So we had incredible turnout in the November 2020 presidential election, 88.3% turnout here in Placer County. And, you know, that is amazing. We're lucky. We have a lot of people moving in that are bringing very good voting habits with them. We have an engaged, informed electorate here in Placer County. But it also means that we have very clean voter rolls here in Placer County. You can't get numbers like that if you have a bunch of names on the list that are not going to show up. So kudos again to our staff who, and people like Steve and Lisa, who think of great ways to be able to make sure that we're looking everywhere and using every resource available to cull our voter lists of any deadwood that's out there.
That's great.
You know, I do have a question, and that is, Ryan, with the now permanent absentee ballots that are being mailed out, how much reduction are you doing and consolidation are you doing of polling places?
So the state in their infinite wisdom have not allowed us an ability to reduce the consolidation of polling places any more than what we currently reduce our polling places. So we have not been able to maximize our ability to reduce our polling place size any more than what we could do even 2 or 3 or 5 years ago. So we're set at this this arbitrary and quite honestly, ridiculously low number that we have to consolidate at. But we do find ways to be able to still work with those numbers, but find reductions. The state does allow for us to use a calculation to remove a small percentage of vote-by-mail voters who are never going to show up at the polls. And so we take advantage of that. And so instead of having about 250 polling places, this election in June, we're going to have about 145, 146 polling places. So we do have some reductions. We wish that we could fully remove those people that have shown a history of being permanent vote-by-mail voters from that calculation of creating a precinct. But right now, state law won't allow us to do that.
So would that require a legislative fix? Or is
Well,
that
it would
from the
require-
Secretary of State?
Yes, it would require a legislative fix, but you have to keep in mind that the state has no interest fixing this. The state has an interest in having counties become what's called Voter Choice Act counties, which instead of having neighborhood polling places and maybe expanding the scope of that neighborhood polling place, we would move to what are looked to as or called regional vote centers. It's something that we used in November of 2020 because of the pandemic to be able to have fewer locations because we just had no locations open their doors to us at that time. And we had very few people that wanted to serve, so we needed to expand out our reach. But now we're back to traditional polling places. The state would rather not see counties continue traditional polling places. They would like to see us move to the vote center approach. And I think eventually they're going to change the law to not allow traditional polling places. So it would be counterproductive, I think, in the legislature's eyes to increase the number. The association I belong to, California Clerks and Elections Officials Association, is asking for the number right now to be increased from 1,000 to 3,000. And we're trying to find an author to consider moving forward with that legislation next session. We're already kind of too late for this session. And we couldn't get a lot of interest in anybody carrying that this session. But we're looking to try to change that.
Thank you.
Well, let us know how we can help on that. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation, Ryan. For several years, I've been involved in the high schools and the outreach for getting young people registered. Where are we with that program? Is it still in the works?
Yeah, it's still a little bit in limbo. We, for the last couple of years, have been unable to be able to go to the high schools and talk to the students. We have been talking with the schools about trying to get back out there, and it's a priority for us. It's such a great program and very important, not because we're going to register every student. That's important, but really, quite frankly, they're getting registered now through the DMV. So it's not about registration. What the program now is about is education, talking to the students and telling them, you need to be informed. You don't just go and vote. You need to know what you're voting about. When are you going to get the materials sent to you so that you can expect to be ready for that ballot to show up? You don't have to vote every time. If you didn't have time to study it, then fine, skip that election. You're not going to get removed from the rolls. All those things are important for these first-time voters to know, and I don't think anybody's teaching them that. So we've got to get back into those schools to be able to do this program, and we should be back in the schools for the fall.
All right, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? In addition to everything you do for the county elections, all the special district elections, I was wondering if you know right off the top of your head, because you have that big database that you share with me often, how many other elected officials we have in the county for special districts, school districts?
It's around 400 because I know that we elect about 200 every election in November.
Okay.
So it's got to be around 400 people that are elected at that local level. And that local level is so important, not only the services they provide, but being sure that you, as a voter, know who these people are and that you have the opportunity to be able to vet them and know that their elections are coming up. So yeah, it's quite the task, but we love it. Our local elected officials are, as a whole, great people that are there to serve. And we're excited in my office to be able to provide them the tools to be able to come in and file and ask their difficult questions, the questions that they do this every 4 years. They don't have to be experts in filing or running for office or raising money. And so we see ourselves as a resource for them to be able to have them have a comfortable place to ask maybe what they see as a silly question.
Well, you and your team really are. And when I look at those 400 and 200 every couple of years, there was quite a lot of participation in the recent candidates workshop. And that's really innovative. And I really support all of your efforts to help candidates and help people who want to get involved learn how to do it.
Big kudos to my predecessor, Jim McCauley, who came up with the idea of the candidate workshop, and we're happy to continue that program. It's fantastic.
Great job.
You bet. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, and Greg, good job.
Thank you.
You only had one today. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you ready to get going? It's live. You're ready.
Okay. Good morning. I am Matt Maynard, your Placer County Assessor. Happy to be before you today. With me today is my Administrative and Fiscal Officer, Ashley Gabriel, and our Analyst, Adam Wade, who I believe is going to start off with our presentation.
How's it going, everybody? Adam Wade, Management Analyst, County Executive Office. Again, in line with all the cost centers below there. Oops. Oh, it is. All right, as you can see, much in line with the previous presentations, expenditures and revenues. In the 21-22 budget, 16.1 for expenditures, down to 15.9, so just under base budget submittal. Only one cost center, like I said, so it shows the actuals for 19, 20, 2021, and then the budgeted numbers. Again, the 22, 23 coming in under base budget. This slide showing the personnel, 79 for the last couple of years. Going to 22, 23, the addition of 2 positions, appraiser associate and supervising. One second.
And we've already remarked those charts are disproportionate to the increases. We
The ski
understand that.
jump?
We're seeing
Right,
it
the ski
through all the
jump, yes.
presentations.
We might
so-
actually have to put the number of positions there versus just the.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah.
Pretty uptick there. No capital expenditures. Analytics.
Thank you, Adam. This is the fun part. This is where I get to talk about some of the accomplishments of our department this year. One of the main things that I would like to point out is that we are currently working on closing the 3rd assessment role in a pandemic environment. We did close the 2021-2022 assessment role, which totaled nearly $90 billion while working in a remote environment last year. And that would not be possible without the amazing staff members of the assessor's office and their dedication to their job. We also were able to keep the office open to the public and move to internet services for the phones so that we are able to answer phones from home and coordinate scanning of documents and things so that we could work remotely. And it would not have happened without the amazing staff members. One of the other things that we did was our office played a big role in the property tax relief for the victims of the river fire, and we manned the neighborhood station out there, giving information to everyone that came in looking for help. We were able to provide documents to them on site. We had thought ahead about what would be needed by these victims. And so we printed out their building records, any drawings that we might have had of their buildings, because we heard that they were having difficulty with their insurance companies explaining what was there when it's completely gone and looks like a moonscape. So us having those documents there seemed to help quite a bit. And we were able to man that center continuously while it was open. So I'm very proud of our staff for that. And the other thing is, last year we were kind of one of the first counties that developed the virtual assessment appeal hearings. And we did a great job of getting through quite a large number of assessment appeals virtually. This last year, we actually got much better at it. And in collaboration with Megan and her staff, we came up with a system that many agents and owners remarked about how well it was done. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of practice at it over the last couple of years, but I think that we came up with a very fair and balanced system for everybody involved, and a lot of people commented on that. So that's another thing that I would have to say was a great accomplishment. And like everybody else, we have emerging issues and things that we need to be concerned with in this upcoming year. And the biggest thing for our office is the giant increase in new construction in the South Placer region. This creates a lot of appraisable events that our staff have to value. And there will be a slide a little bit later. I go over a little bit of those numbers about just how much they've increased in the last 3 years. But there are thousands of new homes that are being built and that are slated to be built over the next decade. I think you'll hear more from other departments that this is going to create an impact as we move from a planning phase in Placer County to a development and actual working phase, which we started to do in the last couple of years. And then there's just been a lot of transfers. People are selling their houses. It's a historically hot market in Placer County. This is a place that people want to live. I think they will continue to want to live here no matter what happens with the real estate market because of kind of the amenities this area provides. Obviously, we're becoming more and more of a bedroom community for some of the larger areas in the larger metro areas. I don't see that slowing down, which is probably why there's so much development planned over the next 10 years. And another thing that impacted our office this year, there was a new law passed, Proposition 19, that was passed by the voters. It went into effect essentially April 1st, but we did not get any legislative action on how to actually administer that law until September of 2021. Sorry, it was April 1st of 2021 when it went active, but we did not get any legislative help on how to actually administer that until September of 2021. And then they're still continuing to change it and refine it as some of these difficult items come up. That is the inter-county and intergenerational transfers and how it affected the way that value is can be carried over from county to county, your value, your Prop 13 base year value, or if a property is going to be reassessed when you leave it to your children. We currently have about 720 of these that have been filed in Placer County. There's a lot of counties that have not started working on these yet because it is still not clear the best way to do it. But we have started working on ours because I think that our staff and we've come up with a way to do that. And if they make changes, I think that we're protected. I think we're in a good spot with those, but it's going to continue to be a challenge for us as more and more people want to move here and transfer base year value to Placer County. And of course, we have on the bottom there, if we're unable to do some of these things timely, it can delay the delivery of the tax roll, which kind of puts everything on the back foot, if you will. There are some counties that I'm aware of that are 3 to 4 years behind on their assessment work. We are not, we are current. I'm very proud of that. And that's a testament to our staff, especially in the pandemic, being able to stay current. This is kind of some of the supporting numbers that show just how much we've increased with recorded deeds, which tend to represent the transfer of property in our county, as well as the new construction permits of single-family homes. And the year-over-year change from last year to this year, just in transfers, is 34% is what we're seeing, an increase. And as far as the new single-family homes being built, it's a 56% increase over last year. So we're getting a lot more work coming in. That was the reason why we had to ask for the 2 additional positions for appraisers, because we've always been able to leverage the extra work with technology fairly well, but we're kind of at the point of we actually just need bodies in the doors because there's so much coming in. And for supplemental requests, we are going to be asking for 4 additional positions in our supplemental requests. We have 2 appraisers, 1 GIS technician that we're asking because there's so many new subdivisions coming in as part of the development, and an IT analyst too. We are implementing a new software suite that will hopefully help us with some of these new transfer deeds. It's an artificial intelligence software suite that reads through the text of the documents and makes suggestions to staff members, which can speed up the processing process.
May I ask you a question about those
Absolutely.
2 positions, which GIS and IT analysts both make a ton of sense, right? Would it long-term? Because would there be an option to help fund some of that through IT or looking at or CEDRA and expand that staff to help provide the needs that you have? Just a question.
I think that they are needed for the long term, just because I see The build out in South Placer lasting, a decade at least. And I think GIS, we have a lot of opportunity to do some really great things to help the public and to help the different municipalities get their data a lot quicker. And I think like with the GIS technician, it's imperative that we have somebody that really understands the assessor's office mapping systems and the requirements for reporting that out to municipalities, instead of somebody that might be contracted to help us, once or twice a year with that stuff. The IT analyst, with the implementation of the new software, there's going to be a large change effort that takes place with our staff and shifting to using this new software. And we're going to need an IT professional, I think, full-time, that can help with the implementation with the outside vendor and with our staff and training them how to use it.
Thank you. Other questions?
Are there any other questions?
Oh, that was the end. Look at
That was the
Hey.
end. Any other comments or questions? Well, Matt, for your first time doing this, thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, and appreciate all the hard work of our assessor's office. It's great to hear we're current when other counties and jurisdictions aren't. I think that's a tremendous effort on part of your staff to get us there and keep us there. So thank you.
And Adam, it's your last time doing this, so we wish you well as you move to the south.
We're very sad to see him go. Absolutely.
Me too.
I didn't know it was his last day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to you, Matt, with the increase of all of these new houses that are expected in the coming years, looks like you're going to be drinking from the fire hose now instead of me.
Yes, and we actually have been the last 2 years. And so, yeah, it's better if we can get out in front of it.
Good luck. Well, we're here for you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And next, we have our treasurer's office. And we made it by morning for you. We're still going to say good morning. I know sometimes we run a bit late on these, but we really appreciate it. Oh, really? Oh, okay. That we're on time and that everybody's going pretty quickly and ready today. So welcome.
So good morning. Thank you. I just got the word that we'll be starting off instead of Adam. So okay. I think you can ignore my notes. There you go. Okay, sorry.
No problem.
All right, so tax collector's budget, it's again, general fund, there's I'm sorry, programs. That are involved in the budget. All right, which shows the last couple of years, as you guys have seen for 1920 to 22-23 farm submitted budget. So back in 1920, 7.9 expenditures. As you can see, it ticked up in 2021. And the budget for 21-22 at 8 million. Submitted budget 7.7. So Janine will probably talk to those issues coming up here. We have, this slide shows actually the Empower budget as well, which is a non-general fund budget. Actuals for 1920 at 3.5. You'll see a reduction in 1.7. I'm sure you guys might discuss more about Empower coming up. The treasurer budget, 4.3 million. 1920, it's ramped up over the past couple of years, but right around 6.3 for the submitted budget. This is showing the positions, one position add from 21 to 22 and flat for 22, 23. And I'll hand it off to Julie.
Thank you. I have with me today Tristan Butcher and Jonathan Schmidt, managers in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. And as you may know, Tristan is the only one on the ballot for Treasurer Tax Collector this June.
Congrats.
I know there were a couple of things on these two slides that maybe could possibly provoke some questions. So I just want to go ahead and maybe anticipate that. This slide and the next slide include both Treasurer Tax Collector and the Empower budget. So the main differences are really in the Empower budget. That program has not accepted a new application since 2019. So that really the activity there is ongoing administration. So, and the main cost and expense there is interest. So we are collecting interest, which comes in as revenue from the borrowers, and then we are paying interest to the bondholders, and it's reflected in the operating budget. So there's really very little bond administration. And then this slide breaks out so you can see the difference. The Empower is a non-general fund enterprise fund that's self-supporting. And then in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, the biggest drivers have to do with internal service fund costs, so costs that are beyond our control. And then also on the prior slide, that total position count included Empower position. So we do have one staff person, one FTE that's dedicated to that. Let's see. With that, I'm actually going to turn it over to Tristan.
So I'll take you guys through the accomplishments of the office over the last year. In December, we funded the Riolo Vineyards bond issuance for public infrastructure. It was a $10.9 million deal, Melrose bond that was issued. Currently, we're working on the HHS building, the financing for that building. We have an item that we are going to bring to your board's approval on the 19th, and that's looking to be scheduled to close on June 1st. We also, this year, our property tax volume has increased. We're over $1.079 billion this year as a tax charge. Over 180,000 property tax bills and $2 billion on deposit. It's really grown over the last year and continues to grow.
So those are all-time highs. I also want to mention on the bond financing, that's really been a team effort, and I've actually seen some of the highest levels of participation from other departments in helping with the financing. So County Executive Office, Auditor's Office, Facilities Management, and other departments that have helped. So I just want to call out that support that we're really, really appreciative of.
On to our emerging issues and office priorities for this year. Recruitment, hiring, we have a 19% vacancy rate in our office. It's difficult to recruit at the professional level for the roles that we're trying to fill. We're competing with municipalities, but also banks, financial institutions, hedge funds, mutual funds for those recruitments. So it makes it very hard to compete with them. Did you want to take the second bullet?
Yeah, we've also spent quite a bit of time on remedial activities, things where we've had to go back even forensically and put together the record. And it's really taken a lot of time and a lot of impact. And I'm hoping, I've had some conversations with Todd about this. I'm really hoping that we can get some of the training in place so that it's almost one full-time position for about the last 2 years to address some of those technical issues. So I'm hoping that we can see some of the training and support that might be needed in some of those financial areas in other departments.
As the assessor said in his presentation, we have a lot of new building going on in Placer County. A lot of those projects are finally coming to fruition. So with that, we participate in the BOLD program. We have 9 applications processed. They're either pending or completed. The total financing is $256 million, and that's 3,330 residential units. In addition, we support other entities, bond transactions, including WMA and school districts. In the last year to date, we've done 218 parcel splits, tax parcel splits for new developments. That's an
So I'm seeing some quizzical looks, so I want to explain exactly what that is. Under the Subdivision Map Act, developers are required to pay any lien of taxes on their parcels before they can record their maps showing the further subdivision. So as an example, when I say the lien, it's not just the property taxes for bills outstanding. The January 1st lien date by operation of law places a property tax lien on all parcels for the following fiscal year that commences 6 months later on July 1st, even though we don't know what those amounts are. So when a developer this time of year, for example, wants to record their map, they need to pay the April installment that's coming up next week. And then they also need to pay an estimate of the property taxes for December of this coming December and April. The reason for that is that if those taxes go unpaid and the map is recorded 5 years from now under the Revenue and Taxation Code statutes, the tax collector must offer the property for sale. We're going to offer that for sale based on the legal description of the parcel at the time of default. So if 100 residential property owners now own that parcel and we're going to sell it based on the original 150 acres, you can imagine what a problem that would be. So I want to let you know that we go sometimes for years without a single parcel map, parcel split request to process. So we have to calculate estimates since there isn't a bill already out there. We have to do the estimates on that. That's 218 parcels. We don't actually see how many parcels that's going to get subdivided into. That's the original parcel that we're working with. And so again, year to date, 218 large parcels that are being parceled down into further parcels. So that's something that's very difficult for us to staff for. As I say, we go for years, literally, we can go for years sometimes without a single request. And then now we're dealing with 218. So I'm going to kind of thump on that drum another time about, our vacancy rate and workload factors.
And thank you for explaining that, Janine, because I was thinking about, I think it's SB 8 or 9, which one allows for just an individual property owner to subdivide their property and then be able to build on that adjoining property. And so that was helpful clarification as far as the large maps and the subdivisions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In a little more context, last year we completed 193 in the full fiscal year. So we're already at 218 of those this year. So we're already 12% over where we were. Supplemental bills have increased 6% year to date over last year. We're working with outside agencies on different programs. For example, the Cal HFA property tax relief program for COVID victims that eats up some of our time and it's something that we're trying to get done and help out.
So that's a developing program that will be rolled out in the next couple of months. And both Kristen and I are working with a couple of other treasure tax collectors through the Treasure Tax Collectors Association and representatives from the State Controller's Office who are rolling out this program. So giving a lot of technical guidance about, what delinquencies look like and how best to outreach to the property owners who might be available. It's for residential only. But we're really excited about that program and going to be very eager to get the word out. We're going to identify all of those property owners that fall within the time frame who are delinquent. We're not going to do any pre-screening, and we'll notify them because we'll need to know more about their details from their side, but encourage them to apply. So we're hoping to provide some additional relief there. This isn't current year, it's prior, but along those lines, we did receive a lot of requests for penalty waivers related to late payments due to COVID. And in spite of the volume of that, we were able to process those within, usually get back to the taxpayer within a couple of days. In a few instances, it took us, maybe a week or so, but we were able to get back to them very, very quickly. And there was really, I probably can count on one hand the number that we had to deny. They were clearly outside the time limits, delinquency from 5 years ago. It doesn't really qualify for might qualify for something else, but not for COVID. So kind of the theme, we're really kind of the little engine that could right now with the way that some of the workload keeps washing into our office, and we really could use additional staff. Recruitment is definitely an issue, and I'd like to call out that there was a lot of work done in the last few years to really unyoke the county from the civil service system. Civil service is now mainly a hearing body. We're in control of our personnel code, and it's really difficult to hire off of lists that are a year old, 6 months old, and we just really, I really would hope that we can pull together maybe some teams to really come up with some recruitment innovation. I know it's tough for everybody. We're not the only one in this boat. It's tough for the private sector. It's tough for the public sector. But I think we need to come up with some ideas. One of the things that we thought about maybe is even putting like an electronic signboard marquee in our lobby about positions that are open with flyers, about here, this is how you apply, so that people can actually take something away. Because we get a few people in our office, for example, at property tax time. And, maybe somebody comes in and sees something and, oh, I'll take this flyer home for my grandson, or, something like that. So I'm just really hoping that we can really get some innovation about getting the word out there about what a great place Placer is to work.
Yeah. Thank you, Janine. Couple of things, and then maybe I'll ask Todd, because Todd and I were talking just yesterday morning about the recruitment needs and concerns that we have in our county, and I know that the CEO's office is looking at doing something, but before I hand it to him, I first just wanted to say thank you for being at the Walkman board meeting yesterday, and your expertise when it comes to bonds, and when we're having to finance a facility that is very expensive. Your expertise is very much appreciated.
Oh, you're very welcome. And I know I made one little gaffe there when in response to a comment you made, but in the whole scheme of things, I think, I know that's a different conversation. Those flow agreements are just essential, and we're pulling the team together and hoping to come up with some alternatives and clear path forward. So thank you. Thank you for your kind comments. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no. Well, let me just give one quick thing. And I think, Janine's spot on here, quite frankly. I mean, we talked about recruitment, retraction. I mean, there's some themes that are coming out of here, even that we've seen up to this point. You'll probably hear in the afternoon. But, we did do a lot of work, and I think you as a board made some changes and to really address the flexibility that HR has. And we're going to be talking about this specifically on the 25th. I think all the elected offices, myself, all the department heads, we're going to be spending, quite frankly, a day talking a little about culture, I think, as an organization. But the second piece is really going to be about recruitment, retention, compensation, benefits. How do we not only attract folks, but how we retain them? And as you've seen in the work that's been going on the last number of months on recruitments, it is, I'm seeing it firsthand how challenging this is. And quite frankly, this is a great place to work. It's a great place to live. It's just a very challenging environment from a recruitment standpoint. So I think Janine really touched on it. I think we have the ability to be much more flexible than maybe what we had previously. And I think the opportunities from an HR standpoint are there. So more to come, but Bonnie and I, we spoke about this yesterday, and I thought it was good for you to hear kind of what this is on the front burner, quite frankly.
I'm going to
When is
call
that
out-
workshop?
It's on the 25th. We're going to have it available.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I didn't mean to, yeah. And I think that's a really exciting opportunity that Todd is pulling together for a lot of cross-departmental conversation about these common issues. But I wanted to call out something very specific, and that's the Schedule B, where the progression is just these half steps. It's just not competitive, especially when you're looking at professional level positions. It's just really not much of a incentive. And for people coming from the private sector who have bonus opportunities and things like that, it's just real, very meager incremental steps over a long period of time. So I think we really need to re-examine that salary Schedule B that went into effect not too long ago.
Great, thanks. Did you want to cover this supplemental request before we move on?
Well, again, that yes, thank you. That dovetails into that. You know,
Yeah.
like I said, we're kind of the little engine that could, and we're just seeing increasing workloads with the county growing, the increased number of property tax bills. So we are requesting, there it is, right there, an accountant here, mainly bond administration support, because every time we do a new bond, we've got to then do administration for 20 years, 25 years. So it's not just a one and done for our office. We continue to support those bonds for a long, long period of time.
Great. And I had a question on the current vacancy rate. Were those early retirements or people just getting recruited away, or what has led to that level of vacancy?
Early retirements and, yeah, we've had some
It's-
people, yeah, it's a mixture of both.
It's a mixture, but I would say it's more retirements than anything.
Right, and so challenging to fill.
Mhm.
Yeah, we know that. Right. Any other questions or comments from the board members? Presentation. Welcome, Tristan, and congrats again on not being contested in that and continuing the great leadership Janine has with the office for many years. Not an early retirement. How's that, Janine?
All right, thanks.
A well-deserved one.
Thank you.
Heard this was a little less fun.
Oh, there we go.
You know, not everyone's a Giant fan.
The ones that count are.
Good morning, Andy Sisk, Auditor Controller. I'll turn it over to Chad to maybe talk about some of the initial slides, and then I'll dive right into the numbers, talk more about people.
All right, looks like I'm leading off. All right, so the auditor controller is broken into two separate types of cost centers. You have the general fund, which is our auditor controller, and the internal service fund, which supports our workday support organization, and then the programs that are there. This slide here it's combining both of those, our general fund and our internal service fund. So it's kind of like a Cracker Jack, if I may, where you have the popcorn and the peanuts, and then you're bringing everything together. So the next slide I'm really going to go into so you can see how When it comes down to the expenses, they are remaining fairly static with regards to just your general inflators that you have, your 87s, your personnel expenses, your increases, and things like that. Taking a look at the funded positions over the last couple of years, back in 1920, we did have 58. There were 3 positions that were funded, that were absorbed into the department at the, how would we say, the last inning of the workday support implementation. So, and then recently, this current year, they did add 1 position as well to help support some of the increase in workload that they've had in the department, the under control department. I'm gonna hand it off to Andy for you to go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chad. So I won't bore you with numbers because I talk numbers all the time. Our budget really is focused on people. I mean, that's what the Auditor Controller's Office is all about. And so first I want to thank you for the extra position that was given to our office. It was sorely needed in that financial reporting unit, which is the unit I keep talking about that it keeps having to implement all these crazy accounting standards that keep getting issued. I'm pleased to tell you they're still stuck on 98. So they haven't gotten to number 100 yet. And I think they're saving that for some monumental standard that I think is coming on the horizon. So first on the side of that, so thank you for that. And that leads right into the 20 consecutive years of excellence in financial reporting. I can't underscore the emphasis I want to place on that because it means something to the people that work in our office, but more importantly, it means something to the rating agencies. And we're going through the issuance of some bonds and having this ACFR now, getting used to this new word ACFR instead of CAFR. We take a lot of pride in that. And we endured all this through COVID with the new standards that were coming out. We had turnover in the same unit and we were able to sustain. The other thing that resonated with me is that we engaged new auditors in 2020 and it was after the pandemic. So we issued an RFP. Those auditors have not once set foot in the Auditor Controller's Office. They've done the entire county audit from the comfort of maybe their home, maybe from their office. I'm not sure where, but they're not on site doing an audit. And that's really awkward for auditors because we love paper. We want to see things, but that just shows you where technology has gone. Number 2, the outstanding customer service. I think that is what we model ourselves off for, providing that great customer service, not only to county departments, to our joint powers authorities, to our special districts, PCOE and Sierra College. As I'm thinking about JPAs, and we were talking about Western Placer Waste a little bit ago, they now have 7 years of GFOA excellence in financial reporting. And again, we're working very closely with Public Works to ensure that they have an audited set of financial statements that's at the top-notch level. And I think that'll help whenever they figure out what they want to do in terms of refinancing some of the improvements they want to make out at the MRF. Last, dedicated teamwork. I mean, I couldn't do the things I do without the team in my office. And yes, I've talked a lot about financial reporting, but the workday support team continues to provide support to departments. We continue to issue the warrants. An essential worker, most people, when you read it, essential workers, you don't see warrant processing. That's a critical function in this county. Paying our vendors, the property tax distribution, the payroll services we provide, and internal audits, which they've kind of had to change how they do things. Because again, auditors are used to going out and kicking the tires and seeing people and interviewing them. Now you're having to do it all online. So enough said about that slide. Now we'll get into a slide that should be very familiar to you. It's the same slide as last year's presentation. So I'm just going to reinforce some of the things that I talked about last year. First, we just continue to have this relentless demanding workload to keep up with all the countywide initiatives and the grants and the laws and regulations, and of course the accounting standards. And I can tell you in fiscal 2021, we've had some breakdowns in internal control. And I take internal control very seriously. We are now a high-risk auditee for the first time that I can ever imagine. I started auditing the county in 1995. They've always been a low-risk auditee when the Single Audit Act was amended in 1996. What does that mean to us? It's going to be a little bit more work out at HHS in particular, because they're going to have to audit more of our federal grant dollars. I think what resonates with me is just the words high-risk auditee. I mean, I never liked being called high risk. I used to audit Sacramento County in the late 90s, early 2000s. They were always a high-risk auditee. And it's probably because they're so large. They probably didn't mind the fact that auditors were there all the time auditing all these federal grant programs. But for me, it means something, and I'm going to do all I can to make sure we get back to that low-risk status. In fiscal 21-22, we're still seeing some more internal control issues. We're trying to get out in front of this. We're meeting now with county departments a little more frequently. We had a great meeting the other day with HHS, because a lot of this deals with vendor monitoring, subrecipient monitoring, which is things that I can control somewhat. But when you get into compliance with laws and regulations, I can't be out of the departments to ensure that Susie's making sure that the Sue's provide assistance, and that's what my team is here to do. We're brainstorming solutions to come up with creative ideas to tackle these challenges. Supporting accounting, budgetary, fiscal needs of county departments, special districts, and JPAs. As my assistant said, it's an unprecedented need, and I agree with her wholeheartedly. I've not seen this level of demand in our office where people are pulling on my staff for accounting and fiscal and budgetary guidance. I'm going to make it a goal of mine to do training countywide for all of our users, not only from an accounting standpoint, from a budgetary standpoint. And I talked to Daniel Chatney in the CEO's office about, let's do this jointly, because we're hiring new AFOs. And AFOs may have some accounting skills, but they also need to have budgetary skills. They need to, some of them act as HR liaisons, so they need to be trained. How do we get these people trained that are in these new roles? In my opinion, the accounting, budgetary, and fiscal knowledge with an emphasis on the public sector is what we really need to be reinforced back here in Placer County. They need strong analytical skills. They need strong report writing skills. Last, recruiting, developing, and retaining county employees. First, I'll start with, why should people work for a government? Why should you work for the public sector? And there's a great editorial in the Sacramento Bee talking better reward those who get into it. I refer not only to the first responders, any of those we automatically regard as heroes. I'm talking about the whole array of jobs that need to be filled by good people, teachers and tutors, judges and public defenders, solid waste workers, and highway crews, parole and probation agents, social workers, guidance counselors, public health officers, workers, bank regulators, tax agents, animal welfare officers, health inspectors. I mean, go on and on and on. The one thing I saw in there that was missing, sorry, Sacramento Bee, you forgot about professional staff. What about the lawyers and the engineers, the accountants, the IT people, executives, analysts? Where do they fit in? These are tough and necessary jobs that must be done. The people who do them need to be inspired, supported, and praised. If we don't do that, call people to serve in government and support them in good times and bad, things fall apart. It's past time to push the reset button on public service. And again, call Americans to work for the common good. I'll then talk a little bit about mental health of our employees. And I think this is something I saw in the Miami Herald the other day, that it must be addressed. The pandemic has taken a significant toll on everyone's mental health, and research proves it. The majority of employees say their job is their main source of their mental health challenges, and 65% reported higher levels of stress since the outbreak. Let that sink in. More than half of your colleagues or employees could be struggling with significant mental health issues as you read this. Elevated levels of work overload and extreme burnout are rampant, especially in the healthcare community as a result of the pandemic. And I'm not going to read all of this. Workers are increasingly needing and demanding additional support for their employers and leaving if they don't receive it. According to data, half of employees say they have voluntary or involuntary left a previous role due in part to mental health reasons. That's a 47% increase in 2019. This percentage is even higher for millennials and Gen Zers, which is 69% and 81% respectively. Together, they represent the largest demographic in the workforce, not to mention the financial cost of high employee turnover. It's estimated that losing a full-time employee can cost a company 1/2 to 2 times the employee's annual salary, and that's on the low end of the range according to Gallup. And I say these things because these are things that resonate with me as a department head, and I need to make sure I keep that in my mind as I'm running a department. As the late great comedian Robin Williams said, everyone you meet is fighting a battle you know nothing about. Be kind. I've taken it a step further, Robin. Show empathy, because we're all going through things every day of our lives. So last, I'll get into recruiting. And I'm probably going to keep beating the drum. It's a tough recruiting environment. There's a lot of challenges out there. I'm trying to turn it around, look at it as opportunities. How do we get out again and educate people? that there's opportunities here in Placer County. I mentioned this last year, I attended the Meet the Firms event for Sac State in October 2021. It was one of the first events they had post-pandemic. Unfortunately, I was sitting at the IIA table, the Institute of Internal Auditors. And really.
That just sounds boring.
It sounds boring.
Sorry.
But it's auditors, and I'm not here to recruit auditor. I need accountants. You've heard it today. I mean, I was on here talking about the DA needs accountants last year. When the DA got the accountants, they stole from the sheriff. Well, now the sheriff needs an accountant. Okay, we just heard Janine say she needs a senior accountant. I'm completely supportive of all that, because anything that goes on from an accounting standpoint does impact my office at some point. So I'm working with HR to make sure that we have a table that says Placer County at the next Meet the Firms event to get those accountants here at Placer County. Tomorrow, I'm going to William Jessup University to attend the career fair. Again, I'm just trying to get out to the public and educate them that there's opportunities here at Placer County. I currently have a vacancy that's been sitting vacant since November. It's a managing accountant auditor. I can't fill this position. These positions were highly coveted in the past. Why does nobody want them? Well, I've had 4 people turn me down. 3 was work-life balance. Work-life balance. That's the reason why. The other person was range B, and you heard Janine talk a little bit about range B. So I won't beat that up. But I do think, and Janine talked a little bit about the Civil Service Commission, I think we need to form some committees to really study this area in greater depth. You know, maybe we need a classification study committee. Maybe it's a compensation committee. Technology continues to change. So maybe we need to go back and scrub off some of these job specs to make sure that we're, you know, in the 21st century with what is going on now that may have changed 20 years prior. Last, I'll end it with succession planning, which is a topic that's very important to me. And I reflected back to the critical success factors. We had 9 of them in 2018, and I was a part of that down at the ground. And we trimmed those down to 8. And now I would argue maybe they should go back to 9. Because what's the common theme that makes these success factors successful? It's people. It's human infrastructure. And so I would argue that this now needs to be one of our critical success factors. We shouldn't assume that all these success factors are going to happen without talented people leading the charge. Our office, I believe, has been a model in succession planning over the years, and this was a priority in 2005 to 2007, pre-recession, because the boomers were all going to leave us. And so my prior boss, Kathy, recruited Andy. Andy, I want you to succeed me as auditor. Nicole Howard, my assistant. We saw potential in her to be an assistant when I became the auditor. So I trained her, Kathy trained her, Jane Goulding, my property tax manager, trained her. Speaking of Jane Goulding, she had 40 years of property tax knowledge. She trained Roxanne in my office. Roxanne's now my property tax manager. Jose Rodriguez, Phyllis Stewart. Some of these names may ring a bell with some of you here. They were grooming Sandy Bozzo and Lynn Yoshida. Lynn Yoshida is now my ERP manager. We had Carol McNeely for a short period of time. We then groomed Gretchen Nedved to train behind her. Gretchen's now at facilities management. Janet, my payroll manager. We had Rose and we had Monique. And luckily, I was able to get a 2-for-1 there. Monique was actually being, I think, groomed to take over for Becky Nelson over at the HR's office at the time. I'm not saying we're perfect, and I'm not saying other departments are perfect. I think every department tries to strive for this. Maybe the elected offices have had a little more success in this area because we want to make sure that our legacies are carried on, and that's something I'm striving to do before I decide to hang it up one of these days. That leads me to, why is Andy wearing this jersey today? Let me tell you a little bit about Buster Posey, who's my idol. Buster was drafted in 2008 in the draft. There was a buzz about this catcher from Florida State University, a high level of excitement from the scouts that were out there at the time. He joined the minor leagues in 2009, went from single A directly to triple A. In 2010, he was called up from triple A to the major leagues. He never looked back, became Rookie of the Year, won the World Series that year in 2010. He was being compared to Johnny Bench of the day, and Johnny Bench was a great catcher for the Cincinnati Reds. In 2011, Buster suffered a tragic accident at home plate. He was crushed by another player, broken fibula, torn ankle ligaments, out for the season. Nevertheless, he survived and persevered, came back in 2012 and won another World Series championship. Now, why not make it 3? Won another one in 2014. Unfortunately, in 2016, we lost to the Cubs. Good for my wife, bad for Andy, but the Cubs won the championship, so good for them. 2017, he won the gold medal. 2018, he had hip inflammation and eventually needed hip surgery, out for the season. In 2018, 2019, people thought his skills were diminishing. He needs to retire. What's Buster still doing playing? Then in 2020, the pandemic hit. Players were coming back. He decided to opt out and not come back. Why? Because he adopted 2 twin girls that were born prematurely. Nevertheless, Buster came back to play baseball in 2021 and was deemed the comeback player of the year. Unfortunately, we didn't beat the Dodgers in the playoffs, but I think Buster at age 34 would say his career was a success. I will leave you with a quote from Buster Posey as he said this to his fans. I hope over the years, you've been able to see in our teams the sense of pride we all take in coming together each day, working hard and pushing each other toward a common goal. Oddly, some of the best times when you look back are the challenging times. When you're going through them, they don't tend to be very fun. But when you get to the other side, you realize that you've grown from these experiences. In my opinion, this county needs more Buster Posies. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, who's going to be the first?
Did you have another pitch?
Well, maybe we should refer to you as Buster. But Andy, thank you. And I appreciate just love how you approach it, but I appreciate just the conversation about recruiting and developing and retaining employees, right? We know we need it, and we've heard that from the electeds this morning. And it's an issue that everyone everywhere suffers from, right? But we really do have to, step up our game as a county, department heads, electeds together to really help us make sure we have those great employees, that we have the right culture, that we have the right compensation packages. So I appreciate your encouragement. And as far as the mental health issue, I appreciate you bringing it up because I think it's a lot we've still been working and we've still been carrying on, but the reality is it's really affected folks. We might not necessarily acknowledge it, but it's been challenging for people, whether it's working extra hard or dealing with family challenges or maybe losing a loved one or what have you. That's been challenging, and I do think that we should not ignore it, that we should be willing to talk to our employees and our colleagues about this has been challenging and give grace and what did you say, empathy. I think that's so important for us all to remember. So I appreciate your comments.
Just thank you for your comments too, Andy, and the work that you've done in the department out there, particularly specifically Workday, I think is a great thing to point to. Not everybody is as enthusiastic as you and I are about finance and accounting and all the work that goes into it, but it's such a critical component of being able to measure and monitor how well we do and where we're headed. And then I just want to lastly say 2 of us up here are Dodger fans.
But for me, it's actually anybody but the Yankees. So, if it's not the Dodgers, I'm okay with the Giants.
Sounds great.
Any other comments? Andy, these are unprecedented times in recruitment and retention for all employers. And using your analogy, you're going to the farm league. We need to go down to Little League and be recruiting much younger and teaching our kids about public service and the benefits to public service and the rewards of public service. So we'll keep plugging along and getting down in Little League and other programs maybe. And I say that not jokingly, right? I mean, it's part of civics that we received in our educations, but not necessarily as prominent now in alerting people to the great career paths they can have in public service. So getting them, they're younger to get interested, especially in finance and accounting.
Great.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And next up, we have HR. And then we'll take our lunch break.
Good afternoon. Should we get started or do you want to wait?
I think you can go ahead and get started.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, as I just told my cutoff man here, I'm inviting Chad to provide some preliminary comments.
Okay.
You all look so surprised. Were you not clued in?
Somebody else, so yeah, I'll kick it off, sure.
Yeah, you're not just a pretty face. Come on.
You have done a little bit of
All
work.
my material I have on the baseball stuff. We go to football. Again, we've seen this slide a few times from from all the different presentations. This is the budget structure it's an organizational structure, or organizational chart of the budget structure. Wow. You have there three on the left-hand side are the general funded department or cost centers, and on the right are our internal service funds and self-insurance funds. This looks familiar. There's lots of numbers up there. You can see we have a lot of the very similar characteristics of all the other ones there. There's a lot more of the expenses, but we're still jumbling up the general fund with the internal service fund. So it's kind of, I won't use the Cracker Jack again, but mixing and blending those all together. The next page, I think, or next slide, I think, tells a little bit different story. Now, you'll see there are two cost centers that have nothing in there for 1920 or 2021. That was whenever which one is it there? The town acquisition was encompassing all three of those. And then starting this current fiscal year in 21-22, they're now broken out. So to summarize those there. And then for the submitted budget across the board there from the current year to next year, it is rather static. Again, it's just those general inflators, your general wage increases, benefit elections or whatnot is what's where you're getting the variance there. Questions? Rather dynamic, like we've noticed before in a few of the other ones. They did lose one position. It was actually transferred from human resources over to the CEO's office. So we went from 52 down to 51, and we're still operating efficiently.
Thank you, Chad. Again, I'm Kate Sampson with your HR department. Next to me is Casey Meyer, Administrative and Fiscal Officer. So I want to provide some credit and appreciation for her hard work on our budget development this year. But just wanted to talk for a brief moment about some of the priorities of COVID-19 pandemic continue to have just an extraordinary amount of operations in HR this fiscal year as we provided COVID response and recovery in supporting all of your departments across the organization. In addition to case management for every single employee who happens to contract COVID, HR has supported remote and hybrid operations across the organization from a training and policy perspective. We also successfully transitioned to an entirely virtual open enrollment process for benefit elections for employees. HR staff have implemented countless number of emergency legislation and Cal OSHA rules, as well as public health orders regarding either additional benefits like COVID paid sick leave or mandatory vaccination or test orders. So it's just been an incredibly dynamic year. And I certainly relate to other departments. I think the phrase was little engine that could. It definitely feels like that some days. On a positive note, we were very excited to be able to offer our Employee Appreciation Day this year, which was not possible at the beginning of the pandemic. Large gatherings of folks, as you recall, wasn't really happening in 2020. So we are very excited to bring that back this year, as well as our service awards for our long tenured employees, which was just incredibly important because of the extraordinary effort that Team Placer has put forward during the pandemic environment, above and beyond, normal operations. This year, we continue to streamline recruitment processes, trying to reduce that application to fill turnaround time recognizing that there have been a number of retirements and resignations, which is not unlike just about every industry, especially over the past couple of years. So we've been excited to leverage some online testing and some new pre-employment partners to make that process move more quickly for departments. We've also facilitated this, we'll call it non-traditional employment environment with your labor units, closely interacting with those groups. We were very pleased to have the privilege to negotiate and implement the very first agreement with your Placer County Law Enforcement Management Association. So that was a unique privilege this year. But as Chad noted, our staffing remains flat. We tackled many of these emergency priorities with the same level of staffing, which means we did have to pivot from some of our originally planned initiatives. And we very much look forward to turning the corner, because I think we are all looking forward to moving beyond COVID. From many perspectives, the pandemic is still ongoing. We still have responsibilities to our staff to provide a safe and healthy environment. So HR will continue to implement legislation and support our departments as we move to full recovery in a more endemic situation moving forward. Not to belabor the point, but you've clearly heard a number of departments note that a highly qualified workforce. I wish it were as easy as just saying so, but there's a number of strategies we're hoping to implement, of course, in close coordination with our CEO and guidance from your board, as well as input from all of our departments. Top of mind for recruitment is compensation. While we know there are many factors that influence an applicant's choice, compensation is very often one of those at the very top of the list. So we are in active negotiations with several of our bargaining units, as well as considering compensation adjustments for unrepresented employees. And I'm sure, as you've heard, we would appreciate your board's budgetary support of those initiatives as they move forward. We're definitely looking to improve the capacity of our applicant pipeline through youth programs, internships, and partnerships with educational institutions. I'm so glad you mentioned the Little League. Next month, we are able to return to our Youth in Government program, which was just a tremendous success in 2019, right before the pandemic hit. So that's a great day to bring in high school students, have them interact with various departments, and really explore career possibilities in public service. And it's really critical to kind of engage those imaginations and have them thinking about a career with hopefully Placer County, but at least public service as they consider their career options moving into adulthood. We also hope to provide guidance on the application process, reduce some of the barriers that are part of a traditional civil service system, and make becoming a Placer County employee as simple as possible. Also, you've heard that it's going to be incredibly important moving forward, differentiating Placer County in the market. What makes Placer distinguished amongst its peers? And again, we'll be looking forward to thoughts from all department heads and other staff as we refine our marketing strategy for what entices people to make a career choice here in Placer County. We also know that in speaking with my colleagues around the state, our challenges are not unique. All counties are experiencing similar concerns. And so perhaps just as important as recruitment is retention and growing our own employees, developing their talents. And we are certainly focused on that as well. Looking to mine our own talent for succession planning is a critical initiative for next year, as well as providing training for employees on how to best position themselves for promotional opportunities. We're very excited to be implementing management and leadership training next year. We'd like to offer at a variety of levels between individual contributor all the way to the executive level to increase our engagement of employees and prepare them for their next steps as they move through the organization. Technology to streamline our services. Just about in every service line we offer, we have plans to either make better use of the technology we have or expand our use of technology. So I won't head into all the details because I realize that I am the last person standing between you and your lunch break. But I do not have any supplemental requests to share with you. So at this point, I will invite any questions you might have.
Thank you, Kate. Board members, any questions?
No questions, but just a big thank you to you and your team because it has been quite a challenging couple of years. And so I just want to say thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Can we go back, Chad, to the slide that says expense by cost center? I had a quick question. So talent acquisition and departmental support is quite a bit down from 1920 in this cost center. And just given our earlier discussion about talent acquisition recruitment, is that an area that should be decreasing or should we be looking at increasing that given our discussions?
Would you like me to jump in?
Good. I can answer, but you got it.
Well, I think Chad mentioned that we've done some restructuring in the department.
Okay.
And that's always a very, shall we say, streamlined and straightforward when we split up cost centers. But you might notice that
The line below is where you moved those.
the line
folks.
below
Okay.
and the top line, thank you.
Okay.
So we basically split one cost center into three. So
Okay.
it looks like we're really reducing expenditures, but in fact, that is clearly an area that is of high interest and expenditures follow.
So given our earlier discussions, I just want to make sure that you are adequately funded to take advantage of the most opportunity you have for using different types of outreach, not just recruitment, but also for retention, because retention comes from rewarding people and empowering people and respect to others and making sure that we're doing everything we can with department heads throughout our administration to make sure that they're recognizing young talent and rewarding that and recognizing it as we go. So any tools or training we can give them, not that they're not already doing it, but given how the culture has changed so radically in the last several years, making sure that we give them every opportunity to grow as managers and leaders. So
I appreciate that support. Thank you very much. At this point, we feel we are well positioned to offer that support. And again, look forward to turning the corner from our focus on COVID efforts to really getting down to the business of being a strategic partner to our departments as they provide services to the community.
Great.
But again, appreciate that support. And as we identify additional needs, I will be more than happy to alert the CEO's office that we may need additional funding to support those initiatives.
Great.
I do think the conversation we're going to have in a couple of weeks, I think may glean some of these things out, whether those have a financial impact or that's just changing of processes. I think that's a question yet to be determined. But this one is definitely on the front burner in terms of issues we need to deal with. So.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate.
Great job.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think now is our time. We're going to take a break, go to lunch, and have a closed session. Karen, you're going to make an announcement?
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider one item of real property negotiations.
Okay, good afternoon. We're ready to reconvene our Board of Supervisors budget workshop. And the next department is IT. So take it away.
I'm going to introduce a few people. So I've got Melissa Spector with me. She's our fiscal manager, and I'm taking up here labor as well, in case there's any questions on the network or on the content side. So I'm going to hand it over to Melissa, who's going to kick off the discussion on the fiscal side, and then I'll take it from there.
Thank you. Thank you. Melissa Spack, Administrative Fiscal Operations Manager. The first slide here, very simple slide. It outlines our two cost centers, information technology and countywide radio systems, each of which represent a separate fund, and then the program listings underneath those. This slide shows the expenditure and revenue trend over the last couple years. The net county cost line you'll see at the bottom represents IT using the reserves for capital purchases. The 1.2 million for the next year, fiscal 22-23, represents an increase in A87 expenditures, as well as some capital assets planned to purchase and some security initiatives as well. This slide is really just a consolidation of the previous slide with expenditures only. You can see in the last couple of years, you've got some blank lines for countywide systems and telecom, which represent the consolidation of telecom. Actually, telecom was split into two different programs. So the telecom program rolled into the IT budget, and the radio program that was previously in telecom rolled into the countywide radio system. So that's why you see blanks in there for the last couple of years.
So this slide shows us the number of allocations. We've been able to keep it steady over the past several years. We do have a supplemental, which I'll talk about later, to add to staff. And then, we're looking at some other areas where we might want to bring some services back in that we're outsourcing right now, but that'll be in future years. We'll talk about that at a later meeting. Going through one other thing that I do want to talk about here. So in my accomplishments and our challenges, I didn't bring up, some of the recruiting challenges. I did hear the previous departments talking about it. I knew they were going to address it. HR was going before us, so I didn't want to, to focus on more of the IT operations side of things. But it's been a tremendous challenge for us in the IT organization and IT organizations across the state, as I talked to other counties as well. We've had a couple recruitments lately where we had like 7 applicants on a recruitment. I think we've got another one where we're around 15 right now. And we're thrilled that we have that many. Where 5 years ago, that'd be 100 applicants for those positions. So it's been really challenging. Schedule B, I've heard some discussion about that earlier today. We have lost one employee to Nevada County, specifically citing Schedule B as the reason why they were leaving our county, going to Nevada County. So just wanted to share that with you. We are also up against salaries from the private sector, which seem to be going up, which has been a challenge in our recruiting process as well. So I'm going to leave it at that. I know we've got a workshop planned, and I'm looking forward to participating in that. So accomplishments, we've got a great team in Placer County IT. These are the most stable systems in my 25 years in working in IT, and it's directly a result of the quality of staff that we have in our IT organization. A few of the accomplishments over the past year, we went out on COVID and everybody went remote. We've been doing a lot around that to really improve the access to systems and the actual systems that are out there that people are using. We were able to replace 1,339 workstations with laptops. And we continue to do that. We've got an ongoing program now where we recycle, all the fleet of inventory and workstations over a 4-year period. So we're trying to get that really stabilized. And so we're doing a quarter of the fleet every year. It's going to take us a few cycles to get to that point. But we are working on that. We were able to migrate staff to Office 365, which is all in the cloud. So now, even if their access to the county network is down, they can still access their files and their systems in the cloud. OneDrive is another one. We just migrated CEO and Board of Supervisors over this last weekend. You were the last group to go to OneDrive. So now your personal shares are in the cloud. So you can access any of your files there, and they'll sync up with your workstation directly. And exchange online. All of our mail servers are now in the cloud as well. We're actually in hybrid mode, but for the most part, we're up in the cloud there. Critical county applications have also moved to the cloud. So a lot of departments are looking at moving, their department-specific applications to the cloud. That gives us improved security and reliability, scalability. A lot of those vendors are now responsible for the disaster recovery systems. So we have a smaller footprint on the disaster recovery side. It allowed us to consolidate our data centers down. We used to have 2 primary data centers. We're pretty much down to just 1 right now. And then we've moved a lot of our disaster recovery up to the Azure cloud as well. So that's kind of the plan going forward. And that'll allow us to kind of reclaim some of the existing office space in the fab that's being used as a data center today. Also, the move to Office 365 has given us more capabilities around e-discovery for audits and PRA requests. We can process those much quicker today than we ever have previously. So that's given us a lot of capabilities there. Let's see, last mile broadband as well. So we established the last mile grant program, which you all approved. So we were able to award the first 500,000 to do a few areas within the county that are real trouble spots. I'm going to go through the maps on those, so I'm going to hold off on some of those comments until we get to the maps. And one of the big projects that we've been working on for a long time, when I kind of took over the IT organization, one of the first things Dieter and I talked about was, really looking at the overall network architecture and how can we take it to the next level. It's been steady. It's been great for the last, 10, 15 years, but now we need to look to the future and how can we really enhance that. So all of our locations today all funnel through DeWitt through our main data center to get out to the internet. And with the advent of, all the cloud applications that I just mentioned, we really need to make sure that reliability and access to the internet is really addressed and it's as stable and reliable as possible. And so I'll talk about it in the future slides on what we're doing around that. So the emerging issues and department priorities. So this is really a department priority, bringing broadband access to all the constituents that are in underserved or unserved areas of the county. And so this has been a real challenge. It's been eye-opening over the last, year and a half or so. Now we've got funds and it's like, how are we going to move forward spending these funds? And we're really looking at public-private partnerships to be able to do this. Dieter's done a lot of work in this area on, just communicating with service providers and making sure service providers are in line with kind of what we're thinking, but there's also the PUC, CPUC, California Public Utilities Commission, that aspect and making sure everybody's in lockstep. There's multiple funding sources and the timing's different on those. And so there's just a lot of balls in the air that we need to juggle. So identifying and prioritizing future broadband expansion projects. We did the survey 2 years ago, a community survey. We had about 5,000 respondents that told us whether or not they're satisfied or unsatisfied with their service. If there was no services available, if there was poor services available, we reissued that. We revised kind of the questions and simplified it a bit. We reissued it in November of 2021. We've had a little over 3,000 respondents to that. And that's really what we're using as direct input from citizens. Tell us where the problem areas are. And I'm going to go through the maps here in just a second. I talked about kind of maximizing, the opportunities. The timing's really challenging around that. And then what we're doing right now, what's out on the street, we've issued a request for qualified providers. We're going to establish a qualified vendor list, service vendor list. And that'll allow us to then, once we have that established, we can go to certain communities like Alta, for example, or Sheridan, or Loomis, or Newcastle, and we can say which providers are interested in providing those services in that area, expanding your services into that area. Now give us a formal quote to do that, and we can select, and that'll allow us to move very quickly on our projects. The CPUC designation for SB 156, that was something that you all probably read this morning on consent. Those were our comments back. So Placer County got grouped into the urban counties, and basically that's costing us about $50 million in funding. By being grouped under urban, we were being apportioned about $30 million of the SB 156 last mile grant funds. If we were grouped into the rural counties, that would be closer to 80 million. So we are advocating for that. I do want to shout out to Maggie Tides for the great work that she's done at the county council's office on formulating kind of all of our thoughts and all the data into one document that was what was on consent today. So that was wonderful. And then I'm going to talk about the CPUC coverage maps here right now. So this is a heat map, and I want to be real clear about what this is showing you. So this is showing you respondents to our survey, the number of respondents to our survey that are saying either they have unsatisfactory service or they don't have any service currently. So this shows you kind of the problem areas. The big problem area, I'd say the number one priority that's coming out of this is that Penryn, Loomis, Newcastle area, but there are other hotspots as well. Meadow Vista showing on here, and Granite Bay down there. So this, again, this is the number of respondents that have responded. So if there's a certain area that has a problem, but respondents aren't submitting our survey or aren't participating with our survey, they're not coming up on here. But what I want to show you now is an outline of that. So this is showing kind of just a crude outline, and it's showing you that overlaid on the CPUC coverage map. So green areas from the CPUC is what the CPUC is saying are fully covered. These are areas that have sufficient broadband service. And so you can see the discrepancy there. We're already talking to the CPUC about that. Dieter, has a contact there. We're communicating that. The CPUC uses these maps when they fund projects out of those SB 156 funds that we're talking about. So we really have to get them on the same page and illustrate to them that, hey, your maps, which are populated using data from the service providers, aren't matching what we're hearing from our constituents. And then we'll look at the eastern side. Serene Lakes is a very strange area. Half of Serene Lakes has good coverage according to the citizens, and the other half has no coverage. So that's something we need to look into. And then the other red spot there is Alpine Meadows and Olympic Valley. And then showing that over a coverage map, it's green, everywhere. So just wanted to illustrate, the coverage there. Does anybody have any questions on the map before I go on? Okay.
We don't argue.
The other two initiatives, I talked about, we did all the design of the network in this fiscal year, and now we're going to start building, that network. And so this is a huge project. It's really great. I kind of gave you the gist of it. What the new network design is going to do, it's going to allow us to have multiple internet paths. So South Placer Justice may have an internet path that goes out. Tahoe will have an internet path that goes out, and then we're going to implement a technology called software-defined networking, where it's basically more dynamic. So if DeWitt was down and somebody from South Placer needed to get out, the routing there is intelligent. So it knows, oh, that path is down, so I'm not going to try that way. I'm going to go out to the internet through this other path. So at a very high level, that's basically the architecture that we're going to be implementing. And we're renewing, all of our core network infrastructure, even our security infrastructure. We're going to be redoing that for, basically next generation equipment. And then the countywide business continuity program, this is another heavy lift that we've been working on for quite a while now. We met with all the departments. We identified what their critical systems are. We've identified recovery point objectives and recovery time objectives for all of those systems. And now we're looking at our backup processes, and we've been doing disaster recovery tests. So we did 2 disaster recovery tests already in this fiscal year, where we, over a weekend, we basically cut our connection between the county and our Azure environment, and we were able to spin up services in our Azure environment, and then have departments test their applications and make sure they're able to access them and that they can perform their services. So that's 2 in a series of disaster recovery tests that we're going to do. So that's going to be ongoing for a little while. At the end of that process, then we're going to develop a brand new business continuity disaster recovery plan that we'll bring to the board that'll have all that information in it and instructions on how we recover our systems going forward. So our supplemental requests, I mentioned this earlier. So we've got 2 long-time contractor positions. So we brought in these contractors to help us do the deployment of the laptops. And I talked about centralizing all of those laptop deployments over a 4-year period. So now we're looking to convert those contractor positions over to permanent IT staff within the county. And there's some cost savings there, but I think overall it'll help maintain that program. And then our capital expenditures are listed here. So we've been doing a phone system upgrade and consolidation, some really nice things, consolidating. There's 7 PBX appliances today. We're consolidating that down to 3 to make maintenance and support on that, a little bit easier. The next 2 bullets kind of go with that big network upgrade that I'm talking about. So we're gonna, upgrade all of our router equipment, and then we're going to be doing, the core replacement as well. And so those are the implementation costs of both of those. The radios, we have some radios that are being used by some of our public safety radio customers that our testers don't have access to. So this is just $25,000 to buy them those radios, that particular model of the radio. So when we're testing it, we can test it on our radios and then implement. Radio monitor, that's just to monitor frequencies that may be interfering with our radio network. Okta Adaptive MFA. So this is a really cool project. So MFA is multi-factor authentication. So whenever you log in over the internet to our system, you always have to do the second factor to really confirm who you are. Adaptive MFA will look at behavioral analytics of the user. So, if they're logging in at 3 a.m. or something like that, or if they're still online at 3 a.m., and it'll automatically send that second factor request again and say, hey, there's some weird behavior, and just to protect our data a little more. The firewall project is part of that network project as well, and our infrastructure for our security. And then the last one, SIM, is our security incident and event management tool. So that one is pulling logs from all of our systems into one central location. And then we have certain algorithms set up that it's like, if you see this, alert the security team, for these certain events. And so we're doing a few things around that. It was in need of an upgrade because it was end of life. So we're doing the upgrade, but now our internet auditing and reporting are going to be in that tool, and they're going to be much more robust going forward. And I think that's it for our presentation. So happy to answer that you may have, and thank you for allowing us to present today.
Great, thank you. Board members, any questions or comments? It's after lunch. I don't know if it's supposed to go, but right before lunch or right after. I wanted to ask, would it make any difference? I know this is a long shot, but our CPUC maps and this comment letter that was excellently done, County Council and all of you working together, would it help us to alert our constituents that are in those areas to ping the CPUC with
yes, I would say
their
yes.
dissatisfaction? Because it seems to me the CPUC may listen more to our constituents than to us about the reality of life in our rural, that we are rural and that they don't have service.
Yes, I think that helps. They do take informal comments. So, we can post something on our website that
If you
sends
get
them there.
that to me, I'd get it out in my
Okay.
newsletters and let people know through our MAC members and others. I mean, we have, as you know, hundreds of constituents that have had problems.
Yeah.
And that's just in my district. I know all of us do. So if we sent that out and got comment letters, maybe it would help.
Yeah, I was going through the comments a couple weeks ago, and I saw a lot of comments on there from Folsom Lake Estates.
Yeah.
So I know that they seem to have coordinated with each other, and they found the place to submit them, and they got a lot of comments, and I mean there was quite a few, probably more than 50 in there. So I think that helps. It might not be the end all be all, but anything can help. It's not going to hurt.
Anything to validate that their maps are way off.
Yes.
Way off.
And so the other thing that we did, that reminds me, in our survey, we do have like an internet speed test tool in there, and we actually gave them the speed test tool from the CPUC. So when they take their test on their home internet, it's sending that data straight over to the CPUC. And then they can report back to us in the survey what the test results were, but the data is going to the CPUC. So we're hoping that helps with their maps, helps educate them and inform them on their maps as well.
Great. Thank you. I mean, that's a lot of money to leave on the table
Yes.
if we can fight for it. And I really appreciate staff working so hard to try to get it back, hopefully.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions? Great. Great job, especially, the last 2 years and having to transition to, it's been invaluable for us and our staffs to work with our constituents and all the hybrid meetings, all the other things we've come to rely on,
Yes.
working from home, working from our cars, working wherever I work from at times.
Absolutely.
Your systems have worked great. And I really appreciate everything you've put into that.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it.
Next up, County Council. Karen, are you going to take this one?
I am. Do I have to move chairs?
No. You can stay
Before
seated
I
unless
start,
you
I need
want.
to take care of some business here. That's the report out of closed
Oh,
session.
yes, I'm so sorry. Let's report out of closed session.
The board met in closed session to consider one item of real property. The board heard a report and provided directions. This concludes the report out of closed session. Now, switching hats to the budget. I'll let Barbara start.
Hello, I'm Barbara McAllister, Management Analyst at the CEO's office. I'm not sure how to use this. Okay, so this is the budget structure of County Council, pretty straightforward. The department is a single cost center and the programs within the cost center are listed below. Clerical, general government, health, services and dependency, plan development, legal advisory, litigation and claims in special districts. This is a chart, obviously, of the revenues and expenses over the last few years. You can see that expenses have gone up pretty steadily, mostly due to payroll costs and outside legal services, expenses for outside legal services, which Karen might be speaking to a little bit more later. There's also, sorry, I'm not sure what happened there. So then the revenue you can see has gone up and down a little bit. That is in part due to changes in the way that other county departments have been billed for legal services provided by County Council, as well as changes in A87 revenue coming into the cost center. And then that's just the specifics of the expenditures that the last chart just showed. So you can see again, it's kind of steadily going up. And then this is the funded allocations. It's been steady for the last couple of years. And then in 22-23, there are 2 additional FTEs. One is for a chief assistant county counsel and another is for a county counsel 1 through 4, which was already approved in this fiscal year. And then I will hand it over to Karen to discuss the accomplishments.
Thanks, Barbara. So it's after this morning, my first accomplishment is probably not a surprise to you. We lost 3 attorneys within a month. 2 went to other public agencies and 1 went to private practice. All basically cited better benefits and better pay for the reason they were leaving. We spent 10 months with those 3 vacancies. And I'm going to steal what we heard this morning from our district attorney, because it was such a great quote, that it's difficult to innovate when you're triaging. I would say it's also difficult to implement board strategies when you're triaging. We spent a good 10 months triaging just to make it through. So, but I'm happy to say, and I hope I don't jinx this, that we are fully staffed as of January 31st with attorneys that we were considering to put on staff. We just are now finally fully staffed on support staff. It took 9 months to hire a civil legal secretary. So, yeah, and I'm going to kind of transition back and forth between my accomplishments and the challenges because they are so interrelated. We did multiple recruitments for attorneys over that 10 months, multiple, I believe it was 4, if not 5. Offers were given to 4 different candidates for attorneys. All of them turned me down. 3 turned me down because of the range B. And what they perceived, which is if you look at range B, it takes you 10 years to get from one level to another. You have to go step by step. It's a 2.5% per step, which is far less than any cost of living increase we've had. We can't jump steps. So my only option is, say I hire somebody in a level 3, step 3, is to say, yeah, you're doing really well. I'd love to jump you to a step 7, but I can't do that. So I might then force with the option to I promote them to a 4, or maybe they're not really ready for a 4. And I think candidates, and especially younger candidates, these were all younger up and coming attorneys, looked at that and said, that's too long for me to wait to get somewhere in the system. So the range B, in my opinion, I think you'll hear it from others, is a real challenge when it comes to recruiting and retaining. Anyway, but we are fully staffed. We also successfully created and reorganized our positions that allowed us to create more opportunities for upward movement. We created the chief assistant county counsel position. We promoted into the assistant county counsel position. That freed up supervising, promoted 2 into supervising and 1 into senior. So that gave me some breathing room. Now, I should point out that although we're at, and I'm going to talk about Daniel's little graphic about going up 2, it looks like we went up thousands, but we did add the 2 allocations. I would point out that we actually have 4 positions, attorney positions that we have not filled. And frankly, unless I want to use the bathroom as an office, we have no room to expand. So we're pretty much, it's kind of like being a koi in a small pond. You can only grow so far. Well, it's the same in county council in the domes. You can only grow so far. We have no more room to actually grow. We have 1 more position that's open within our administrative section. We're trying to fill that right now. But as far as attorneys, we pretty much have to wait. Why is that a challenge? The challenge is I still have supervising attorneys that have full caseloads. So instead of being able to supervise and to train our younger attorneys, they're handling their entire caseload. So hopefully once our move happens and we have a little more room to grow, we're able to actually fill those positions. Finally, a lot of this you heard during my evaluation, so I won't go into great detail, but there were a number of significant legal issues that came up this year. Just a few that I wanted to highlight here was the STR permit moratorium in the ordinance, camping ordinance, the river fire emergency opioid settlement, which is due to fund fairly shortly, part of it, and of course the regional sewer efforts going on. I'm supposed to know, oh, it's all giving me a raise because I figured out how to use this. Again, I've mentioned the challenges. I don't want to dwell on it being a challenge, but I do want to mention that I think there, and I look forward to the workshop that's coming up, because I think, the county, the board has been very forward thinking in terms of strategy for development, for different initiatives. I think the same thing needs to happen here with recruitment. Because here's the thing, and salary surveys. The last salary survey that was done for our office uses comparable counties. Butte County, they have 211,000 residents. El Dorado, 191. Nevada County, 102. 81,000. Yolo, 216,000. As this board knows, we have a total of 416,326 as our population. We've essentially moved out of the smaller counties, and we've moved into counties that include Monterey County. Monterey County, Santa Barbara, Solano, Tulare, Sonoma. Those are all within the 400,000 some odd population. And I think the point I'm making is that the model has always been to use comparable counties when determining salaries. Well, the comparable counties are no longer the Buttes and the Yolos of the world. They're the Montereys of the world. And I think we have to shift our way of looking at salaries and recruitment to play with the bigger fish in the pond. And I think that would help us to look at what would be an attractive salary for people coming in. Range B I've already addressed. Also, the need to find, and again, I think the workshop would be a great place to look into these things. Look into non-budget busting workforce incentives. For example, in our office, I have what hybrid interim telecommute policy. My attorneys are allowed to telecommute 2 days a week. This has been a huge incentive for them, where I can't give them salary incentives. I can't compete with the outside workforce that has the bonuses, but giving them the ability to work from home 2 days a week has really helped that. I think there are more types of that kind of non-budget busting type incentives that can be offered. Another one, for example, is recently HR had a workshop, one of their continuing education. They brought in Liebert Cassidy, who had a personnel class, and it offered MCLE credits. And for those of you who are not attorneys, we have to get 25 MCLE credits, that's mandatory continuing legal education, in a 3-year period of time. Those courses are expensive, and part of our budget is, of course, to fund that. But by actually combining your personnel type seminars with something that offers MCLE is a great advantage for everybody. It's a higher level type of seminar, and it gives our attorneys the ability to, in 1 hour, a lunch hour, get at least 1 hour of MCLE. So I think there's a lot of other things that can be done to really help us to recruit, because while it's a really great place to live, it's not as inexpensive as it used to be. And frankly, from the attorney side, we're competing with those firms in San Francisco who are willing to offer, and I lost one, but gained her back. I lost one by being offered a Bay Area salary to telecommute from Loomis. That's what we're competing against now. So emerging issues. I think part of why I'm so passionate about recruitment, but also retention is, and I'll give you a prime example. I had one attorney who retired. It was long contemplated. She'd been with the county for 20 years. 20 years of experience cannot be substituted, nor can 5 years of experience. If you can retain attorneys longer, you're getting your value out by having that background, that knowledge that's able to address what are your emergency issues right now. And these are complex financial issues that are coming up. The county is no longer entitling projects, we're implementing. And implementation is vastly different from entitling. It's a lot more complex. It requires a greater level of legal expertise. So the more attorneys I can retain and train to that level, the better off I am. As it turned out, with the attorney who left after 20 years, I was able to, thanks to the HR and CEO, actually be replaced by one attorney. I had to replace her with 2. Because the 20-year was actually handling supervising, training, and doing a full caseload. can't do that with somebody right coming in with 1 or 2 years of experience. So in total, that's what I have for you today. I am not.
Wow. Okay, great job.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Karen, and all the hard work, and congrats on kind of getting over the hurdles with your staffing, but more to come on that. Okay, I think we're ready for CEO office.
Well, good afternoon. On. Jane Christensen from the CEO office. Pleased to be here together with Barbara McAllister, as well as Jenna Martin, whom you may know. She was with HHS for many years before coming to CEO this fall. Perhaps they'll mention it as one of their recruitment challenges. Jenna will go through the numbers. I'll then recap our accomplishments and emerging issues and priorities, and then turn it back over to Jenna to address supplemental requests, several of which are for board support and services, as we heard from you at the beginning of this year.
All right, well, thank you, Jane, and thank you, excuse me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. It's a pleasure to talk to you about the CEO and Board of Supervisors budgets today. Similar to the other budgets that you've seen, you'll see quite a structure up there. So it's pretty small, so let me just do some of the highlights for you so that we can talk through the different funding sources. CEO is a unique mix of funding structures. We have general fund, we're funded by some fire fund components, we have special districts as well as internal service funds. So you see that mix represented up on the screen before you. These 16 budget structures are largely made up of all of the lines of service. As you know, about 2018 timeframe, there was a reorganization to move some of these internal services into the CEO department. So you'll see those internal services represented here, things like document solutions, risk management. Those are all services that we provide to our cost of services build out, and we recoup those funds. You'll also see up here the good work that we do for the administrative and fiscal pieces, as well as something you don't see about a lot of the special districts. The fire fund does fire, which we administer out of this budget, and they are also, that fund is also looking good this year with property tax up about 5% across the board. Another component is open space, and as you know, the Placer Legacy Program is funded through the Open Space Fund. So with that, unless there are any questions, one more thing, sorry, if you can flip back for me, thank you. I would like to highlight our new records management cost center. We're adding this, your board approved it about a month ago with the mid-year item. And we're looking to expand oversight and support departments in record retention, disposition, and digitization efforts. So this new county unit will be an oversight body to help advise departments and implement those changes that your board has requested. All right, thank you, Jane. Moving forward. Okay, with our revenue and expense comparison, you'll see it looks like quite an up and down there for the trend year over year. However, it's not quite as bad as it looks. We have various contributions that come and go from time to time. And as Daniel mentioned, some of those contributions are big, like debt service, and we're still in discussions about what those final amounts might be. So this is all of the fund structures rolled together. I think it's really a good news update because you see that we are looking at a $48 million surplus there overall. So revenue is outpacing expenditures, and we are looking good for the coming year. This is our expense by cost center breakdown with 25 different cost centers. I'll just highlight a few that I think you might be interested in. We have the community and agency support cost center. Of note, we're looking with this budget cycle to move $2.5 million for regional forest health from the CEO department budget to the agriculture budget this year. And with that, the Forest Health Program Administration will be moving, as well as 2 allocations from CEO to the Ag Department. We have our investment in public safety here. This is, again, one of those contributions. It's going up by about $6 million from 137 to 143 million. So looking good on that front. And just a quick shout out, the Tahoe Tourism and Promotions budget was right-sized this year. We did a lot of work, and a shout out to Stephanie Holloway for assisting with this as she's managing all of the Tahoe operations. We went through as a team and looked at all of the project work that we were formerly budgeting and attempted to right-size projects that we're actually going to seek to accomplish in the next annual cycle versus budgeting every active project on the books. So while that looks like a big drop, it's actually probably a better data-driven, more realistic and accurate picture of the work that we'll accomplish next year. And with the records management ask that we just spoke about previously, we are coming forward. We're still in discussions about the exact amount, but we have a placeholder there of $275,000 as we're trying to figure out the right amount for that budget moving forward. And we'll report back with proposed budget on the final recommendation there. That was a lot, so I'll stop and pause for any questions if you have any before moving on to positions. No? Okay. On our position side, you can see the uptick there in 21-22. While it says funded allocations, these are actually better represented as fully funded FTE, so funded and fully benefited. So in that 117, we've started now also considering your district contract staff in that number. So it's not really quite the jump that it appears, it's more stable. And the decrease to the 115 is for the allocations that I referenced that we're moving over with the Forest Health Program. So it will be a principal management analyst and a senior staff services analyst. And with that, I'll turn it over to
Judgments over the last fiscal year to a number of countywide initiatives that I'll highlight briefly. We led regional planning on several countywide challenges. The Regional Homeless Action Plan, which many of our board members have been involved with. Great credit to Becky Riggin and Raul Martinez for leading that effort on behalf of the county in partnership with our cities. Forest Health and Wildfire Management, as Jenna noted, that is moving, but it started in CEO following the board's identifying it as a top priority at its February 2021 retreat. We drafted the job description for the unicorn we hoped to find and thankfully found, Carrie Timmer, for someone who understood the landscape of forest health needs, but also intergovernmental relations, grant making, and all the things that go into making that position successful. We also completed the Placer County Fire Fiscal Sustainability Blueprint. Great thanks to Supervisors Gustafson and Holmes for their work over 2 years, which culminated in a presentation to the board in October of 2021, outlining a path forward for a better and more fiscally sustainable Placer County Fire in the future. Thanks as well to Chief Estes and all those at Cal Fire or Placer County Fire. Secondly, advancing East Placer initiatives. Another shout out to Stephanie Holloway for the CEO leadership that she has provided in the Eastern region to advance North Lake Tahoe economic incentives, certainly short-term rentals going strong after going live April 1st over the weekend in partnership with our Cedra Tahoe team. Certainly TBID, which occupied the better part of 2021, and tourism mitigation, an acutely pronounced challenge, especially during as everyone sought the great outdoors all around D5 over the last 2 years. Lastly, executed the 2021 redistricting effort to align the board legislative districts with the preceding decade of growth. You've heard from a number of departments thus far, and I suspect you'll hear from several more this afternoon about how we are growing and changing and evolving as a county. And that certainly was brought home with the seismic changes that we saw in our legislative district boundaries due to population growth over issues and priorities for the coming fiscal year. As always, the board critical success factor priorities are front and center for our CEO office. Forest health, as I mentioned earlier, affordable housing, competition, prudent fiscal management, and innovation among the hallmarks that the board cited. Balance our growing capital and op needs with our long-term financial liabilities. You heard from facilities in early March, but as you heard and have heard, many departments have capital needs that are not restricted to just the facilities and buildings that we hear about. And we need to have a better method for tracking those, funding those, replacing them, and maintaining them as time goes on. Lastly, refreshing service delivery model and level of service standards for urbanizing and high tourism areas of Placer County. Again, as we've seen through redistricting, as you've heard from your departments, and we'll hear a lot more from Cedra later this afternoon, we're urbanizing in parts of the county. And that brings with it evolving level of service standards that heretofore, as a suburban rural county, we haven't necessarily had the same service level expectations that we are increasingly experiencing in various pockets throughout Placer County. And we as an organization, as a CEO office, as a county, need to rise to that challenge going forward.
Okay, I'll take it back over and we'll just kind of summarize the supplemental requests before you today. The first two are actually related to your board's request. So as we understand it, there is a need for constituent tracking software to streamline sort of our communication requests that you all are receiving across districts. And so we're working with the information technology department to see what software solution might be a good fit for you in that regard. Additionally, it sounds like with redistricting and all the other efforts of the board, there's evolving support needs and community engagement priorities. With that, we're also seeking to restore funding for an executive secretary position to support your board core support team model of support, any support needs that you all would have. And this would really help, as we've seen through COVID, the instability with staffing and turnover to, I think, create continuity in our operations and support, smooth transitions as staffing changes occur. The third request is $20,000 for a web-based news center and sponsorships. Wendy Williams and her PIO group is looking at different best practice models in Sacramento and San Diego counties. And she has modeled this request off of those successful implementations. So this would also allow for some more sponsorship out in the community to get our name out there at different hiring events or community events where we need to advertise and continue to market all of the good work that we do. Our final request is for a staff services analyst, and this is part of Dave Atkinson's group in emergency services. This specific request seeks to fund a wildfire mitigation coordinator to assist with the California Firesafe Council. This request is offset by grant funding that I believe you approved a couple months ago for about 18 months. And the position will support the Firewise community program with the goal of bolstering wildfire resilience through public education and community engagement. I'll conclude the supplemental request portion unless there's questions. Okay. For capital, 2 items. We do have a 5-year capital replacement plan. This year are for document solutions, extra large wide printer and an embroidery machine. I won't pretend to be an expert on any of these technical things, but suffice to say that Miranda Glick a lot of research, and with this high volume, it's looking like we'll be able to reduce time from 15 minutes per print job to about 10 seconds per job. So quite an efficiency gain with this equipment replacement if it's approved. And the final request that Miranda has is embroidery machine. Document Solutions regularly outsources different hats or polo shirts for events that the county participates in. And oftentimes there's, with supply chain issues and stuff, there's been delays. So this would allow for the county to pay less of a markup and also provide better service and turnaround times because they could use the embroidery machine themselves and do the work directly. So with that, I'll conclude the presentation and hand it over to your board for any
Comments? Okay, more logo attire. No, thank you very much. Appreciate all the hard work and the focus we've had on fire especially. Okay, next up, HHS. Oh, there you go. Team.
Hey, Rob, you're wearing an orange lanyard, and it's just a reminder to my colleagues that that's for the University of Tennessee and not the San Francisco
Thank you.
Giants.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate Andy wearing that. I have a Tennessee basketball warm-up jacket in the back of my car, so I almost put that on, trying to compete with Andy.
Kansas would be more appropriate today.
They lost second round against it.
Yeah.
Well, thanks again for the opportunity to come in this informal setting. As I said, I've probably seen you all in the last 2 weeks and shared more air in the last 2 weeks in the last 2 years. So it's great to see you, and we just feel really grateful about this opportunity. So as far as just who's with me here today, actually, and we'll talk more about the process and kind of where people sit within the organization. But down at the end, Sarah Poindexter is our new CEO analyst who has hit the ground running in HHS and really been wonderful to work with throughout this process, including the budget process.
Did she move from CEO to your team?
No.
Okay, you're still the CEO.
We do that sometimes. We do poach, but no, she's still in
That
CEO.
I'm aware of.
Yeah.
I just didn't know where she was actually sitting, so that's great.
Yeah, I think you'll know Vicki Grenier, who's our Deputy Director of HHS for administration, and then Denise Medlin, who's our revenue and budget manager within HHS. They really helped to support this whole process and the budget. And actually, as I move to our first slide on the org chart for HHS, which is like, actually all those are on one layer. We just had to move them down because we have 10 different cost centers within HHS, 6 divisions, but 10 different cost centers. And so I want to use this slide to also thank our different division directors and program directors who really do a ton of work also in preparing do a ton of work in general. That's where the work is done at the program level to really serve our residents. But as far as the budget process, a lot of work that goes into this from all the staff. So I just want to thank them all for that. And yes, we have a big, complicated department, both in the services that we provide, but also fiscally through this fire hose of learning about HHS and our different funding streams. So you'll see the 10 different cost centers, the adult system of care, children's system of care, public health, administration, human services, client aid, housing, environmental health, animal services, and veteran services. And then under those, in the itsy bitsy print, just dozens and dozens of different programs. And those are just kind of our workday programs as far as the programs from state and federal funding. Just within public health, I think we have about 40 of those. So really lots of different things within HHS and a lot of diversity too. So I get to play with animals and work in mental health and public health and social services. So it's we have quite the reach. So this slide, just on revenue and expense comparison, we have seen some growth over the last few years, both in revenues and in expenses. One thing I'll point out, this bar graph shows, the first two, and the 1920 actuals, 2021 actuals, and then so the actual budgeted expenditures for 1920 were about $227 million. So we had basically about $10 million delta between the actuals and the budgeted expenditures in 1920, and 2021 was really the outlier year. So that was the first real year of COVID where you had all the money flowing in, and we had a hard time pulling down all those funds. So we actually had, oops, I lost my, there we go. So the budget for that year was like 277 million as far as our expenditure authority, but we came, the delta, we weren't able to spend down all the expenditures, didn't quite keep up with our budgetary authority in 2021. So it does, actually this year, as far as the budget, the last 2 years are coming down from that peak of the 2021 year. So last year budget, or the 2021-22 budget of around 269 million. And then the submitted budget for this year for 22-23 of 274 million. And then expenses by cost center, again, I kind of talked about the difference between the budgeted and the actuals here. You'll see our various cost centers and sort of the changes. I'll highlight adult system of care, children's system of care, and client aid are probably the three where you'll see some of the biggest growth in budget. With adult system of care, one thing, because you'll see public health kind of decreasing, but it's not like we're defunding public health. Although we did see a lot of expenditures in especially in 2021. Even other divisions that were coding to work that they were doing, helping out on the COVID response. So, but also the whole person care program moved from public health into the adult system of care. Actually, it's now under CalAIM is changed its name. So whole person care is no more, but it was transitioned to enhanced care management, or ECM. So if you hear about ECM, that's kind of the old whole person care program that's transitioned in this new CalAIM program called ECM. And then this graph, I won't pile on the concerns about the ski slope or the hill that we were seeing here, and the scale on this graph, other than to say, yeah, this was about a 5% growth in positions, so from 745 to 783 in that time frame. Actually, if you'll recall, we had more positions prior to that, so we back in 16-17, from 16-17 to 22-23, only about a 3% growth in positions. So we did things like closing the medical clinic and the public health lab, and so we actually came down in positions from there. And then we've seen a significant growth in state and federal revenues over this time. Actually, over the last decade or so, those have continued to improve, and really our positions have stayed relatively flat over that time. And as we'll see in a little bit, county general fund, matching has stayed relatively flat over that time as well. We have added some positions just in the last couple of years, largely through the off-cycle budget process. I did want to thank your board for that opportunity. I think we're hearing a lot about in emergencies, the ability to quickly add positions, especially when funding becomes available. And so that's been really helpful for us, and having that ability to add, a few positions off cycle on a quarterly basis to meet the needs and to draw down kind of new funding streams as they come along. So we're not asking for any new positions as part of this budget request. I think we need to fill the ones that we've got, which we'll talk more about. I know there's been a lot of discussion today about the need to really work on our recruitment and retention. And so that's, we have about 8% vacancy rate with HHS right now. And so we kind of huddled and decided, rather than adding additional position requests, we're going to really focus on filling the positions that we have, although understanding that if we need more, particularly as more funding comes available, which we do anticipate that will come with potentially future off-cycle budget requests. So any questions there? As far as accomplishments, so I was told you just to give three, which is really tough within a department as diverse as ours, and we've I think accomplished a lot. But highlight, I think we can't talk about the last year or two without really highlighting our the robust all-department COVID response. And I know it's been controversial at times, but I think we really did meet a historic challenge. And I think in a Placer way that we can be proud of. Just the numbers, kind of thinking about the scale of our response. So I have a few for you. In partnering with our healthcare providers, we administered approximately 700,000 COVID vaccine doses. So in a typical, like someone's in a flu season, we were happy to administer, go out to the Mandarin Festival and other things, and maybe we do 3,000 or 4,000 flu shots in a year. So the idea that we came together with our healthcare partners and delivered that many doses is pretty remarkable. 845,000 plus PCR COVID tests, in addition to tens of thousands of rapid antigen tests. I think it's been reported the death rate. We've seen over 600 deaths of Placer residents from COVID, which is tragic and affects those families in our community. I think lots of people still grieving from that. But the rate is about half the national rate of deaths from COVID and 2/3 the state rates, I think. And then just the impact on our communities. We talked about the ability, I think a lot of our businesses were able to get back into operation more quickly, our schools, et cetera. So just want to thank the whole community. This was really a whole community response to COVID. And it's, we may see additional waves of different variants and things that come along. So not completely out of the woods, but it does look like, thankfully, that we're good for now on COVID. Then the other accomplishment just around strengthening our homelessness and behavioral health continuum of care, which I think the pandemic highlighted already. We had cracks in the system, both for people experiencing homelessness and behavioral health. Already been described about the HHS partnering with CEO, so Raul and Becky really in providing the backbone support to our regional homelessness action plan process. We've obtained funding and have begun construction on a 6-bed, 24-hour urgent care unit for Placer residents experiencing behavioral health crises. And thanks to facilities on the support and kind of pulling that together and getting that under construction. So hope in the next couple of months to see you all again for the ribbon cutting ceremony for that crisis center down at Kirby Hills. We've really improved access to routine outpatient mental health and addiction care by drastically reducing wait times for psychiatric services and expanded mental health and substance use disorder screening clinics. So I think I mentioned before in another venue that we can get our patients in to see a psychiatrist or psychiatric nurse practitioner in less than a week. And that's unheard of, coming from the private sector, even in the private sector. So our access is really second to none. You don't hear about that really anywhere, which is great for the people that we serve. It's also great because it cuts down on things like hospitalization costs. If we can get you in to see the psychiatrist and start a medication or get some therapy and not have to wait, it really can decrease some of the crisis services. But we're also really trying to enhance our crisis continuum of care. We've become, as I mentioned, implementation of CalAIM, which stands for California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal. It includes a transition of our award-winning whole person care pilot program, as I mentioned before, over to ECM. We've initiated a campaign to raise awareness for the dangers associated with street drugs, including those laced with fentanyl, and a lot of other things. So under the strengthening homelessness and behavioral health continuum of care. And then finally, I guess our final accomplishment here that I list, I list broad accomplishments, so we can kind of speak to lots of things under them, but it's around the refresh of our HHS strategic plan. So in the midst of COVID, and again, kudos to Raul and others who really came together in a really busy year and still dug in. And the last strategic plan, 3-year strategic plan, was the first one that we've done in, I believe, 20 or so years. And so this one wasn't that in-depth of a process. And I think actually the crisis of COVID did help us to have more clarity on our existing, like the old strategic plan. And it was the priorities there were spot on, but also helped us to really identify where we want to go going forward. And being this new, in some ways a renewed organization coming out of the pandemic. I'll tell you just briefly the four strategic priorities. We grouped basically all of our priorities into a group of 4 different priorities. First, community leadership, which includes things like building awareness of HHS's role and value in the community, and in HHS having a kind of all department approach to disaster promotion and equity, which includes things like really being a trusted and effective community health messenger to all, kind of and across different communities, stakeholders, providing culturally competent services, and identifying and addressing health disparities. The third area of integrated and effective services, which is kind of the HHS wheelhouse. We have a long heritage and tradition of providing integrated and effective services, one of the first HHS departments in the state. And so really just refreshing that approach. I think we're good in a lot of those areas, but proving it with data. And so really you'll see more of a focus on program outcomes and even putting those, we have the Be Well Placer dashboard right now. I know we've talked about the COVID dashboard, really trying to move things back over to the general Be Well Placer dashboard, but more and more program outcomes so that we can see those and really celebrate the impact that we know that our programs are having. And innovative. There's lots of opportunities, lots of funding out there, really thinking about what's next and building on that model of integrated and effective services. And finally, the last priority area, which we talked a lot about already today, workforce. And that was actually, workforce was part of our last strategic plan. And we really saw the need to look at things like remote, telework and flexibility, which I think the pandemic has served and shown that, that was probably right on. But more and more, as part of this strategic plan, looking at things like flexible and adaptive hiring practices, attractive work environment, making I think it is attractive right now, but making it more attractive and doing everything we can to recruit and retain the next generation workforce. And then emerging issues, and I already, priorities, I already sort of talked about the priorities, but other emerging issues, just really the demand for and visibility of HHS services, which has been increasing often dramatically in the wake of the pandemic. And then the other thing associated with this, there is fortunately a lot more state and federal funding to support the expansion of those services. So that's sort of the good news. The bad news being there are often strings attached to those, especially the state and federal dollars. And then those new funding streams, I'm looking here at our, Vicki and Denise and admin, they often have unclear rules and conditions, aggressive application and implementation timelines, overlapping program areas, and matching fund requirements. So it makes it challenging for the admin folks, but actually everyone in our divisions and programs to take these new dollars. Is lots of strings attached. As we'll talk more. There's matching dollars often required. And then the last one, as I mentioned before, really I think our biggest and so it's a barrier to meeting the demand. It's also a barrier to drawing down the funding, because in most cases you can't draw that on the funding unless you have a person in the position. So like I mentioned, we have about an 8% vacancy rate. Some positions or program areas like public health, mental health, and child welfare have vacancy rates that are even higher than that. And we're losing long-term employees, both to retirement, but also we really are, to competitors like our hospitals and health plans who can offer very attractive salaries, signing and performance retention bonuses, and sometimes, more attractive and more flexible work environments. So as far as supplemental requests, as I mentioned, we don't have any position requests as a supplemental, but we are requesting an additional general fund contribution, so about $2.1 million. You'll see here, but I believe that slide needs to be updated, right? So we've whittled that down. So thanks to the team here again, to about $1.35 million to balance the HHS Special Revenue Fund. And as far as cost drivers there, the WellPath contract, so that's the jail medical contract, formerly known as California Forensic Medical Group. They're now WellPath. Internal service fund increases, I think those are primarily 87 costs. Client aid increases, a lot of client aid increases, which I think we'll talk more about. Homeless services program is the new one that you'll see coming forward, I believe at your next board meeting, as far as the additional services at the government center, which right now are all county general funded. Maybe there's an opportunity in the future to get other funding for the service center, like the South Placer Service Center, get other entities to chip in. But as of right now, we just have that'll be 100% county general funded. And then finally, Connecting Point 211. So those are the major cost drivers for the additional ask of county general fund. And then we've budgeted to partially offset annual cost increases with additional revenue at 80 cents on the dollar. And in this proposed 22-23 budget, County general fund over total budget expenditures would go down to 16.2%, which is down from 17% in 21-22 and 17.9% in 18-19. So coming down pretty significantly. So this supplemental request would get that back up to 16.9%. So still continuing the trend towards decreased percentage of our budget reliant upon county general fund, but slowing that rate of decline down just a bit. In this slide, just as far as the supplemental request related to housing assistance to low-income residents, that's an additional $205,000. And this is due to increase costs and you see there the number of households served has increased 6% year over year, 319 households. And then wrapping up, the last one, county general fund contribution to our in-home supportive services public authority of $112,820 to assist elderly and people with disabilities to remain safely in their homes. Again, this is increased costs primarily due to internal service fund, annual cost drivers, and customary salary and benefit increases. And I will say this area we've seen huge caseload growth, so almost 60% caseload growth since fiscal year 2018-19, which means approximately 1,600 cases now. And then the state budget includes expansion of Medi-Cal, including IHSS, to undocumented adults age 60 and older effective May 1st, 2022. Then, as I said, no capital expenditures, no additional positions that we're asking for. And I'll end there with just maybe here with Vicki and Denise to answer any questions that you have. I just want to say once again, thanks so much for the opportunity. Thanks to Daniel and Chad and Sarah again for all of your help through the process. Anything else? And then I'll turn to see if Vicki and Denise have anything else.
No, you did a great job. Thank you very much. Again, acknowledge Sarah. She has been a great analyst to work with. I was sad to lose Jill Joyce last year, but she's just stepped right in. And Daniel Chatney and Todd have also supported us with providing the new positions. And we are doing our best to get everyone, hired. And I appreciate the board's support with helping us with this additional work that we have to do.
Great, thank you. Question?
I don't have a question, just a comment. I just want to thank you all for all the work the last 2 years with this COVID issue and homelessness and everything you're doing to try to help manage those problems. I'm not going to say solve, but manage those problems. It's been really, really impressive to me, and I know to a lot of people that out there. So your work does not go unnoticed. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Supervisor Hall.
I do have a quick question. Thanks so much. For the IHHS additional funding, is that primarily just additional funding for the caseload? Is there an increase in the rate for those employees or for those care workers? Because I understand it's really challenging to find those care workers. I mean, if they're family members, that makes sense. But if I'm thinking if people are trying to find care workers that are not family members, they might be having a really challenging time.
Yeah, and I know I think it's both, right? Both the compensation has had some increases, but as well as like I said, caseload growth. So it's kind of a combination of those two factors. I don't know, Vicki, do you have any more?
Yeah, so IHSS Public Authority is a separate piece from the ones that get paid out in client aid. So those client aid costs have increased $2.2 million. We slightly offset that with some revenues and then also other things that went down in client aid, other programs costs that went down. But the IHSS Public Authority budget, that's a separate fund. Those costs, we have a share of costs, county costs. So as the increase, we just have a small percentage. And we have been able to hold the line on that for the past 4 years. But with A87 going up so high this year, we just have no revenue source to offset that because we get very little revenue.
Right.
In that. So I don't have the number of dollars like per case, but I could get that for you if you wanted to know
I think
that.
I was more interested in what was causing the increase, as well as, I think I talked to folks a little bit about their desire to have benefits.
Mhm.
But if we were to provide benefits, that would come directly from our general fund, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. But this is one of those, like, if you're providing services for people who are in their homes, you're
Mhm.
keeping them in their homes and safe and not at risk of losing housing and assistance. And I just want us to be aware if there are
Right.
ways that we can help make sure that happens, that we can keep those people getting the services they need. I think that's really important.
Yes, and that's about $850,000 of our 1.35 is coming from client aid directly related to IHS, the wages and benefits piece. So not the IHSS Public Authority Fund, the 100,000, that's separate. But if you look back to the $2.1 million where we were saying we brought it down to 1.35 million, about 850,000 of that was directly related to the increase of the costs in those services. I think we had a 6% COLA that we're calculating for the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add my appreciation, I've always been a fan, of course, of the placer model of health and human services. And last couple of years have been particularly interesting and exciting and challenging. So I want to thank you guys for the great work that you brought forward and the way in which you've done it.
Thank you.
Agree. Tremendous effort for you and your whole team. Large team, very large team of service providers, but so critically important. And I would like to get your notes, your talking points on your accomplishments, because I couldn't write them down fast enough. So thank you very much and great job.
Great, thank you.
Thank
much.
you. Thank you. So with that, I think we're on to library is our next. Do we need a break at all, guys? We're about 10 minutes ahead, but keep powering through.
Don't kiss of death, kiss of death.
Hi, Karen.
5:05.
Hi, Todd.
I know, I've been telling everybody 6:30 or 7. Return phone calls.
Should have asked.
Return phone call.
All right.
Why do you do that?
I know.
Just leave some more phone calls.
I don't even know what button to push.
Well, good afternoon, members of the board, Chair Gustafson, Todd, and Karen. My name is Melissa O'Neill. I'm a management analyst with your county executive office, and I have the pleasure of introducing our county library services department. With me is your library director, Mary George, your assistant library director, Sophie Bruno, and the administrative and fiscal officer, Kelly Hikula. Hikula, sorry. So if you
I did it.
Library services has one fund, one cost center, but there are 4 programs nested within that cost center. The first is collection services, which represents the library's materials management division. This division purchases, processes, and delivers all the items that library customers borrow. This back of the house team of 5 FTE is also cross-trained to provide public service, which includes library mobile services. Community service reflects the work spent around engaging our library's dedicated volunteers, Friends of the Library groups, the Library Advisory Board, and the Literacy Support Council in collective support and advocacy for library services. Library services is the bulk of library's work, including the public-facing staff who connect library customers with information and provide programming like preschool story times, book clubs, technology classes, and more. And then finally, literacy services provides one-on-one adult tutoring and family literacy programs led by staff and volunteers, which helps strengthen community literacy throughout Placer County.
Okay, before we get started on the budget slide, I wanted to say Happy National Library Week. Library Week started yesterday, so you'll probably see the promotion out there. And then I also wanted to say to my teams, it's also National Library Workers people that work in them. So I wanted to thank everyone and all the teams from the shores of North Lake Tahoe all the way down to Granite Bay for all that they do. So good afternoon, Chair Gustafson and members of the board. I'm Mary George. Thank you, Melissa, for that wonderful introduction. And I just wanted to welcome you to the library team. This is your first year with us, and we're very pleased to have you with us. Thank you. So this slide represents 2 years of actuals, the current year's library budget, and the department submitted budget for 22-23. Reduced expenditures due to reduced services triggered by the pandemic. The current year's budget will reflect a change as we move to year end due to the return to normal services and programming. Any fund balance this fiscal year will be any fund balance this fiscal year plus any increased revenues not yet budgeted for 22-23 will help cover unbudgeted or unexpected expenses and can be put to good use doing one of 5 things. We figure that it will have to help address any PPO contract labor costs or benefit increases. We're also bracing for cost increases in goods and services. We'll be meeting your board's expectations and following your direction once the library services study is presented on May the 10th. We'll be completing the library, and then we'll match any one-to-one funding needed if the county receives building forward infrastructure grants from the California State Library. And finally, we'll be assisting with long-term equipment purchases such as automated materials handling and self-service machines. This slide duplicates the information from the prior slide, shows our one cost center and comparing year-over-year expenditures for the county library cost center. The library's funded positions are holding at 49 permanent positions. I would love to see that ski slope going up, but not quite yet. We're not quite there yet. Pending the library service study analysis, we may come back to your board to request additional positions to improve service delivery per your board's direction to include permanent positions or extra help.
Okay.
Now I'll turn it over to Sophie.
Okay, so I get to highlight all the start of our journey back to programming after such a long pause. So book clubs for adults have been going on since January. We currently offer 7 sessions ranging from Tahoe to our Mid and South Placer regions, as well as our library mobile service unit. Preschool story time take to get families back in our doors, how long would it take them to kind of get back in gear to come to the library that outstrip historical averages at preschool story time. And we recognize that families are really hungry for these kinds of opportunities for their little ones, right? So we're looking forward to the continued rollout of programs as the months progressed. And after so many interruptions and delay and really a fraught journey for us all, right? It really is a joy to get back to this kind of service, to be able to welcome community groups to gather back in our spaces again. And I think it's that work and the community's response to it that really starts to turn on its head that stereotypical idea that the library is just books, that it's more than that, and that we see that customers value the dynamic relationships they develop with library staff, particularly in a variety of in-person services that we offer that really is beyond books and beyond browsing. And that's really where that deep community connection comes and how customers associate the library.
All right, so I'm here to update the Rockland Library Automated Materials Handling System. This is one of our accomplishments that your board approved a couple of years ago. Fraught with delays as well because of COVID. We are looking at, because of the supply chain issues, we are looking at a go-live date of May 12th now. We hope that that date sticks. Finally, the equipment made it to the port and is in customs right now. And so we're excited about that. Customers will experience immediate returns of library materials from 2 external electronic book returns, which also will issue receipts 24/7. So we're excited about that. What does that mean for the customers is a quicker process, which means satisfaction. They'll come in the library, they'll be able to get their items faster, the newer and more popular stuff faster. So the Labor savings will also be realized because of the amount of time that staff will not have to handle those materials when they come in, right? And so they will automatically be processed and checked in through the electronic book return. They'll go on a conveyor belt, they'll get sorted, and then all staff has to do is put them on the shelf and get them out on the floor to be checked out for the next customer. That labor savings will be in clerical staff hours, we believe, mostly. And so our plan is to take that clerical hours after we identify how much it is and shift it to other locations or to other programs that will help support our community. Any efficiencies and after we identify what the return on investment is of that AMH system, we will look to model that in other locations, in particular Auburn, because that is our most used library, right? And that's it for automated materials handling.
Mobile services was restarted. And thank you to your board for the support with that. Our mobile services is now outreaching with a smaller van, which allows more of our staff to drive it, which means that there won't be as much interruption in service delivery. Mobile services is really about offering convenience to our customers. We deliver holds. We go to the remote and rural areas of the county in order to serve areas that are unserved by brick and mortar locations. And then with a smaller vehicle, we can also go to more community events, which helps with our marketing, which brings more people to our services. We can deliver library cards and materials to farmers markets, boys and girls clubs, schools, senior centers, really you name it. So this summer, I'm sure that our mobile vehicles will see a lot of community events. Once we get that marketing opportunity, it increases our visibility, and then we can add more mobile vehicles to our fleet and provide more services as an outreach. We'll be working with Fleet Services to purchase a new permanent van over the next fiscal year. And so really the sky's the limit as we, enjoy the mobility of this new service. Okay, the library services study is complete and will be before your board on May the 10th. The library anticipates that you'll have some direction for us to follow following that presentation. Any budget recommendations or adjustments we'll need to evaluate, and we'll need to fish those into our current strategic plan. And then any outcomes and priorities will be reviewed. And then, like I said, we'll follow your direction and come back with any
to the rollout of a full slate of our programs and bringing people back in our doors to offer the services that they deserve and that they expect. And specifically, we'll be leveraging the data from our 2020 strategic plan to guide how we develop and nurture our existing partnerships and creating new partnerships, and really to increase library advocacy and support of libraries and library use. And develop a campaign to market the ways in which the library serves its residents, and particularly looking for ways to reach underserved populations in Placer. And then, of course, concurrent with that work, as I mentioned, increase of in-person programming that appeals to a wide range of interests for the communities that we serve. We know that programs and those opportunities. And, we spoke a lot and had lots of planning discussions even before COVID, and certainly since COVID, about organization of staffing, so that we can get to offering this equity of service across all of our locations where possible. We serve such a wide range of communities and have more robust staffing in some than others, and how we can do that to best effect. And so we'll continue to look for ways to leverage staff that are available, to consider how we can efficiently recreate some of those service opportunities in some of our smaller locations that kind of over the years have become more standardized in bigger locations like Auburn or like Rockland.
So library facility improvements, having 9 library locations keeps us pretty busy with all the maintenance and improvements that we liaison with. And based on your priorities and recommendations, particularly out of the library study, we'll continue to partner with CEO on capital improvements. If you have not seen the beautiful roof at Auburn Library right now, it looks amazing. Thank you to capital improvements and a lot of hard work. And then the other thing we're looking to do in the coming future is to combine our system-wide divisions with our administrative team. We're kind of spread out between Auburn and the HR Annex, and it looks as though we have a spot in the PCGC, which we're looking forward to planning and kind of pulling our teams together. Makes it more efficient for us to get the work done.
The library doesn't have any supplemental requests at this time, but pending the library services study, it wasn't complete in time for us to submit any supplementals. But again, pending your board's direction, we could come back with budget amendments in Q1.
Okay. Back to me with capital expenditures. I will already spoke all about automated materials handling system. We're so excited to get that done. But second project that we're working on is 2 new quiet study rooms in the Auburn Library. The customers are very happy about this, and we anticipate that to be done sometime by the end of summer. We had to, during COVID, take over the quiet study room, or the fireside room, if you've ever been in there, with the fireplace. And so that's not available to the public anymore. And so the solution was to offer a better location for people to study and tutor and train and just to have a private moment.
Okay, and then we have the Auburn Library is in a 5-year capital plan. There's no funding attached to it right now, but we did complete a complete plan how to remodel the interior of the Auburn Library with JK Architecture and Facility Services in 2019. So we could leverage that plan and scope it and start to touch some of the projects that we need to do inside the library, particularly the infrastructure for the technology. It hasn't been touched since 1973, and so you can imagine that some of the codes are out of form, and then we have a lot of ADA issues that need to be addressed. The minute we touch one thing, it kicks all of that into gear, and it makes the project quite expensive. So we did apply for a grant to provide some improvements in there, so we could provide some of these. We also have in the year capital plan funded $225,000 for an improvement to the interior of the King's Speech Library. Okay, so in wrapping up, I'd like to thank Melissa again. I'd like to thank Daniel Chatney for his support, and thank you for everything that you do for us, Daniel. Daniel, Vic, Chad, Vanessa, and everybody that works in front of and behind the scenes. I know how some of you advocate for us, but what I particularly want to thank is for all the people that advocate for us that I don't know about. And I just wanted to say thank you for your support, and thank you for your time today in this informal. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you, and great job on the presentation. A question or comment, board?
It's a comment. I'm really looking forward to that library services study going forward. So,
Yeah, I think it's our time. Maybe it's our time now to look at the library with the expense and the funding here to kind of make it right. We've been very proud of the services we've been able to provide, but what could we be? You know, let's roll up our sleeves. Now's the time to look at that and take some policy decisions about what your library, what you want that library to look like.
absolutely. Our libraries.
Yes. Sorry, I always speak of library system, so our libraries.
Any other comments? Mary, I had one question, and I'm not sure who could answer it. When we were doing our briefing the other day, and I asked you about staffing, and you went back to some time before these charts where we're showing a consistent staffing level at 49.
Right.
Do you want to talk about that briefly? Because that will certainly come up when we talk about the strategic.
Sure.
studies.
I think when I first became the library director in 2011, we had, I think, 34 or 35 permanent staffing allocations. And we mainly ran our library with a lot of what we call extra help. So we hired extra help to work our public service tasks, so we kind of kept our costs low. But then a number of legislative acts came into play, the Affordable Care Act. We weren't hiring back retired annuitants. And so we decided to make a shift where we wanted to move our extra help staff into permanent staff. So we hired as many as we could through there. And we had a plan to kind of shift that over and to create more permanent positions. And then it was kind of stalled. And And so at that stalled point, that's when we started reducing services to what we could actually manage with the staffing that we had. And so while we have 49 positions, that's 49 people. Not all of those people work full-time. Does that answer your question?
I have that table that we've used when we went through this a couple years ago, and I can send it to you.
That would be great,
And
because
it
I thought
shows
these
the
were
comparison.
full-time.
Yeah.
I thought when we've been hearing all day about positions, I thought they were full-time. So these aren't full-time.
These are fully funded, benefited positions.
Okay.
But they're not all
They're
full-time.
not
but
FTE,
They
right.
are not FTE.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Uh-huh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What do we have next? Parks and Open Space.
Oh, it's there.
Maybe I should start off with this one because we have a unfamiliar but familiar person here that's starting his, it's not even his first day, he actually showed up early. Steve Gayfield's our new Parks and Open Space Director. Steve just came in the other day from Louisiana, so he drove in and he wanted to be here for this presentation, but he doesn't start till I think the April 11th, is that right?
So he's not on the payroll today?
I know.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm here because I enjoy this.
Volunteer.
Todd, it's Louisiana.
Louisiana, yeah.
Louisiana.
Okay. He'll indoctrinate me here. So we're glad to have Steve. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it.
Great, welcome.
Thank you.
We'll try not to grill you too hard today. How's that? Especially for the big pay you're getting.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, rest of the board, Andy Fisher with Parks and Open Space. I did want to add to that. I think Steve's had a chance to meet all of the staff or most of the staff in Parks. All of our reception has been very good. I think he fits in really well. I've had a few hours to get to know Steve. I just find him bringing great experience, man of substance, and so we're excited to have him on the team. He is a little bit of a slow learn, though. We had a couple hours. He was not ready to give the budget presentation, so I reluctantly agreed to help at least once. So we'll get on with it. For Parks and Open Space, the first year of Parks and Open Space as a department. Up there is our org chart. You'll see our two cost centers, the Parks and Grounds Maintenance on one side and the Parks and Grounds Capital Improvements on the other, where the Parks and Grounds Maintenance side houses our core program areas, so of capital development, community development support, and Parks and Grounds Maintenance. So under capital development, we do manage our own capital projects from inception through environmental review, permitting, design, and through construction. And we have a number of those in the works right now that are coming up. In our community development support function, we do have two planners in our office. Both of them divide their time between capital development support and community development support. And we review most of the submittals that do come into the CEDRA department for new residential development. So although our area of review is specialized, as permits come into CEDRA and their workload increases, our workload in planning for land development function increases proportionately. And in addition to improvement plan check and conditioning, we also, out of that land development process, manage the park dedication fee program that is provided over $23 million for capital projects, both ours and partner agencies during its time, and leveraged many more times that $23 million in what it's been able to put on the ground. And we also ensure that as new development comes along, that it's accompanied with special assessments, special taxes in place that pay for ongoing operation and maintenance, both routine and capital replacement. So it's a pretty busy job, particularly with the pace of growth and the scale of growth in West Placer, but we're trying very hard to make sure that it's paying its own way and that it's paced for delivery and payment over time. And then our Parks and Grounds maintenance operations, our staff in the field, are responsible for the maintenance and operation of 41 parks that encompass a little over 2,000 acres. We take care of 56 different landscape grounds around county buildings that total 175 acres of landscape grounds. And we also operate 108 miles of trails in addition to the hundreds and hundreds of miles within Placer County that other agencies maintain as well. On the capital side, the Parks and Grounds Capital Improvement Cost Center that we broke away from the Facilities Capital Cost Center a couple years ago helps us manage funding, particularly for multi-year capital projects, both new capital development, as well as some of the major maintenance projects that we do, capital replacement, and the major fuels work that we'll talk about going forward. You see our budget trends. You can see that it's been static. In general, we have been in a planning mode. We were in a rapid expansion building mode from about 2000 through 2013. Since 2013 up until about 2020, up until this year, we've been mostly in a planning mode, looking particularly, as we'll talk about, our Park and Trail Master Plan that we're almost done with. But you'll see that now with the Proposition 68, the recent park bond from 2018, more money is becoming available for development. And so you'll see in the current year and the next year that our revenue and expenditures are going up proportionately to that capital development. We are not, as that bar graph might lead you to think, planning on spending $14 million more than we have. Those figures really just represent how revenue is shown as carrying over from year to year. So some of the grants that we have commitments for in capital expenditures and some of the carryover from funded projects year to year are not shown there, but we do intend to balance our budget both on the operation and the capital side. And then as we break that out between capital and between our Parks and Grounds, what we call our operating budget, you'll see that the operating budget, the second line down there, has stayed fairly flat with some increase over the years. And you'll see the increase this year and then staying basically flat next year. Those increases generally represent new inventory that we've taken in, and particularly most of that inventory has been in new county buildings down in South Placer that we maintain, and the contracts that we use to maintain the grounds around those buildings. And then again, you'll see up top, that's the reflection. Most of the growth in revenue and expenditure is in capital projects that we have coming now. Positions within parks, those are the same positions when we were under Public Works, 21 positions under Public Works, and now that we have become our own department, that count goes up to 23, and those 2 additional positions are finance positions that have come from Public Works to be dedicated completely to parks. One administrative fiscal officer who's just coming on, has been on Dina Locker, and one account next couple weeks. Parks and open space. The big one that'll be coming for you, I'll say it's on the doorstep of an accomplishment, is the Park and Trail Master Plan. We've been working on a plan for the last 6 years to catalog. We've done a tremendous amount of data collection, both in public surveys, in benchmarking against other agencies, in adding up inventory, both county direct inventory and our partner agencies. So tremendous amount of data gathering, over 50 public meetings, focus groups. So we've reached out far and wide, and we're really excited about the plan that's coming forward. You can see the final plan today. It's on our website, placerparksplan.com. Divided into a trails component and a parks component. Our Parks Commission saw the unanimously to go forward to the board, and we expect to have that in front of the board for your consideration next month. You recall one of the very influential projects within the consideration of the master plan is the Hidden Falls Trails Expansion Project. Had a lot of public input, both pro and con, and if you'll recall, your board approved that project last spring. And so one of the requests before you today is a component of that project that is mostly fully funded. We have a $3 million grant coupled with park fees and previously allocated funding. We expect we're producing the improvement plans for the new trailhead and new trails as we speak for construction next year. One of the things you'll see when the plan comes before you is that it's not intended to commit funding to any particular project. to get our arms around the scale of the needs, the scale of the desires throughout the county. As we started to talk to folks, we talked in terms of service levels and things like that. People's eyes rolled back in their heads. But what they really wanted to talk about was what they knew they wanted in their own communities. Trails and open space were popular everywhere in every community. They wanted those. Sports fields were popular in some areas. The Eastern Placer County and some of our partner agencies up there are working to see the appetite, community centers and pools and things like that. But so the plan is not intended to fund any of that in itself or even approve any given project, but we wanted to get our arms around it, wanted to be able to get direction so that we know where to put our resources, how to prioritize and deliver. I do think it's a plan that can be roughly according to the growth within the county. It's not a pie in the sky plan. Certainly doesn't need to be. But it's also a way that as projects come before your board for approval, that we know they're setting within other capital projects, other parks and trails that are coming alongside of them. We can understand the full cost of ownership of those projects before they come to you and know where both the capital and the ongoing funding is coming from and what major maintenance and replacement will cost so that we really get a better idea of the full cost of ownership of what we have in our own inventory. Make sure that that funding is in place before we commit to it. The next thing that's an ongoing accomplishment that I wanted to talk about was countywide fuels management. As we have developed Hidden Falls Regional Park, 1,200 acres, some of our own trailer ranch, Miners Ravine Preserve, we've gotten, our own staff has accumulated a lot of expertise and equipment and contracts with goat grazers and mechanical clearing companies like the one in the photo right there. And we've gotten pretty efficient at doing pretty large scale vegetation management. And it had just occurred a couple of years ago that parks are not the only property that the county is responsible for. And we took a look at every county property. The county owns about 400 parcels throughout unincorporated Placer County and realized that about 135 of those properties needed some level of defensible space management, fuels management. And so we had a consultant do a survey of those. We added them all up. We took a look at each one of those properties and we put a plan before the board last year and asked for funding. What we said was, we think for about $3 million, we could treat every one of those properties that's our direct responsibility over 3 years. And so the first year, your board gave us that $1 million. That included the ongoing work that we do with our existing grazing and things, and the new work for these other county properties. So that's a program that we are on right now, and we'll be requesting the second year worth of that funding for that implementation. We think it's a good part of the business model. It works well with what we're already doing, and we think we can do it pretty efficiently. And we're set to be completing the first year of that plan during this fiscal year. And then organizationally, as you've heard, this is, as you already know, the department is in our first year of operation as a department from being a division. And the other thing that was formed on July 1st, Placer Vineyards Park and Recreation District, to provide urban level services and recreation as urban level development grows in West Placer, particularly west of Highway 65, north of Highway 80. We will be putting together a budget for that district coming up in its next fiscal year as well. Emerging issues and priorities for us. Capital project management, as I mentioned, as our planners become more absorbed with land development commitments that they have to make for private development. We still have more projects coming up, our own capital projects. We have 11 fully funded projects on our list. We have a little over $4 million worth of grant funding that's committed to us. We've also applied for about another $4 million we should be hearing about in the next month. So all that's coming together. There's a convergence between capital projects and to make sure that we can deliver on those projects, particularly that are fully funded today. And major maintenance and replacement, as we've grown, as I said, over the last couple of decades, studied out, has been capital replacement. We have done one-off capital replacement as needs arrive over time, but that has not given us a very good idea of what we should be setting aside and where funding should be coming from, knowing that as our grows, similar to what facilities did a few years ago, our intention is to address all of our capital replacement, major maintenance system-wide. We've done a asset data collection, and we expect to have a plan before your board next year what we believe it will take to keep all of our inventory, both landscaping around buildings and parks and trails, in good working order over time. And then again, as I mentioned before, those emerging issues with vegetation management. I won't cover it again, but trying to get our arms around our own responsibility for our own properties. We're also working with Carrie Timmer and Josh Hunsinger in the new resources in the ag office as we look at what we're doing on our properties, but how that also fits into a bigger regional plan for regional protection of larger spaces than just our property. How do we leverage those funds? How we work with other fire safe councils to see that leveraged into regional accomplishments. Our supplemental requests before you, as senior project manager, as I mentioned earlier, we believe is a pretty pressing need to be able to deliver the capital projects that we have on our books right now. Again, countywide vegetation management, asking for the second year of $883,000. That is to continue that 3-year program. Although I do want to mention that along with wanting to be fully funded and resources to move ahead, because there is an urgency to Fuel's work, we're also working with, we're continuing to beat the bushes for alternate funding. We believe there may be some sources around Tahoe that can help us offset those costs and stretch those costs. So we hopefully before the end of this program, we'll be able to augment that with some other funding and bring those costs down in total. One project, as I mentioned, hopefully the last of our kind of one-off capital replacement projects before we get more systematized, but one urgent need is a pump at on that pump to keep the grass green in the entirety aged out. We replaced the one. There's 2 sides to Loomis Park. We replaced one last year, asking for funding to replace the other one this year. That's just necessary to keep that park from going brown. And then a light rescue vehicle, as I mentioned, in conjunction with the approval of the Hidden Falls project, one of the commitments of the project is to deliver what a light rescue vehicle, which is a pickup truck chassis with some amount of firefighting water and rescue gurney on it, so that fire can get into the backcountry, not just at Hidden Falls. They can use it for any place within their service area and the whole North Auburn, Newcastle, Penryn, all over the place. But we had committed to providing that as a project mitigation before opening the Hidden Falls parking area and any additional area to the public. So that's a request today. We may need to move that up into as a request in this current year budget, because we're finding that lead time on those vehicles is very long. And so we want to get on it as quick as we can. So we're finding out about that now. In capital expenditures, this is a mirror of those requests on the previous page. And I would just add that some of the also fully funded projects with carryover funding from last year and grants would include the Hidden Falls Regional Park trailhead that we're working on. Dutch Flat Pool is getting a new restroom, an ADA compliant restroom. Sheridan Park's getting a facelift of their field. We're finishing up this year. And Griffith Quarry also had Prop 68 grant funding to finish those capital projects that'll carry into next year. And with that, I believe that's it.
Great. Thank you, Andy. Welcome again, Gina. Do we have any questions or comments?
I have one. Some months ago, I think probably for Daniel, maybe Todd, the board considered and provided general direction as related to continuing legacy funding. Is that embedded in here, and is there a dollar amount proposed for this year?
There is currently no funding for that in this. That has not been in Parks and Open Space or in the Open Space Fund budget under the CTO's office.
Would the Open Space Fund reserve be in parks? Is that where it's going to be in that part of the budget, or do we know yet? Or
It's currently under the CEO umbrella, not under the Parks and Open Space Department.
I think quite frankly, that's still a discussion that I think we're having around this arena. I think right now, the open space fund sitting in the CEO's office, you saw it in the budget request. And then the conversation about the funding mechanism for basically the legacy piece. There wasn't anybody that actually submitted anything. So we're just going to come back. Well, that's going to be another discussion. Quite frankly, there's probably a number of discussions outstanding still from what we're seeing here. But yeah, open space, I think, is a question of should that be residing in the Parks and Open Space Fund itself or department itself? Has some value.
Any other comments or questions from board members? Well, welcome. I know Andy's heard this from me before, but I love the opportunity to look at equity and our service delivery models, because we have urbanized parks and then we have open space and more rural parks, and trying to look at the differences because they come kind of clashing together in certain areas, and want to make sure that we're consistent and equitable with our contributions as we look at new services that are more urbanized and still have the more rural efforts that are depicted more in that master plan. So, yep. Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good job.
Welcome.
Wow, we're 7 minutes early, Josh. Can you go now? Okay. We want to power through this. Well, no, we want to take a lot of time and consideration through this. How's that?
As we power through it.
As we rapidly go through it.
Just take the right amount of time as necessary.
Yes. Hi.
Hey, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Josh Hunsinger, your Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. And I'm just, again, very pleased to be here before your board this afternoon. Although she's not here today, I wanted to start by thanking Corey Larson, my Deputy Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer, who was instrumental in preparing the budget this year. Also want to thank Gina Oliveira and Vanessa Lieberman and the rest of the CEO team, who just do a fantastic job supporting my department, getting me any answers I need or any other support or advice that I require. So thank you very much for all the CEO's office's great support and for the support of your board as well. I want to start also by thanking my own staff. You know, as we're kind of on hopefully the downward slide of COVID here, my staff has been in the office and in the field throughout the COVID situation. We're largely field-based. Additionally, the Secretary of Food and Agriculture for the state at the onset of the pandemic declared that food production is essential. People got to eat. And so therefore the Agriculture Department and the services provided by the Ag Department are essential. So stay on the job. And we've done that and weathered that well. I do highlight that because I think, you know, we'll talk a little bit about the Forest Health Program today, and don't want it to overshadow just the good work that the rest of my Ag Department staff do on a daily basis. It's kind of one of those things where, you know, the news never reports that 1,000 airplanes landed safely today. You know, that's not, in one sense, newsworthy, but on the other hand, it's good news that we're just at work doing our job, and I'm really appreciative of the staff that are doing a good job there. Let's see. All right, to start off with, we've added a couple new cost centers in the last couple of years. First was the Farm Advisor back at the very tail end of 2018. And more recently, we've really been working to organize our budget into distinct cost centers so that we can monitor and track costs more accurately. Pleased to report on that front that we have an MOU in place executed with the University of California for how the county supports their activities. More recently, as you're very aware, the Regional Forest Health Program was added to the county operations, and through this budget process is formally being placed into the Agriculture Department. As was reported during the CEO's budget presentation, the various components of the Regional Forest Health Program were scattered, some of them in Public Works, some of, you know, Brett Story and his group in Public Works previously, and then a lot of several staff, and then some budgetary support in the CEO's office as well. And those are consolidated into this new Regional Forest Health Cost Center. As I mentioned, we also have the Agriculture and Sealer traditional work that my department does, as well as then a very small but distinct budget for the Fish and Game Commission as well. So as you'll see, this looks like a pretty radical increase in costs, pertains to my specific budget. It is, however, it's not necessarily new money to the county, but rather a reorganization within different county budgets to add money from other places into my budget to kind of consolidate those regional forest health efforts. So while there are some modest cost increases to the agriculture and farm advisor budgets, the majority of what's reflected here in this chart is the addition of those or consolidation of those funds of the department from other areas of the county budget for forest health. This again reflects that. You can see that the total expenditures go up by just about $5 million there, which is a over doubling of the budget year over year, which is obviously very significant. And again, same reason as I just discussed a moment ago. Again, this slide that everyone is having so much fun with today reflects the two new positions as was highlighted in the CEO's budget presentation. There was a principal management analyst allocation, which is our regional forest health coordinator. And then more recently, a senior staff services analyst position that we added just back in November. She was hired to provide kind of the very high level kind of project management. I hesitate to even say admin support because it's a lot more than that. But that was recently added. So those were two CEO allocations that are being moved into the agriculture department's budget. So jumping into accomplishments. First and foremost, as you're very aware and has been highlighted, hit the ground running with that since then. Of a triage type approach just to say, oh my gosh, what have we gotten ourselves into? What are all the moving pieces? Who do we need to talk to? What's French Meadows thing that we're picking up and running with? And so that was kind of an initial effort. And then as we got that under control and kind of moving along down the road, it's really shifting into a more exciting phase, which is that forward look to say, great, French Meadows is a wonderful project. I think it can serve as a great model, but where do we go from here? Kind of what's that forward look? Let's secure some funding and look for some new opportunities to do the next project. What's next coming down the road? And then coupled with that, really building on engaging our key stakeholders and saying that coordination piece of the regional forest health coordinator's job description to say, there's so many different groups. There's our own Office of Emergency Services, our Parks and Open Space, CAL FIRE and our Placer County Fire Partners and others to say, how do we partner with these and build an overall cohesive plan for the whole county that we each have different respective roles in actually executing, but building that big plan that we're all working on in a concerted effort. And really excited about that. The second thing I'll highlight is Building 301. My department has a saying, and they may be old DeWitt buildings, but they're our old DeWitt buildings. And so we love our old DeWitt buildings and have windows that open to fresh air, which many employees in newer facilities do not.
Look at that. There's a benefit.
I'm Pollyanna here
Maybe
for sure.
windows that
So
stay open even though they're supposed to close. No, I don't know.
I'm not sure about their energy efficiency, but
There is that.
so anyways, yeah, we're really excited about nearing the finish line on Building 301, which is a warehouse located on the corner of E Avenue and 3rd Street, which will provide us a new laboratory space, equipment storage space, space for our pest detection, trapping, and noxious weed eradication. 7, if you're familiar with the previous morgue, we're the next door neighbor to the old morgue, and we're in about 1,400 square feet there, just absolutely bursting at the seams. I believe our portion of 301 is going to be more on the order of about 4,500 square feet. So I've been working through all the remediation, abatement, installing new light fixtures, all kinds of different things to get 301 up to a point where we can occupy it for hopefully a very long time. I think it'll be a really great addition, which will allow us some new capacity there. So that's been kind of an ongoing project for the board is very aware, been working towards a new comprehensive beekeeping ordinance. I've been to many of your MACs and town halls recently. I think we're going to Suzanne, your MAC this week
Tomorrow night.
still. So we hopefully are headed to the Planning Commission very soon and your board at some point in the near future. And then we'll hopefully be implementing that ordinance soon to give us a little more guardrails around what activities are allowed and what are not. As I think I've spoken with many of you, beekeeping is our kind of number one agricultural related land use complaint from the public and from other beekeepers, and hoping to have some better, more clear, consistent rules around what is allowed in the county and what's not. So as I mentioned, upcoming emerging issues, as far as regional forest health goes, it's really that looking to the future and developing that plan. What's the next 10 years of this program looks like? I think there's obviously immense need and immense potential as well. We have this model of partnership that's been built by the folks prior to even my involvement, certainly. And there seems to be a recognition at this point, certainly at a local level, of the priority of this. We need a plan in order to take advantage, have a plan on how best to utilize that funding and where are we going to pursue funding and what are we going to pursue that funding for. And so that's focused on. Along with that, the other part, we have some real constraints. We can remove all the material from the forest based on that funding, and we can get all the funding of the workforce to do that work. As probably beaten to death at this point in the day, the workforce issues that we're currently experiencing, and this forestry space is no different. We're really tight on a workforce and looking at creative ways to help that. And similarly, the lack of infrastructure. No surprise to your board, biomass is a huge issue and a huge conversation we're having. And then other things like, are there other ways to utilize other materials such as saw logs coming out of the forest that can be an offset? If we can sell the log more acres, and it also just prevents this really valuable material from going to waste if we have a market or a destination for that. So really, workforce, coming up with a good plan, making sure we have the workforce to implement that plan, and then the infrastructure to utilize those materials that are generated out of this work are the three big issues I'm looking at there. As far as the ag marketing program, I reported to your board last summer that really we've hit that 20-year milestone on the placer-grown ag marketing program. The current contract for ag marketing runs through June of 23. It's a 2-year contract that we're in right now. And I'm really starting to get serious about looking at what the next iteration or the next phase of, the ag department's role in supporting our farmers and ranchers looks like. And I'm looking at that with a very open mind to say, hey, if we have a clean slate, what's the best way that the county can serve our farmers and ranchers and do something that benefits them and meets the county's goals around everything from economic development to open space preservation, to other types of benefits provided by farmers and ranchers. So really excited to embark on that. And, clock's ticking. I got about a year to figure that out. So looking forward to more conversations with your board on that. And then I even hesitate to cover this last bullet just because I think it's been well covered to date. But, again, similar issues to what many other departments have already described. We just had a recruitment. I've got a vacancy right now. We got about 7 applicants where normally we get 20 to 30. And, we extended a job offer to someone, and they're even today unless something's happened the last hour or two, they're hemming and hawing and looking at other options. It's just like, oh my gosh, this is a really good offer, I think. So
Throw in mandarins. For a
yeah, free
season.
mandarins. Maybe that's the answer. So
I don't know.
brilliant. So I'll leave it there, but you know the drill on that one. We don't have any supplemental requests directly this year, other than to say that the forestry budget, because of its very nature, we don't have a base to build off of. And so I think we'll learn a lot over consolidating all these funds into one place, living with them for a year. We may be back before your board for some adjustments depending on, what we learn over time. But just, bear with us as we figure this thing out. Don't have any history to inform us. A little bit of a ongoing cost issue. We leveraged there $300,000 that were contributed out of our unclaimed gas tax revenue over the last 3 years to contribute $100,000 each year for the past 3 years to that program. I think it'll take a little more to get across the finish line. I think facilities can speak to that. I will just throw in there that Building 306, which is where the Farm Advisor's office and my office are located, is bursting at the seams as well. And I look forward to future conversations with, relative to the DeWitt Master Plan and what the future of, the office space within the agriculture and Farm Advisor offices looks like. As Dan Macon, the Farm Advisor County Director, reported to you, they're adding at least 3 new farm advisors, which is really exciting. But he and I are working on where the heck are we going to put these people right now. So we're purchasing a new ATV this year to replace one that's kind of reached the end of its service life for our wildlife services program. I'm extremely excited that we're renewing the efforts around kind of the long-term view on equipment maintenance or equipment replacement. The department does about $1 million of fixed asset equipment, and relative to the size of our budget, that represents a pretty good chunk of our budget if we were to have to replace that in short order, which we won't. But at the same time, having a good plan around putting that on a calendar and planning ahead for how we're going to make sure our equipment's in good shape and we won't reach a crisis mode with any of it, but rather have a good solid plan to replace it proactively. So with that, turn it back to your board. Thank you so much.
Super. Thank you so much, Josh. Any questions or comments?
Great work.
Yeah.
Great. Well,
Good
thank
job.
you. And way to flex into a whole new program of forestry and all the effort that goes there. And we will talk about that.
Do we have some of those?
Yeah, they're coming out of hibernation or semi-hibernation.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate all the efforts and look forward to seeing you have a little more space.
Yep. Yeah. No, thank you for all of your support.
Thanks, Josh.
See you tomorrow
Thank
about
you.
these. Yeah.
Okay, Cedra's up next.
Bears and bees and all sorts of fun things. Say maybe that, yeah.
You can go ahead and start.
We can go.
I'm sure she won't
Yes,
mind.
yes, I'm sorry.
We
That
we
was
just
quick.
don't want anyone to miss a minute.
Okay.
Jay Christensen, serving as your interim CEDRA director. Pleased to be here today with Gina Olivares, the CEO, Jenny Ramirez, who is our capable, extraordinarily capable AFOM for CEDRA. Also joined here today, thank you, with our CEDRA executive team and our deputy directors who are here for any questions that you may have. True to form, Jenny will run through the numbers as well as the accomplishments, since that all happened before my watch. I'll go on to discuss emerging issues and additional information we'd like to share with you to fully tell CEDRA's story.
Good afternoon. Jenny Ramirez, Cedra's AFOM. Thank you for having me this afternoon. All right, I guess it's already changed for me. Thank you. So this slide is basically showing our budget structure. Cedra is a general fund department. It operates out of 5 divisions, so engineering and surveying, planning and building, or building services, planning services, administration, and the Placer County Conservation Program. So this slide is just basically showing how we're set up with the programs underneath. There's 3 funds up here that I want to actually also highlight. So there is the PCCP in lieu fee fund, which is where mitigation fees come or are paid to, and that's used to pay for our mitigation credits that we're purchasing for the mitigation within the county. There's also the Community Revitalization Fund, which is it is the fund that was basically holds all of our loans related to the Housing Succession Agency that was once within Placer County. The last one is the Low Mod Housing Moderate Fund, which is the assets and liabilities related to all of the housing loans. So next slide. Which way are we going? Oop, wrong way. So this slide is an overview of Cedra's revenues, expenditures, net county costs for the last 2 fiscal years, this fiscal year's budget, and then the proposed fiscal year 23 budget. Cedra's expenses have increased over the past few years due to increased staffing allocations being added. That is due to the workload related to development. And so we'll talk through that in the next slide on the positions that have been added. This one. All right, so this one is the cost center breakdown. I want to talk a little bit about this because we've had some structural changes within Cedra probably about 8 months ago while Steve Pedretti was still here. The planning cost center has increased because planning took over the oversight over code enforcement. So that was removed from the building services division. So building services division's budget went down. The other 2 things that were moved around was the housing program was moved out of planning and into Cedra's admin. And then the short-term rental program was moved from building into admin, which operates out of the Tahoe office. The other increases that you'll see are related to engineering and surveying's increase of professional services related to the build out in Western Placer County. We have professional services for engineering and surveying relating to the inspections that are done out there on the backbone infrastructure out in the western part of the county. This next slide talks about obviously our allocations. So I want to at least get the elephant out of the room. Cedra has had a huge increase over the last year in allocations due to a lot of the work that's being done in the western part of the county. So between last fiscal year and this fiscal year, we've increased by 20 allocations. Those are sprinkled along all of the divisions. Building has had some increases, as well as administration, front counter. So we've seen a lot of staffing increases, and we are going to probably continue to need more staffing going forward. The other thing to just keep in mind, so I did some analysis. Our vacancy rate usually runs between about 5 and 6%. We're at about 9% right now. Part of that is due to the short-term rental positions that were just allocated to us in the last month or so. So we're working on trying to fill those. Much like you've heard already, the applicant pools are very low. We're getting low lists for all of our current recruitments. So we have some that are still open until filled. We've done interviews and haven't had successful candidates or people turning down offers. The other thing to just note that I think is pretty important, I'm trying to parallel my Steve Pedretti right now. So we were looking back at 06, 07's development, and at that point in time, Cedra's allocations were up at 179 allocations. Right now, we're sitting at about 146, probably doing more of the work than we were back then. We have a much larger development happening across the county. There's a lot more program-specific, short-term rental, code enforcement, all of these changes to the ordinances that we're trying to implement right now. So just as a comparison to understand kind of where our asks are coming from that Jane's going to talk through in a little bit. Any questions before I move on from here?
I just think this chart is disproportionately compared to the ones we saw earlier. For those of you who saw one or two positions.
Very, very much so.
Yeah.
You were losing, actually.
Yeah.
I had to look at it a few times too. So I want to review some of the accomplishments. Cedra's had way more than I can fit into these bullet points. So I want to cover some big ones that are related really to the development that's happening within the county, the changing landscape of the growth that's happening here in this county. So as it stands today, we have seen an increase of 6% in building permits coming through our front counter. But we've seen 43% increase in single family homes being built within the county. That is a huge increase to Cedra's revenue. Last year, we had brought into your board, or Steve did, in regards to 300 additional houses that come in, brings in about $500,000 of revenue. So this current, where we're at currently, we are on track to probably have an additional 400 houses this fiscal year, which is going to exceed what we had projected. So the number of houses that are being built in the western part of the county are exceeding our expectations. Staff are processing as quickly as possible, and it's a big lift for our team, both within all of the divisions. Planning entitlements are also holding steady with a pretty big increase as well at 18%. So we have a lot more smaller entitlements coming through, with a lot of big projects also coming through as well with specific plans. With all the specific plan build out as well, there's going to be, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, EJ, changes to the maps, right? Yes. ESD, engineering and serving, has seen a 30% increase in their permits. So grading permits, plan check permits coming in. So we are seeing huge increases in staff load. The other one that to note is our front counter. So Cedra tried to maintain a front counter that was open during the pandemic. We did hybrid schedules. But even now, compared to pre-pandemic, we are having about 139% more touches with customers at the front counter than we did prior to the pandemic. So the increase in people coming in, having questions, we have a lot of staff working at the front counter right now trying to handle all of the incoming questions, phone calls, developer inquiries. So a lot of increases around that.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
So the bot, or, the chat bot, how is that affecting workload? Is that taking away some workload and fewer phone calls?
Where's Shauna? I don't have any information on that, so I'll let her speak to that.
So the chatbot actually it does assist.
Oh,
So the Shauna provides Community Resource Agency. The chatbot does actually assist and does reduce the number of phone calls that we are receiving on the simple questions. But it also sometimes starts to grow into additional questions, and we are seeing people following through with those. We did see an expansion of that chatbot throughout the county beyond Cedra over this past year, which has been very helpful as well, because many of the questions we were seeing coming through the chatbot were for other departments or agencies. So it's been helpful to have that expansion. Now we can kind of focus back in on the Cedra.
Okay, thank you.
But as I think I shared in an earlier board presentation, over 85% of Cedra's permit activity is now online, but there's still the follow-up, there's still the questions at the counter regardless.
That was the next piece I was going to go into, is our tech fee. So your board approved the tech fee for us back in late 2021, which helps to fund 2 additional staff to help with the management of Cedra's enterprise systems. Our enterprise systems is our Cella platform that is our permitting system that feeds into our Workday system, which is our financial, our GIS, which feeds into the assessor's office, as well as making its way back into making sure that we can levy the right taxes. So it's really important that we are getting and putting in the right information into our permitting systems so that all of those systems work correctly. So that has been successful. Like Jane said, 85% of our permits are coming in online, but that doesn't mean that it stops there. There's still a lot of touches that staff have to work with and help the customers through the process. The other thing that I want to highlight is the build out of the Western Placer County. So there are 2 specific plans that are currently building out in that area. Right now we have about 8,000 lots that are approved to be built, with another 22,000 on the way over the next 10 to 20 years, dependent upon how the economy is, as well as right now, based on the approved parcels, we have 3,100 that are ready in some form of construction. They might be in vertical construction, or they might be in some form of grading or infrastructure. So based on that, we were talking earlier about the population growth of that. So that could potentially add about 9,000 people to the county on that western edge. The other thing to just note on the specific plans is there are fee programs that are paying into these specific plans that are being reimbursed to the developers for different types of infrastructure right now. So myself, Michelle Kingsbury, and Claudia Wade manage that effort. And so there are 3 up and coming specific plans that we're working on right now that will start building in the western part of the county as well. Any questions on that before we move on?
Well, as we launch into talking about our emergent issues and departmental priorities, I'm going to ask Jenny to pass out our CEDRA addendum, simply because we think it's critically important that the board members understand the enormity of how our Placer County landscape is changing. And for those of you that know, I sometimes like to translate my sentiments into verse. Just a little introduction. CEDRA's the place where our future is now. Placer is changing. We'll illustrate how. Our supplementals will help our goals meet. It's been a long day, so we offer a treat.
Oh, good. Do we have chocolate? Is this bribery?
So we approve a bunch of new personnel?
Oh, good.
End of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My.
Hey, Public Works.
Oh, no, they won't think of anything clever like that.
As you,
They're engineers.
Nope. You guys don't rate.
as you see on our slide, and as per our CEDRA addendum, our 3 themes are captured herein. Leading the way on Placer's changing landscape, the specific plan and administration development in Western Placer County. If you open up your landscape, you'll see Placer's future starts here. If you turn over that middle, or if you lift that middle insert, you'll see all of the West Placer at this time impacting your CEDRA staff and workload. Again, I don't know that this can be underscored. We certainly saw it play out in our 2021 redistricting process, and it continues to play out. You've heard about growth and changing service expectations from a number of departments when our assessment, if you want to see what your future is going to be like, because it's only going to keep on coming. Number 2, advancing board priorities. You see that we also have your critical success factors front and center. Continuing to advance innovations because it's been such a force multiplier in helping our staff get through this workload. Land conservation, the PCCP initiative, a hallmark environmental initiative that lands in CEDRA's court, and of course, achievable housing. We continue to move the needle in extraordinary and creative ways on improving our affordable, achievable housing outlook for Placer County. Lastly, aligning with Tahoe's strategic initiatives. If you turn it over, you'll see we talk about the many moving pieces that are going on in Tahoe. Again, many of which land squarely in CEDRA. The Tahoe Area Plan, the Short-Term Rental Program, the ADU Resource Center, the Tahoe Living Advisory Group, Mountain Housing Council, and Safe Parking Program, which land largely in the Tahoe office in cooperation with our Tahoe CEO. But we really just wanted to kind of give you a fuller sense of how dynamic this landscape is.
So under, let's see, we'll go this way. So under the supplemental request, leading Placer's changing landscape, CEDRA's requesting a building inspector for Auburn that would help with the inspection services out in the western area. The workload right now, I had heard that we have been building inspectors. Average is roughly 80 or so. We're definitely over that at this point in time with staff. We're having our plan check staff being trained up to also go out and help with the inspections right now. So we definitely are needing additional staff. We're also requesting a supervising building inspector up in Tahoe to support the Tahoe operations and all the changes with all of the different strategic plans up there, and also enable us to have a similar structure to the Auburn office. In Auburn, we're asking for an assistant planner to help with the increase in the permit workload within CEDRA's planning services. This would be a general fund contribution for us. And then there's a supplemental ask in here that we're actually just looking to move some funding from this fiscal year until next fiscal year to cover a general plan update kind of work program. I believe EJ is going to be coming to your board in June with a work program to discuss that with you in regards to how you want to move forward with that. Then under the advancing board priorities, we are looking for an additional $180,000 for contract services for our CEDRA IT to support the enterprise systems, which is our online permitting, our e-services, to help ensure that we have efficient ways for public to get permits, access things from us, and for us to help with the processing on the back end. And then Greg is not here today. He is running a marathon, I believe, but PCCP is...
As are we.
Yeah, PCCP is growing, and there are large land acquisitions happening currently and in the works, and Greg is in need of an additional staff to help with that, to help manage the escrow processes and all of the land management side for the PCA as we transition to that. And then under the Tahoe strategic initiatives, we are requesting a strategic manager for the Tahoe office to help move the needle with a lot of the regional plans that are up in Tahoe to help lead the efforts. Crystal and her team have taken on a lot of new projects, new initiatives, and so we're just looking for someone to help add additional staff to that. The other one that we are asking for in Tahoe is an additional housing specialist to help with the housing issues in Tahoe, to lead the working group, to assist with grant management in Tahoe, and make sure that we can move the needle on affordable housing in Tahoe. And lastly, a big part of the Tahoe area is TRPA. So CEDRA is also asking for an associate planner related to the TRPA, what we call blue folders, which helps to ensure that we have housing allocations in the Tahoe region with this person to ensure that we have ample allocations in the housing in Tahoe for housing. With that, that's all we have. I'm glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. And I really enjoyed chocolate. So I'm just saying, other departments stand on notice there.
I actually feel just really exhausted by listening to your report. Just because I know that there's so much going on.
Yeah.
Yes, building in Western Placer, but all of the initiatives up in North Tahoe. And there's just a lot. So thank you for all your hard work and for all your team over there. Appreciate all of your hard work. I know it has certainly not been easy, especially as we move into a growth mode in Western Placer, but then sort of the catch up, take care of all the needs in North Lake Tahoe.
No, I think the content of Cedra's really dynamic story, we were concerned that we wanted to make sure we could adequately represent it to you, and in sharing it, our challenge with the previous board chair, he suggested just last week, it's obviously department pivotal importance at a critical moment in time.
I never
That's-
thought anybody listened to me.
She actually typed it out.
No, this is his text.
Oh, thank you, Jane.
So we wanted to make sure that we represent the enormity of the changes that are happening that not only impact our department right now, but all county departments for decades to come.
Any other comments or questions? I'd just say I do know a lot of the opportunities before us, both on the western end and on the eastern end of our county, require a lot of complicated policy adjustments and work with other organizations. And I think that's a lot of the problems in Eastern County, is that it isn't just our plan that we're implementing, it is other agencies' interactions on those situations that are already developed properties and more in the redevelopment zone, and really needing that guidance and housing.
I don't really have anything to add. I know I'll be redundant, but, we're really completing, have completed a lot of long-range planning, which I think served us really well. Some really high-quality work, a lot of different areas, both on the east and west side. But we've been so incredibly successful recently with some of the placements that we have. And for the next 20, maybe 50 years, we're going to be in implementation for the most part. And doing it really well is going to make all the difference. And, we've all talked about it in our different ways and had conversations with different staff, but just to shed another emphasis on, I guess, I think important.
The other comment I might make is, along through this, Jane, compliments to you in particular. I know everybody's been shouldering a lot, but you took on this extra duty and led the department through this budget preparation. So really appreciate your support through that.
We were thankful to have her.
No, and thank you, Supervisor Gustafson, and great thanks to the Cedar executive team. It has been a real privilege to work with them and to get a front row seat to this level of change. I've told everyone in our CO office and in Cedra that if you don't tune in and rewatch the West Placer Development Meeting hosted by District 1 and District 2, you're missing out on where this county's going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Tough act to follow, but facilities, you want to try? About 10 minutes. What do you know? Well, I think I'll just.
Okay.
Come on down.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Steve Newsom, Director of Facilities Management, and I am very honored to both work with and introduce the two ladies to my left. Vanessa Lieberman is our Principal Management Analyst at the CEO's office, and Gretchen Nedved is our Administrative and Fiscal Operations Manager. And I know it'll probably be easy to forget the chocolate and the gifts that you were given, because when you reach under your chair, you'll find an AOL CD free to you, and you can set up your AOL online account with that CD. You're welcome. So Gretchen's going to kick it off for us.
Good afternoon, board members. I will go ahead and kick off our presentation today with a review of our department structure. We have building maintenance, and they're responsible for the maintaining utility payments and custodial at our county facilities. We also have our museums division for our 8 museums that we operate, our real estate services division, responsible for acquiring, disposing properties and lease management and other countywide property management activities. We have our capital improvements division responsible for our capital projects fund, in which we plan, design, implement all of the major construction and major building improvements for our county facilities. And then, of course, our administration division responsible for the executive leadership, fiscal responsibility, and HR and technology within our department. So this chart is, of course, the revenue and expense comparison. The overall operations of our several divisions that I just described have remained very status quo. This chart, however, includes our capital fund, and that creates quite a dramatic increase and decrease over the years. And what I can point out here is that our non-capital budgets have a net county cost general fund component of about $7 million year over year. This spike you see in fiscal year 21-22 of $24 million is related to our capital projects and our budget approach for carryover fund balance in the capital fund. And we do that to ensure that we have enough cash flow year over year to continue active projects and paying our bills as we await the upcoming budget cycle. So you'll see that again with fiscal year 22-23 once the budget adoption occurs. This takes cost centers that we don't have anymore today. We did a small budget redesign in fiscal year 19-20 to merge the Kings Beach Center cost center into our real estate services division, and then the Placer County Government Center campus merged into our building maintenance division. So that's why that kind of trails off into the out years. So as noted on the previous slide, our operational cost centers remain consistent year over year. Our cost drivers are basically attributed to what most other departments experience too, such as salary and benefit increases, fluctuations in A87 charges, and charges from other departments. And then our capital projects line item, you'll see a little bit more detail there about how in fiscal year 19-20, it was 59 million, and it dropped to 16 million in fiscal year 2021. The reason for that is that we had some building acquisitions. We had Kirby Hills and Atherton in fiscal year 19-20. And then in the following year, we didn't have building acquisitions, nor did we have major construction costs. The prior year, we had the coroner facility, spent about 17 million in that prior year. So you can see how the changes in costs swing depending on the types of activities that we're pursuing. So moving into the budget years and the costs that we have this year and next year, mostly they can be attributed to in our capital projects line item to the Health and Human Services Center project, as well as 13 million for Atherton tenant improvements, $1 million for the Tahoe Justice Center endeavor, and then of course our carryover fund balance that we carry each year. And with that, I will turn it over to Steve. We're back on track with our chart.
So this is another dramatic representation graphically, and you'll see that it represents one staff member increase. But what we've shown vertically is the capabilities of the staff that we hire. So That was actually a building maintenance position that is reflected in that one increase in staff. We have a vacancy rate of about 7%. However, we don't seek to fill all of the vacant positions necessarily. It depends on our workload and our projected workload, and we look to find the most efficient way to accomplish that. So moving on to the next slide. So we're one of the few departments that in our accomplishments, we get to have pictures up there. So the first one is, this is really a significant accomplishment. We recently awarded, as you are aware, the design build contract for the new Health and Human Services Center. It's about 147,000 square foot building out at the PCGC campus. And it will provide for a more of a one-stop location for HHS services. And it will be the county's first net zero energy building, meaning that it will produce as much electricity as it uses over the course of a year. And that's a significant accomplishment, and it helps us move towards our goal of being a net zero energy county as a whole. The next one is a really wonderful story of the acquisition of the Fruitvale School, and you all were there for the grand opening rather. And it was a really rapid transformation, both internally and externally, of that facility to turn it into another museum that we have. And so we're really proud of that. And I know Ralph Gibson is queuing up school districts to come and experience that on field trips and so forth. So that was another feather in the museum's cap. And then down below, the historic courthouse, which of course is an iconic architectural representation of both the city of Auburn and the county, and as the county seat as well. So this was a re-roof project that was done not on the dome part, but the gable roof part of it, and it was a great success. Shauna Howard managed this project on our staff, and through all the testing and so forth, we don't have any leaks, so that's good. But also, we had to coordinate with the courts and their operation of running cases through there during the construction of it. So there was a lot of moving parts there, but it was a great success. So we're very happy with that. We were limited. So now, moving to our supplemental requests, I'll let Gretchen start with that.
I'll introduce the first three and then pass it back to Steve for our capital project supplemental requests. So we do have three operational requests. However, the good news is that one of them has already found a solution. So the first one is the vehicle for $75,000. As you heard earlier this morning from Daniel, we're one of the departments working on the capital equipment replacement plan. Through that effort recently, even after these slides were prepared, we discovered that our fleet services partners in DPW have this vehicle on their list for replacement. Therefore, we do not need to ask for it. So we'll be removing that request. And then in our county museums division, with the business model that was developed during the acquisition process of this museum, an extra help position was part of the operational plan moving forward. So this would be a part-time curator to manage the living history program and volunteer coordination at that schoolhouse. And then in our capital improvements division, we are looking at quite a tremendous workload now and increasing into the future for delivering our capital projects to our various customers and external demands. And with that, we are looking at hiring an additional senior project manager and have put forward a supplemental request for a new position. We've been working closely with our analyst, Vanessa, to come up with some solutions to how we might fill that position moving forward. And so we're optimistic of what that might bring. Certainly with everything we have going on with the housing side and where we're pulled into partner with several of our other county departments. It's a very important position to keep the workload moving.
Okay. Okay, the capital projects here, the first one, the waterfall of moves, which is how it's been coined. This relates to our completion of the renovation work at Atherton building that we had acquired, that the clerk, recorder, and elections office is moving to, freeing up space in the FAB. And then also when the HHS building is completed and people move into it, that will free up space in the CDRC. And that work then will allow us to backfill people and ultimately move everyone off of Fulweiler and up to the PCGC campus. So this first request is related to that. And what we're doing now, our internal staff, our architects are meeting with each department, finding out what their needs are, getting a program from them, doing a preliminary test fit, if you will, of the spaces that they will move into, including the board chambers and offices. And then we will hire an outside design firm to take it from there, because it will require a tremendous amount of staff to move that forward, something that we can't do internally. So that's the first request there. The next two are really opportunities to decrease the strain on Building B. If you recall, Building B is adjacent to the Santucci courthouse down there, and it's pretty much at capacity. But with the Atherton project, we'll be able to move some of the assessor staff out of there and into it. That will then allow us to do other things that the district attorney is needing, including their multidisciplinary interview center. And with that MDIC request that we show here, it will also, it will take over or eliminate two renovation requests that would come off our annual capital improvements renovation request, because it would be combined into that work there. Then moving down to the existing facilities and infrastructure, the first two requests that are here are based solely on historic escalation, just off the charts escalation for these two projects. Then the last one, Building 301. This is a facility that we are remodeling for the agriculture department. And it's an existing building, one of our World War II era buildings. Great building, though. So it's one of the ones, of course, that we're keeping. And, we're finding things, being a 75-plus-year-old building. There are unknowns and surprises that okay, the AJC, the Auburn Justice Center, we've been monitoring some of the issues that we've had, all some of this stuff. And over the last year or so, that we have noticed some further a little bit, which has been an issue. And then the translucent skylights, which are a fiberglass material, the UV radiation has just been hammering that, including the dome. When you walk up to the building, you're in that atrium there before you enter the building, and that has that skylight there that is deteriorating. So right now we're assessing it. We're doing some experimental coatings on that, and so that's what this request is related to. Bechtold, the building that was recently acquired up Lake Tahoe, that one has, as you all are aware, some immediate needs due to just long-term weathering in that climate up there, as well as some code issues. And so building maintenance and risk management went and assessed the building to see what are really more critical, time-sensitive needs there. Countywide parking lot repair and paving, that's just always going to be there. It's a constant issue that we're chasing every year. degradation of the parking lots and so forth. The Auburn Jail that with our VFA system is identified as a need here coming up. And so this request is to begin that documentation and engineering of a roof replacement for that building there. Countywide signage, another kind of ongoing need as signs age, they're in the sun, or signs change. Atherton, CDRC may get a name change in the future as different departments are moved into that building. But we have a constant need for signage, so that's the request there. Now this last one here, this is really more of an opportunity for a tremendous return on our investment. We have been tracking a PG&E program, and we've begun the preliminary steps and met these deadlines to submit our design work and the paperwork that PG&E requires. And this is down at the Cincinnati property. And with this investment, we had estimated that it would save the county about $1 million a year in electricity rate fees. So when we looked at that analysis, that was 2019 information. Since then, PG&E has submitted proposed rate increases over the next several years that, with electricity and gas, will be in the 44% range that they have to submit to the commission for approval. But with that, we believe that we're going to be able to save more than $1 million a year. So this would be potentially tens of millions of dollars over the life of a PV system at that site. So that is the end of our requests. We have the emerging issues. One of the things that is an ongoing constant struggle, and you all who are in the domes a lot know that the aging buildings that we're constantly trying to repair, upgrade, et cetera, is important, and it's never ending. We also have the master plan at the PCGC campus that we're dealing with the aging infrastructure, and we have an infrastructure project that will dramatically help us with water and sewer there at that site. And then, of course, we have the existing buildings that are either to be kept or to be removed in the future. Another thing that we're dealing with that I mentioned a moment ago is the escalation. We were very fortunate that the HHS building, we got that under contract on our budget. So we were fortunate in this time to do that. And that's one of the benefits of the efforts that we made in doing a design build type delivery. We are not as fortunate with the jail addition projects that we're going through right now, but more to come on that. And then this last bullet point here is we've found, especially lately, that it's very hard to hire people from outside, as every department has found. And we as a county, we can't move as quickly as the private sector. Private sector can, they can change the pay scale of something. It's a much larger process here. We have been fortunate to add some people recently that we're very grateful for because they're very talented and they'll be valuable additions to our staff. But that's just an ongoing struggle, and we have a request in here for senior project manager that we're going to work to try to hopefully secure. So with that, anything you all want to add? No? So questions?
Yes, go ahead.
Just a couple of quick comments, I guess. One is thanks for a great year for me, particularly with Fruitville. I've said this story before, so I apologize, but when I came here, I don't think the county had built an office type structure, excuse me, for like 30 years. And largely because of Bill Santucci's leadership, we launched into building many. So the Fab building was the first one that's, I think, the sheriff's office, Cedra. And in the beginning, we did well, but kind of stumbled because we hadn't had that kind of perspective. But I'm completely confident with the way you guys are doing work now and how we approach these kinds of challenges. And so I just wanted to thank you for that. And I wanted to finish by saying that for 28 years, I've survived in the domes. And I think my colleagues should stay there for another 28 after I leave, just out of dedication to the job.
Yeah. No guarantees there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newsom. Hey, just a couple of questions. Thank you very much. As the requests for space come before you all with the waterfall, right?
Yes.
Hey, I need this amount of space. I need this amount of space. You are having somebody sort of right size expectations, right? I know we all, and there is going to be growth, right? We know that. But at the same time, we are going to change a little bit with how we do work. Karen mentioned it's a little bit different with attorneys, but some people are going to be working from home, and how do we have travel space or shared space? I think that as we're looking at just how expensive these buildings are, how do we do that most efficiently? Yes, people need private spaces, but they're not always going to be working at the office. So hopefully you've got somebody who will right size expectations during that process.
Yes, there's many things that we're doing in that regard. One of them is an anticipation of sharing things other than office space. Yes, and we call that hoteling, where on Monday, John uses this space, and then on Tuesday and Wednesday, Mary uses it or what have you. And so that the technology is there, and the sizing and functionality of a cubicle is set up for that type of use. And that's not for everyone, but it's for the appropriate people. Yes, managing expectations, again, with office sizes. Until recently, there wasn't really standards with that, and we're implementing standardized spaces based on the need and the role that the employee plays, and privacy issues, conferencing, meeting, that sort of thing. Other things that we're looking at sharing are conference spaces. Historically, there's been more of an attitude of, this is our conference room or rooms in our building, and in the past couple of years, there's been a better attitude of using it and sharing it and inviting other departments to come and enjoy that space. Down at the Animal Services Center, there's a conference room there, that they welcome us. In the Fab, the new conference room upstairs, very large, capable conference room. With the new HHS building, very similar idea. It'll have very, very flexible conferencing space that people on the campus, and it's going to be a centrally located building, people on the campus can use. So that then helps to reduce the number of conference rooms that any department may need, because they're huge, and they may not be used as efficiently as they could be. So yes, long answer.
That's great. Thank you. And then question in regards to the possible solar project. When do you think is the drop dead date for you all to make a decision on that?
That we are down to a handful of months in order to, and so what we've been doing is step by step with small investments, still allowing an off ramp if we don't move forward with that. But I think we're down to just a few months before we have to commit to a much more significant financial contribution in order for PG&E to do their work and then move the project forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, Steve, I appreciate you moving with zero net energy and energy efficiency. I think the sooner you get us out of those domes, you'll achieve that goal a lot faster.
Agreed.
Yeah. And I was pleased to be at the Fruitvale School museum. On Sunday, I was in Uptown Auburn on business. It was next to the station house. I think you know where that is.
Yes.
But I happened to walk up the street and the museum was open up there. And I went in and there was actually people in there. There were 2 docents. I was really surprised. And, I was there when it first opened up. It's really, really impressive. So when you see Ralph, give him my kudos and really, really a nice facility.
Will do. Yeah, it's fascinating what they do and how they do it, So yeah, I will pass that along. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anything else?
I will conclude. I have a couple of comments.
Yes.
One is kudos on all the new facilities that we've been acquiring that you inherit then and have to take care of. My other comment is just on the supplemental requests. Some of these are to be expected, new and supplemental. Others should be planned for, I would think, in capital replacement strategies as we move forward, similar to what we've been talking about with equipment. That there's some sinking fund for rehabilitation of our buildings. Even our brand new buildings have a life expectancy, and we have to plan on re-roofing, plan on
Yes.
all those things, and the pavement restoration, those sorts of things, I think can be planned out. So I'd love to see in the future, that we're setting aside money in days like we have now with a good, healthy budget, so that in the future, if we don't have that, we've taken care of and anticipated those expenditures. So
I 100% agree. We do have our budgets that have for years been the same amount. There has been no COLA for those budgets for maintenance, for renovations, modifications, and that sort of thing. However, as you know, escalation has skyrocketed recently, but even year over year, other than our recent spike, it goes up at 3.5% or so. And so, yeah, for a number of years, we have had a stagnant amount available to us to do these things. So that's what pushes us into the request for additional funds.
well, I appreciate that background, and just looking to the future, I'm always looking to plan so that, hopefully we leave those that follow us in office and those who follow us at the county departments, that we're prepared for their future.
Yeah, totally agree.
Great, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rich.
And up last, we have Department of Public Works. Did they get the short straw today, or they were this last year too, right?
I think next year you might need to switch it up.
No,
Because
no.
We just tend to be prompt and efficient in delivery. So
I think usually I'm very long-winded during one of these and have lots of pictures and everything else. So we've shrunk it up. And I think the gift today is the gift of time. We're going to be
That might even beat the chocolate.
Yeah,
It
that's,
just
and you'll
might
time
beat the
beat the
chocolate.
chocolate. That's
You're just tired and sore from last night.
And today also. There's no doubt. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ken Graham with Department of Public Works. I have Becky Correa, our Administrative and Financial Operations Manager, joining me today. We also have our executive team, and in the back, I'm not going to name them all. Fortunately, I know them all. I won't screw anyone's name up, but they are there to help answer any questions that come up. And so here is this. And so we'll talk a little bit about some of the numbers, and a lot of what we do is driven really by our projects. And so that really accounts for a lot of the differences. This is our organization chart in terms of some of the different services we provide. Most of them are gathered around the idea of transportation, whether it's our road system, the infrastructure, or whether it's the transit system, the services we provide, as well as environmental utilities, whether it's wastewater, solid waste, or even drainage occurs over our landscapes. This shows kind of the revenue and expenses for the last several years. You see the up and down. Because we are driven largely by projects and capital expenditures, it goes up when we have big projects being delivered, those numbers go up. When we're not doing them, those numbers go down. Our numbers are driven by those capital projects. So I'm not sure you glean a lot of information from that. This shows some of the various budgets or cost centers that we have. Most of the differences you see, again, have to do with projects going up and down. There are a few that have to do with accounting differences. I'll point out the DPW administration. You see it goes from 2.2 to 3.7. I think that's largely we used to count some of our expenditures as negative expenditures, which really drove down what it looked like our budget was, but it wasn't real. So there really aren't significant changes there. It's just how we're accounting for them these days. And so again, all the other significant ones, particularly in engineering, you see 58, 39, a lot of different numbers strictly because of the projects that we're undertaking in those given years. Funding allocations, another one that has a little bit of strange little twist to it. You'll see that we went significantly down last year. That really didn't happen. What we had is through the Western Placer Waste Management Authority, we had an effort to try to increase transparency for our member agencies by making sure we took those people that are in that unit and pull them out so that they can stand on their own and everybody can see what the expenses were. Looks like maybe what ended up happening was they got pulled out of the department when really all we were trying to do is have them be their own set-aside group for cost accounting purposes, which is why you see it bump right back up the following year. So let's talk about what's happened last year. I always like talking about the projects. Those are the exciting things for us, and they're nice and graphical, and you can show photos. So first off, we have our Tahoe Microtransit, I'll say project or service that got unveiled last summer, an on-demand app-based free transit service. In our first year, we handled in our first period of time from roughly June, July to the end of February, we've handled 148,000 passengers. So that's a pretty incredible number. Obviously, it's free. It's always easy to sell a free service, but it's some very large numbers. In fact, so successful, we're continuing on. Your board has graciously provided funding to continue that service. In addition to that, we are working with our partners in Western Placer to do an RFP, and it's already out, where I think we're already doing actually the interviews, to secure a technology provider on this site. Up in Tahoe, the provider is providing the vans, the drivers, the whole service. Here on the west side, in coordination with the cities of Auburn and Roseville, we're trying to get the app-based program to have that available. What's the best system for us? But more than likely, each of us will provide the vehicles and drivers in our own way. Might be a separate vendor, whatever the case may be. But that is underway right now, hopefully to unveil in 23. So great news there and a successful process going on. Oh, did we miss one? All right, they're just at a little different order. So then we have our December 2021 storm response. I'm very proud of everyone who was involved. For the month of December, particularly in our road maintenance, many of our employees had 0 days off. That includes Christmas. We were working as a team 24/7, although generally it was 12 hours on, 12 hours off. But people working very hard at that time. Very low snows, doubling the amount of snow removal we were doing. I don't think I've had as many or as long roadways. Our roadways were impacted also, but those are the spines that allow us to move our resources and deploy them where they need to be. Very difficult to do. Folks got it done. Unprecedented tree fall on the western side of they fall on the road, get covered with snow, pull down utility lines. We had it all. You can't plow anymore. It becomes a dangerous situation. And so it took us a while to dig, particularly after the storm ended. There was a lot of cleanup, and it took a while to get all the roadways open, particularly with the amount of vegetation down on the roadway. Needed to be cleared out. We didn't want to be a fire danger going on later in the summer. So we hire $500,000 in special emergency contracts for, I believe it was 5 contractors to come out to help us clear. augmenting our own crews who are continually doing that. There's still work to be done, but it definitely looks a lot better than it looked back in January. Still a work in progress. With our partners at CAL FIRE, they have secured, or peers are securing, a grant, and Chief Estes is deploying that on county roads to clear up, particularly some of the emergency response roads, to help the cleanup effort in our various communities, working with the Resource Conservation District to do that. That's an almost $1 million grant. We're hoping that that will be able to get started. We will support them maybe with traffic control and other things, because we love the fact that they're working on our county roads and clearing material. There we go. Talking a little bit about projects. We have a lot of projects that were either under construction, getting completed. Probably the largest one for last year was Willargo Road Bridge replacement. It says 30+ million. It's almost 40 million of a project to replace that bridge in that growing area of the county. You can see we replaced the bridge that was closed many times during high rain flows, or what I say, river flows. You can see that middle photo in there shows it's not closed in that photo, but you can see how close it is. Every several years, we had to close that road into South Roseville, which is pretty amazing when you figure how many people are in South Roseville. That's no longer the issue there. We also needed to widen the roadway because it was a narrow 2-lane roadway. We widened it. It's currently 4 lanes, but it can accommodate 6 lanes, has a bigger median. We can do some different things in the future. If we ever needed to go to 6 lanes, we'll be able to restripe and make that happen. It also provides for much safer bicycle and pedestrian flow. If you look at those photos on the right, you're kind of on the north, I'll say, looking from Roseville, looking towards the south, towards Sacramento County. See all those little spaghetti strings of trails coming out from at least the near side of the bridge. Same thing exists on the other side. Children, or anybody for that matter, who wants to get to Dry Creek Park, which is kind of the middle upper portion of that photo, they don't have to cross the road to get there. You can cross underneath the bridge, on either side of the bridge, trails interconnecting, with a safe crossing over the top that's separated so people can do it safely. You can have your kids go to the park without having to worry about them stepping into the street. So a great project completed last year, and a very large project at that. We have other projects. I'm trying to limit what we were talking about today. Other bridge projects, Crosby Herald, Dowd Road, and already doing in some of the final work being done. Dowd Road will probably be opening towards the end of the month, almost complete, but just a lot of infrastructure being put in. Those are not as huge as this project, but huge in their own way, and particularly for those that live in those communities, very important pieces of infrastructure. Connected, but I think one thing we're seeing is this financing of huge projects that we're working on now. Things from the plastic $1 million, you saw Willargo Road. We have a Watt Avenue Bridge replacement, $50 million. I've listed some of those projects there. The Parkway, Sunset Avenue Bridge replacement, Baseline Road widening, Cabin Creek Biomass Facility, the Lincoln Wastewater Treatment Plant expansion, of which we are a partner in, the Fanny Bridge replacement and complete street project, as well as the Sunset Boulevard overcrossing project. Over the next decade, and some of those sooner, as in within a year, maybe a little bit later, all of these most all of these well exceed $10, $20 million projects. We need to find a way to finance those. What we see is that some of the projects we have for, and we have to provide matching funding. Some of the projects we have our traffic impact fee program that is intended to raise money over time. And over time, we don't have it today. So how can we get the benefit of those projects today? So in a very responsible manner. Example that probably has a little bit of everything in there is the Watt Avenue Bridge replacement, about a $50 million project. The federal government has said they'll give us 25. 25 million now. We will eventually have that money, but we don't have it today. So how do we, the name of the game now is piecing together different partnerships, getting money from different areas, and I think is also going to be this idea of us having to front money with the promise of getting that money back in the future. I think that's going to be the future we're seeing now. We're already seeing that we have to put in more money. No one spends for a project. But a lot of people will give 50% or 60% because everyone wants to give a little bit to get credit for a great project, but not have to put in 100% of the money. So that's a trend that's going on. And very much connected that, I think, for us in our strategy, it's about partnerships. These infrastructure projects just don't serve the county and unincorporated. They serve a host of partners. So how do we connect with those? I mean, we've got our communities, cities, PCTPA. Nowadays, we're also talking with other counties like Sutter County, our development community. They're all partners in providing this infrastructure. So we're going to need to build on those existing relationships as well as new relationships, these huge projects, and trying to do multiple of them. We've been successful doing some, but we have just a large volume of them coming in I'll say the upcoming decade. And that really kind of brings to our project delivery goals. We have a host of projects we're working on, so this isn't meant to be exhaustive at all. I bet most of your board members are aware of projects in your district that, hey, where's my project there? We've just tried to limit this to 3 here. The Placer Parkway, we're in the process of acquiring the necessary right-of-way. We're trying to initiate the utility relocations. We were in a little bit of a hiatus there trying to get the financing plan together. Your board gave us some direction back in December having to do with our Tier 2 fee program. In fact, we have some meetings scheduled with the development community in a week. Maybe it's 2 weeks, but later this month. We've already had some discussions internally between the various Tier 2 partners, including city managers, including staff level, and now we're trying to see what we can do to advance some of that funding to help make Placer Parkway happen sooner, or the first phase of Placer Parkway, which is $80 million, upgrading the Whitney Ranch interchange, going up and over the railroad tracks and coming down to Foothills Boulevard. Relatively short section, but probably the most costly portion of the project just because of that railroad crossing and the upgrade to the interchange that's required. But we're also on the environmental utilities side, the Sunset Sewer. Your board has provided $28 million that we intend to do to extend sewer service within the city of Roseville, up Fittement Road through Placer Ranch, up into the Sunset area, not only to engage all the property that's there, but particularly for the university, the Sac State campus that is going to be there, as well as perhaps pulling the United Auburn Indian Community batch plant that they currently have. It would be great to get that offline and get that centralized. All of that is part of that $28 million project where we are exchanging agreements and going through the negotiation process to have Taylor Builders. They're probably in the best position because they're doing a host of infrastructure there, and we're hoping that we can get them to put in the sewer line, and we'll pay for it, as part of all the roadway and other infrastructure they're putting in for their subdivisions. Lincoln Placer Wastewater Authority. I think we've had some discussions at your board here with some different where we are at with that, and I personally believe we've had great progress going on, and folks are working together, and I hope 2 of your members are on that committee helping to strengthen that relationship and develop what that relationship will look like. We need to move forward. We need to move forward to get that partnership solidified. We believe that's going to be in the form of a joint powers agreement, and then we need to get the financing and get the principles in place that allow that to be sustainable long term. Again, a host of other programs we could talk about, but I'm not going to talk about that today because I said I promised the gift of time. So let's talk a little bit of supplemental requests. We really only have one, actually 2 people, but it's one request. Environmental utilities. We are increasing the amount of our sewer lines significantly. In addition to new sewer lift stations, particularly we'll have between Placer Ranch and Placer Vineyards, the 2 largest pump stations that we will have in this county will be at those 2 locations. Those are going to be coming online here in the upcoming years. Riola Vineyards also has a very large one that's already online. We need to make sure we have the people on board to make sure we can maintain those facilities. Good news, these aren't requests where we're looking for general fund or anything else. We get sewer rates, and because we're getting more ratepayers every day, we have the funds to be able to hire these people, get them up to speed, and make sure they're available when the time comes. Because it does take a lot of training to provide those services. So that's our only supplemental request. Oh, it's a little different format. So capital expenditures. So these show the various capital expenditures we have. This is a detail of them. Not sure if I'll go, well, we can go through those. Eastern Regional Landfill. Again, these are not general fund dollars. These are dollars that we're putting back into our facilities to recapitalize them. A roof repair project there up at the Tahoe facility that we need to do. We will do that most likely through our operator vendor who will provide most of the service because they're using the building right now. There's also some equipment being secured. There's a new Vector. That's the big pump machine with a big tank on the back. So we've got one of those going on, 3 service trucks, and it says an equipment upgrade there that I'm actually not even sure what that is. But if there's a question, we'll find out. There are $3.3 million in projects. I think that represents 8 to 10 projects of various sorts to upgrade various facilities. We have some bus replacements going on at TART and at PCT, and it's amazing that that really only buys 1 or 2 buses, but they are quite expensive these days. We are also doing some improvements to our CNG station, although the future looks like will be electrification. CNG is still what we're using today, and until we convert, we need to make sure that facility is up and running because we don't have a lot of alternatives at the current time. And then in engineering, we have 41 capital projects totaling about $35 million. Road maintenance has an equipment of about $1.5 million. Going to the discussion about capital replacement, the 1.5 represents, I'll say, our old average annual commitment we need to make to equipment replacement to keep us even. With inflation, that numbers we see is going to be going up. It's going to be increasing because equipment's getting more expensive than it was just a few years ago. That doesn't get us necessarily where we want to go. What it does is it keeps us even with where we're at today. And then the fleet, various equipment, 35 vehicles, 1 forklift at a cost of $1.1 million, all handled through the fleet rates and just the way we typically do business. So again, none of these is asking for any sort of general fund contribution. They're all coming from the special funds associated with those specific operations. And let's just see if there's another one. There isn't another one there. So that is the last one. So with that, we've got the whole group here. We're happy to answer any questions. Or if not, we're also happy to let you get back and end your day.
Thanks, Ken. Appreciate it. Any questions, board members?
No. Just again, compliments to you and your staff for some great work this year and in prior years. And I want to emphasize your earlier comments about the importance of working in partnerships. Timely subject, of course. But I think one of the things I would want to point out is that over time, there have been some really innovative and on-the-fly partnerships that have been formed, like for the first 2 miles of the Parkway with the United Auburn Indian Community. Not a typical joint agency type of thing, but you've just done a great job of, and I think it's one of the attributes that exist in all of Placer County is our ability to work with each other and find ways to get things done in the usual manner. And you do a great job of that, Ken, and you and your staff.
I appreciate that.
Thanks.
I'm not seeing any others. I know there's a lot of projects you didn't go through that I know your staff is working very diligently on.
Absolutely.
That I'm coordinating with. And so I know I can't even imagine the magnitude of projects when I just know what's in my district that isn't on your list yet.
And we will
As
continue
priorities.
working them all.
Believe me, I know they're priorities for me.
Great.
Anything else? Okay, thanks, Ken.
You're very welcome.
Thank you very much. And then Daniel and Todd, you wanted to wrap up?
Yes, please. Yeah, so 8 hours and 203 slides later, I want to thank the board for today's presentations, also to the departments and CEO staff for their participation today and their work in developing these department budgets. There were a couple themes today that I wanted to just touch on really quick. The 2 major ones I think the board probably heard today was A87 and internal service fund charges. increasing. So I'll spare the board a long discussion on cost plan and ISF charges, but these are all basically internal costs, internal departments providing internal services for other county departments. And there's a couple different sets of drivers that drive these costs year over year. The first one being the cost of those departments that are providing the support. So as those departments' budgets increase due to staffing or just normal cost of doing business, those costs will then get passed on to the departments. The departments and how their budgets are staffed, managed, the size and scope of those also receive charges based on the number of allocation units per those charge tables. So if you, for example, square footage, if facilities raise the cost of providing maintenance for square footage, the departments with the bigger square footage are going to take a bigger share of those costs. So that's how the A87 ISF tables work. So as budgets are developed and built, those things are always fluctuating year over year. The other one is, just want to mention, I'm happy that the staffing chart provided some comedy relief today. There is a message in that chart, though, in all of those charts, and that is, we hear from the departments that there are additional needs for employees, recruitment, retention issues, and then when we opened up, we talked about ongoing labor negotiations and the potential impacts from all of those things. So all of those things have both a short-term budgetary impact that we need to work on funding, as well as the long-term liabilities that come along with all of those costs as well. So I just want the board to keep that in mind as we kind of work through the remainder of this budget development process, that there are some gives and takes and impacts that need to be addressed as we move forward. With that, I hope the board found the discussion helpful and insightful. And as we get further into budget development, we look forward to trying to address some of these various requests and bring forward a balanced recommended budget in June.
Not seeing any comments up here. I do think the format was quite helpful, that it was consistent between the departments. It did help expedite a big message to all of us, and we got it. So I appreciate that very much. At this time, then, we'll take any public comment on the budget items. Is there anybody on Zoom or in the room that would like to make any public comment? Okay, unless there's an objection, then we will stand adjourned. Thank you.